Toby and the light source is hitting the right side of his face. And I can't believe I'm about to say this. I never thought I would say this in my entire online career. But look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick. Look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick.
Oh, molto bene!
You know I'm gonna stop you.
Fucking ooh! Bitch!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm Razerfist! God fucking speed!
Oh man. What?
Musical theater!
That's cool.
Fuck off!
Oh my God.
Shit.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I'm gay.
Because white guys are bad and black people are wonderful. Gay people are amazing and heteros can burn in hell.
Boobies.
Oh, that was too short.
Yeah, we got to clap today, boys.
Big time.
Yeah.
Take that white pill, fellas.
Hell yeah.
Take it.
My
Fuck
God.
around and find out.
Let's
Damn
go,
right.
Brandon. And let's go, Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse, not guilty, and he shouldn't have been on trial anyway. This was a fucking sham, and I'm glad justice was done. I'm glad some places in this country you can defend yourself. Don't do that here in California. If you want the police to show up to your house, defend yourself. That's the only time they'll ever fucking show up here in California. Fucking Gavin Newsom, I already cussed now. It doesn't fucking matter. Gavin Newsom decides to pop off on this too, and it was weird. I was looking at my Twitter feed, and I'm like telling him to go fuck off and go, you know, stick a dick up your ass or whatever. And then I'm like, oh, here, check out my Ghostbusters review. It's really nice. Welcome to Friday Night Tights. My name is Gary Beekler. I come to you from My Mom's Vagina, and nerdrotic.com. And we have it's a celebration show today. Well, kind of. At least Kyle Rittenhouse got off, but Kathleen Kennedy got re-signed. Not that we really care that much at this point.
Not that we really ever doubted that would be happening either.
Nope.
So. Yeah.
And there's that, and we
not that upset us either. That kind of made us laugh as well.
I laughed my ass off.
I did
too.
It was a chuckle moment. And we also, some of us saw Ghostbusters, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll have RazerFist on, and in a little bit, hopefully the rest of our panel will show up. We'll see. Just for the record, today I showed up on time.
That's right.
Broken clock's right.
It's a fact.
Yeah,
I was 3 minutes late because some dumb fuck doesn't know how to drive. Probably a woman flipped her car in front of me, so I was late. I was late bringing my pizza back home.
Around here.
Yeah, I was late bringing my pizza back home. So what are you gonna do?
That's good. Well, did you have enough time to put it on the floor before you ate it?
Yeah,
it's right here.
Your pizza
on the floor.
Atta boy.
Of course.
Well done.
And it is.
Well done.
You should clap for it because it's stuffed crust, baby.
Oh, it's Pizza Hut too. I mean, that's not even cheese. That's like processed product.
Oh, bro, it's stuffed crust pizza. What are you talking about? They brought back the OG stuffed crust, which Donald Trump introduced, by the way.
I got nothing against Pizza Hut, for the record.
Donald Trump also likes well-done steak with ketchup because he's a man of culture, okay? He's a man of culture.
I am the same. I like my steak burnt. It's got to be dead and burnt.
Yes.
Is that from your
medium rare,
days,
buddy?
Though?
Medium rare.
Medium rare. Yes. Correct.
Yes.
The only way to eat steak.
Correct.
Correct.
I want my meat bleeding like my girlfriend's vagina.
Well, I mean, we need to find out what Kyle Rittenhouse thinks, and that'll break the tie right there. So,
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, come on the show. You're welcome, bro.
Yeah.
Come on the show.
Anytime you
Kyle,
want to
first
come
question. Well done, medium rare. Which is
Yep.
He says, "Are you asking how I like my
I
pitos?"
like Rosenthal. Rosenthal.
Well done.
Yep. Oh boy.
Fuck yeah, dude. I was so relieved when that came out. I was oh.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly
so
surprised.
I was so on edge.
I was too.
look at the chat. Every time we bring this topic up about steak, it sends the chat into a frenzy. It's
Good.
like it's the most divisive topic in our community right there, or our fellowship right there.
Yeah.
It's the most divisive.
Using the C word.
I thought that was pineapple on pizza was the most divisive topic.
Hey, we can't.
because
do
you
two
don't
of
have
those
any
today.
supporters of that.
Pineapple and pizza.
Yeah,
Well,
You don't have
Most
supporters
divisive
of pineapple on pizza.
Our
We
chat-
don't acknowledge Gary.
Oh, get out of here.
Our
Pineapple on pizza.
Yes. Thank you.
Might lives matter. Thank you.
My British American brother.
Pineapple.
Thank you. And no, the chat cannot handle a pineapple on pizza and a well done steak debate. So just pick one, okay? What you're gonna yeah, it's just not gonna. Congratulations again to Kyle Rittenhouse. The I guess what are the kids calling it now? Copium. The copium on Twitter has been glorious, and I love it.
High quality.
Hey, can we say Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong now? Is it okay to say that?
I think we can.
I have
Okay. And that's
Probably not, but we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
You can definitely say Kyle Rittenhouse appropriately defended himself. There you go.
Yeah. Well, the fact that people
Blew
got
away pedophiles.
the fact that people got suspended off Facebook. I think Gary, you got a suspension on Facebook for saying
I
it.
did,
But
and they lifted it like a week later. So I don't know what the hell that was about.
It's just absolutely ridiculous. And this whole case has exposed a lot of stuff that we've been talking about for a very long time.
And the fight's not over because the reason that the copium is so real on Twitter is because so many people still don't even understand what happened. There's so many people that have that's a low information mentality that are just being fed headlines by the mainstream media, and the mainstream media is lying, that they don't actually know what happened. So for some of these people, they are shocked and they don't understand why this could happen. How someone could get off after he went out and hunted down black people and murdered them, because that's what their impression is. That's what they think happened.
No, Ryan, you're leaving out the most crucial part of all of this. The most dangerous thing that Kyle did. He crossed state line.
Cross state line.
I've never seen
Borders matter now.
Well, you see, because he crossed state line without collecting $450,000. That's the problem. Do not go past straight line. Do not collect $450,000.
Yeah.
And he crossed the line with a gun. No, he didn't, because you didn't listen to the trial.
I'm just glad one of my mixed community members, Kyle Rittenhouse, he's a mixed white and Mexican, so he's one of my brothers.
He's Hispanic. Yeah.
So I'm just glad, he was exonerated and he was able to take out a couple of really pieces.
Of those horrible white pedos and wife beaters that are after him.
So it's kind of like what I did
against that minority.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I did this last Tuesday when I took out the trash. That's what he did.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say when you defended yourself against pedophiles. I was like, dang. Really like, you didn't tell us about this, Gary.
Well, there's a lot of prison stories you don't know. I'm rolling them out slowly,
well, you need to, man.
Yeah.
You need to.
Wait,
it's a slow burn.
It's
like
a slow burn.
Afterlife.
Yeah. One that I liked. It, damn it. It's nostalgia bait. I don't care. But let's do some introductions, I guess. And we'll start with Az. Hello, Az. Oh, I got to get the positioning right. Oh shit.
Yeah, the positioning's all wrong.
Wrong.
No,
wrong.
These
mobile
shift up here and
a mobile connection doesn't earn me the number 2 spot here today.
It almost doesn't.
Mobile audio gets you on the second level.
The visual's good. The visual's good.
Can I start out with the congratulations to Ryan Kinnell, to D-Day Cobra. So Comic-Con a couple of years ago, Jeremy sat down and he's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this like Sports Wars thing. And I was like fully supportive. I'm like, hey, it sounds great. It's in your wheelhouse. You love it. I think it's a good idea calling it Sports Wars. I thought it was an excellent title. And here we are. Somebody got a silver play button. Look at that.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. Sports Wars.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. This is awesome.
I'm so proud of you, man.
Thank you. It's exciting. And Sports Wars, it was a grind at first, like it always is for all new channels. But, man, it's taken off and we're rolling with it. And who knows? This thing could be the biggest one of them all when it's all said and done. Because there's never nothing going on in sports. There's always something to talk about, especially with the retarded athletes we have nowadays. So there you go.
Hey, Ryan, there's
well done, man.
Apparently there's a letter that you get with that makes you cry.
Yeah.
I did. I bawled my eyes out and I didn't upload it for some reason. I don't know. When I got this stock letter, when I got this stock letter from the Hitler of YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, somehow it didn't really move me to tears. But to each their own. I do like it is nice fucking paper. They're rolling in the dough.
Yeah, they put on some card stock. Yeah. Really go
well. For real though, like Sports Wars would not be at 100K without Ryan. It absolutely would not be. He my decision to focus on Sports Wars was questioned, and then when I brought Ryan on, the decision to have Ryan so prominent at Geeks and Gamers was questioned, and we're just looking back and laughing at all of those questions and moving forward. But it wouldn't be there without him. It really wouldn't. So that's his award, and Geeks and Gamers just continues to move forward. So congrats to Ryan.
Well done.
Thanks, man.
Well done.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Onwards and upwards
awesome,
for us.
Dude.
Hell yeah. Az, my lad, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
Well, there is one dark lining on this cloud that is silver and beautiful today. And that is I did watch 1.5 episodes of Cowboy Bebop. That's all I could manage.
I'm sorry.
Why? You're watching Batwoman. You're watching Doctor Who.
How do you do that to yourself?
Yeah, but the good news is that the day before Discovery was due to be released, it got pulled worldwide.
I know. I watched it.
Apart from in Canada and America. And so, yeah, there was a celebration to be had then, because I thought, this is, fuck it. I'll take any excuse I can get. I can't do Discovery. We can't get it here anymore. Oh, well. I'm going to have to leave that
how terrible.
Gary and R&B and people like that to do, and I'll just sit back and... I don't know if I can watch any more Cowboy Bebop. I think I'm done. I think I'm already done on it. It is garbage. Garbage.
That's too bad. So the Netflix adaptation meme just stays
It's on point.
It's on point. Like some stereotypes are true, and a lot of memes are true. So that's just a fact.
Stereotype is definitely correct.
I wish I cared about. I wish I cared about Cowboy Bebop. I had any experience so that I'd be able to bitch about this with you guys, but I don't. Unfortunately,
I'm so good.
I'm missing out.
Good. The anime is so fucking good, dude. And I watched it back recently, and it's great because obviously the older you get, the more life experience you get, the show just gets even better because the themes of it. The whole show's basically about not being able to move on in life, and these people are all trying to deal with each other, and none of them can move forward, and it's so fucking good. But that live action shit that they put out, fuck that. Nick Rekieta, you the fucking man.
Yep.
You the fucking man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your coverage again has just been amazing. Thank you so much for bringing objective coverage with lawyers who just speak honestly and truthfully, regardless of whether or not it's about the prosecution or the defense. Thank you for putting it into layman terms so people can understand what's going on, and just showing everything in a non-doctored way so people can make their own minds up. Absolute legend. And justice has been served, because there is no fucking way, seeing all that evidence, that Kyle was remotely guilty of anything.
And did you guys see the paradigm shift? YouTube was trying to suppress Rekieta and so many others, but Rekieta was the point. He was on point, and that's the Daily Mail reported on him, and that's the shift. The mainstream media is a 20th century model that's fucking dead, and it's been propped up by the corporations as long as they could, but the people decided on that one, and they decided to trust each other, and there is no way the mainstream media, no matter what they do, no matter who they stop, there'll be another channel that rises. They will not be able to stop it unless they shut down YouTube and other services completely, which they're not going to do. So it's just a matter of time, and it was great to see. So that was a huge win all around, I believe.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
So for truth, for fucking truth in a post-truth era. Yeah. So thanks, Az. Welcome. And hello, Quarter Black Garrett.
Hello. I am. It's been a long week. This whole week has been on edge.
Betcha for you, dude.
Yeah, you guys have been streaming a lot more over there with Crowd.
Yeah, we did
trial coverage, so
like 5-hour-long streams. It's not, that's not
common for you guys. Yeah,
it's not Rekieta numbers, But yeah, we were doing a lot.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry. There's somebody on the stream who gets a little bigger numbers than Rekieta, but like, hey, we gotta. Our boy out there in his little office in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah,
that is
dude,
pretty fucking
that's what's
impressive.
Great about it.
Yeah.
It's great to see
your numbers were very impressive too. But your numbers are always impressive. So that's something.
My favorite part about Nick was yesterday when he's like, I have to start the stream an hour late because I have to do homeschool stuff. He's like fucking running around doing homeschooling shit with his kids.
I love that. That's what I love about it. It's one of us. It's one of us that.
That's why it's so relatable.
And it's such a great show that he did, and put the invoice of lawyers together to give their insight on it. It was so great to watch. And twofer this week, Kyle not guilty and Ghostbusters Afterlife was awesome. I loved it.
Yep.
So I can't wait to talk about it.
Can't wait to talk about it either. And welcome, my friend, and great job, by the way, you too, over the week on that other little show that you're on.
Yeah.
D-Day Cobra, the most above average man on the internet. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. The Kyle Rittenhouse verdict was a combination for because if Rekieta's coverage doesn't get combined with Rittenhouse getting exonerated, I don't think it's as impactful. But now I think that Rekieta's coverage is going to set a new precedent for coverage moving forward of these cases, and it's going to open a lot of eyes up, because now that Kyle has been found to be not guilty. Now, even though Rekieta's gotten all that attention, he's going to get more attention, because people are going to be like, holy shit, then because all you need to do is look at that video evidence. But, Nick Rekieta is changing the game. Like, this is going to change how cases are covered moving forward. and I think it's fantastic. So so shout out to him. And I had him and Robert Barnes on Tuesday, and I was like, Nick, this is the kind of guy Nick is. This dude is streaming for like 100,000 people, and then Ryan reaches out to him and he's just like, yeah, I'll come on Tuesday and talk to you guys for a little while. And we had banger numbers that night because we had Nick and Robert on. But he's just a good dude. He deserves it. And I think everybody that is in our little sphere is just really excited for Nick, because it's going to a rising tide lifts all ships type of thing. And it's great to see. But other than that, yeah, happy to be here on Friday Night Tights. I'm in Miami right now. Sorry for being on mobile. Again, this will be the last time you see me on fucking mobile, I promise. At least when I'm on the road.
It's all good, brother.
Yeah,
and you made a great point. What Nick did is what he always did. He always had other lawyers on, so the mainstream media hacks can't bring on their little hacks reading off their little teleprompters with their uninformed fucking opinions. They're going to have to bring in real fucking lawyers, and they'll still be a bunch of just stuffed shirts compared to Robert Barnes and Viva Frey. Yeah, he's awesome, dude. And the whole panel was great, and it was fun to watch. I was kind of like, I did mostly the recaps. I didn't watch the trial itself because I was working. But
the mainstream media doesn't have the capability of doing that, Gary. No. They're not built that way because they're so high production value and high cost and high overhead and low amount of time to cover something. Like, there's no way they could dedicate a 9-hour stream, like 9 hours of their coverage per day, to doing it that way and still be able to make up all that money. You know what I mean? Like, it's not built that way.
And they wouldn't.
That's why they're struggling right now. They probably wouldn't want to anyway. You're right. But it's just not built for that. And Nick is capitalized in a great way.
Yeah. Hey, we could fire up a live stream at 3:15 and 17 seconds in the fucking morning. They can't because they have their schedule put out for like a month. They can probably jump in live if it's a big deal, but they usually can't. And we're too nimble for them.
Yep.
There's too many of us. We are legion. We are many. Yes. Comics division.
Hey, first off, happy International Men's Day to all you toxic males out there.
Oh,
thank you.
That got overshadowed today by the news on with Kyle. So congrats to him for the not guilty verdict, which is awesome. It shows that we can still have justice in this country despite the mob being outside. So it's been a fantastic day.
I can think of no better result on International Men's Day than a man who is absolutely innocent being freed.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
I didn't even realize it was internet. I got to take away my man card now. Shit. Oh well.
It's because Twitter tried to bury it.
November 19th, man.
To be fair, if you pay too much attention to all these dumbass fucking
I think
whatever
you lose
day of the year, you
card.
lose your man card. So
yeah.
Little of this, little of that.
Our
Disney Plus Day says no, Ryan, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that was what a fucking shit show that was. That was great to make fun of, by the way, because brown people never save the world. It's only been white people. Hi, Chrissy Mayer.
Kyle.
Hello.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had some brown people save my day at the DMV a couple times, so those lines can get long. Yeah, to echo everyone's statements. Yeah, this drinks up for Kyle. That was fucking awesome. I was enjoying watching Quarter Black's reaction.
Thank you.
Because the way that Crowder was covering it, it was like the Super Bowl. Like watching all of you guys. And I was in the middle of doing an interview with Nick Searcy, who has a documentary coming out about January 6th on Thanksgiving. And we were in the middle of just chatting, and then the verdict was coming out. So I quickly brought it up on the stream. And it's like, what a weird and cool thing it is to react like in real time and have it be recorded. But then I watched your guys' stream, and it was like, you were like, oh! It
was like every not guilty.
Yeah. And I didn't realize there were 5 charges still. I thought it was like 3 or something. And then you watch poor Kyle, like this poor little muffin, like his little face. And like, I was like in tears watching his reaction, like just watching him. He like couldn't even get into the chair. He was so emotional.
I'm sure that was a huge weight lift off his shoulders.
Oh, that's
imagine.
No idea.
I hope he goes out and crushes a bunch of pussy tonight.
Yes.
I hope he goes out and crushes the fucking mainstream media.
I
People need to be
did
sued.
crush a bunch of pussies. They're just all in the media.
Yeah. And he arrives. I'm going to try not to fanboy a little bit, but I've been watching this guy for a long time before I really even started YouTubing seriously. Never miss a video.
His dogs.
I'm into a lot of comic books and stuff that he turned me on to, a lot of the French stuff. And yeah, just all of his content is fucking great. It's RazerFist. What's up, man? Welcome to the show.
How's it going? Sorry, Cicero's.
Dude, it's all good. It's all
He's a
good.
big guy. Here he goes. I'm trying to get him on the frame. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Sorry about that. Thank you for thank you for inviting me to your Black Panther party.
You're very welcome. Dude.
Hey, dogs are going to be dogs. They're going to bark, just like pedos are going to to be pedos and chase children. So
right, exactly. He died as he lived, trying to make appropriate contact with a minor.
Rosenbaum died how he lived, trying to touch a minor without permission.
Yeah. Well, and I mean,
this minor touched back.
Would he be happy or sad that Kyle dropped his load on him? Yeah, that's really the question.
Happy and then sad.
Ryan.
All the white supremacy, white supremacy was trending on Twitter right after this was announced, and
it was
like,
white privilege.
Yeah, like Kyle Rittenhouse wasting 2 white dudes in self-defense is like the weirdest new form of white supremacy I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Well, 2021 is the weird, like, blackface of white supremacy era we're in.
Yes.
Everything's backwards.
It's because that's how it started out, because people assumed he shot black people at these protests. So then it spun out of control. Then they had to maintain the narrative by saying, well, it's white privilege and white supremacy by him getting off on self-defense. If it was a black man, that never would have happened. If you could share my screen, share my screen, Gary. I have something right here. Jury acquits Gifford man who claimed self-defense after girlfriend was killed by sheriff's SWAT team in 2017 raid. This happened today. Today, this verdict came in from the jury. Whoa. This is what he looks like. Just so you know, he's black. So I don't think you picked a great day to make that comparison because you literally have a black man who claimed self-defense while shooting at police officers, actually. This man got off with self-defense. So
Ryan, you're doing it all wrong. Because what you've just done is proven their point, because as we know, facts are in fact white supremacy. So you providing facts just proves more that white supremacy is taking over.
Yeah,
that's why Biden said we believe truth over facts.
And what's going to happen to Biden? Like, didn't Biden call Rittenhouse like a white supremacist? What the fuck happened? What happens to him now? I mean, nothing.
He's already forgotten, so don't worry about it.
Just being called a racist.
He's been
what's the indication that he's racist? Like, I wasn't aware kitty diddler is a fucking race. Someone should actually ask Vosh that question.
He's the expert.
He would have a definitive answer for it. So, it was hilarious watching this play out, and especially what was it a few days back when some people at least came out and admitted, like, hey, I thought these guys were black. So, I mean, credit to them for coming out and admitting that they're fucking uninformed, but they'll blast their opinions everywhere, which is what Twitter's about anyway.
Yeah. But, that's one in a row for you, Wild Bill.
Right. Well done. Oh my God. So I've been following you on Twitter, RazerFist, on this, but how are you feeling today? I mean, is it, it's nice to see that self-defense is still legal in some parts of this country, but it's still not.
What do you mean? He went roaming state lines. God damn. What magically happens when you cross state lines, by the way? Like,
you get $450,000. That's
I've made the road trip to Kenosha, unfortunately, and the only thing that happened when I crossed state lines is it got a little less white. That's kind of the only difference,
and a little more flat. I don't know. Yeah,
not really. Not a huge deal. So I don't understand it. It just, the whole racist narrative never made any sense. He wastes 3 white dudes. Well, he wastes 2 of them. Unfortunately, he only had 1 shot at it. So
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah,
he'll be better next time.
Yeah,
but anyway, he had 4, so that's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so I just don't understand the entire narrative of it, and haven't understood it from the very beginning. But I do understand one thing, and that is that regardless of the acquittal and whatever, and you can already see it with the damage control, the ACLU, for Christ's sake.
Oh God.
The American Civil Liberties Union
is in your name.
And they're actively pinching a turd on this kid who exercised his civil liberty of self-fucking defense.
It's nuts. And fuck Black Rifle, man.
Right. Yes.
Your company name is Black Rifle, and whenever somebody comes out, and obviously if you watch the video, which was out the day of,
yes,
he was in self-defense with a black rifle, then you go out and say, oh, well, we
don't want Kyle Rittenhouse supporters buying our coffee.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody on your team.
What did they
You need to go to
say?
hell.
How did I miss this?
Well, it's because it's the first picture of Kyle Rittenhouse with his family. He was wearing a Black Rifle coffee shirt, and then they had to come out and say that he's not sponsored by them. And then the whole thing with the quartering happened, and other people about questioned him. They blocked the quartering on Twitter. They disassociated from all Kyle Rittenhouse supporters, saying they don't want anything to do with that.
Wow.
A lot of shitty take.
That's shitty.
What a
Wow,
bad
what a bunch of
decision.
pussies.
Well, like when they came out,
and then they were trying to take they tried to do damage control through offense. Like, oh, look at all the man babies. They started
never works.
lobbing insults and pejoratives, and it was just so cringe. It was rough. And now a couple of them, that's the thing. I do have to distinguish. Isn't Black Rifle run by like 2 dudes? One seems marginally sane, and the other one, every time he talks, I just think, whoa, do you kiss your wife's boyfriend with that fucking mouth? Absolutely cringe. So you do have to distinguish a little bit. I have a feeling they're at slightly cross purposes, the 2 of them.
Yeah.
But, I'm not sure which.
It's one thing to come out after like the T-shirt or whatever. If they're getting like a bunch of pushback, be like, hey, just so you know, like we're not sponsoring him or anything, whatever. The line that really sent people over the edge was there was a New York Times article because they were opening a new shop, and in that there was a statement from them basically, we don't want to be we're not looking for customers who are a bunch of Kyle Rittenhouse supporters. That was essentially what was said. And they're like, well,
Black Rifle Coffee, man.
And the New York Times is like, they're like, the New York Times obviously, shifted our words around and didn't represent this the right way. However, Black Rifle just retweeted the article. They provided no clarification. They did nothing like that. They in fact endorsed and signal boosted the article that came out. And that is where a lot of the stuff started back and forth when they started sticking their foot in their mouths a lot.
Didn't Ben and Jerry's tweet out as well about this a couple of days ago? It's just like, shut the fuck up and sell fucking diabetes.
They did.
Oh, come on. That's been them from day one.
Yeah, that's Ben and Jerry's par for the course for them. That's what they've been doing for a while.
Ben and Jerry's commie cream. It's like the only ice cream worth standing in the bread line for, basically. People.
I was definitely
Jerry
keeping
Garcia looking fucks.
I was keeping an eye on Haagen-Dazs for sure this week. I was like, you better keep your fucking delicious mouth shut. I need
that
you.
Strawberry cheesecake flavor. I can't cope without it.
How the hell does that support? Fuck those guys. I mean, it's so dumb.
They've been doing that that's their MO. They're the ones that came out with like the Colin Kaepernick soy.
Yeah, I remember that shit. It's just dumb. How does that help you sell ice cream though? Is my question.
I love it whenever they
taste
asked
tested that
reporter,
Colin
asked
Kaepernick
him,
one.
was like, oh, well, are you going to still sell in the in Texas, in the region? And he was like,
say no, please. We don't care.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah,
because they got about money.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for him to go all in on feminism, get the menstrual blood flavor going on.
Like cherry red.
Menstrual
by the way, shout out to the chat. 10,000 people here. 10,000 people are here. Smash the melee button.
Hell yeah.
It's complicated, but we're doing what we can do.
Yeah.
I honestly think that Ben and Jerry's got a big head once they were spotted in one of Nancy Pelosi's $10,000 freezers.
You are nice.
Because that video when she was showing off all of her ice cream, she had like bougie artisanal, but she also had Ben and Jerry's in there.
Right.
She did, of course.
Well, it's
Probably got it for free. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Yep,
here.
that was a free. Well, like she gets everything else, especially stock advice early.
Right.
Really
Early stock insider trading.
Yep.
Martha Stewart of Congress.
Dude,
yeah,
it was framed.
I drove up to her house once. I did. It's
okay. Gary, don't admit anything on camera that
I
can be
just
used
drove
against
by
you
the
in a court of
public
law.
street.
It's
It's the one street in San Francisco that's got red curbs everywhere because you can't get that no matter what for no parking on her street. So that's how you know where it is. It's a little cul-de-sac,
Ooh.
and it's behind a wall. It's behind a wall. So.
Yeah, but is it really her
wall,
house?
you're saying?
Is it her house or is it her house? Because
Yeah.
I'm not far from John McCain's house.
Yeah.
Which,
you
by the way,
wearing
Is he still
You mean
haunting
the
that place?
cemetery?
right when his funeral,
Hello, everybody.
which true story, when his funeral procession came through town, it actually went right by me while I was getting water at Walgreens, and I had an opportunity to flip it off.
Just fire.
Salute him
good.
on his way
That's
out.
good.
You think his ghost still can't raise his arms?
Dude.
Do a jumping jack for me, John.
Holy fuck.
Hi, X-Ray girl. Welcome. How was work today?
Hi, work was good.
That's good.
Sorry I was
Did you-
late.
Sorry, I
you
can't
like
understand
the-
a word you're saying. Sorry.
was
What?
work was-
We need a
what-
translator.
Yeah.
Did you like
Can you
the
actually hear me?
decade? Did you like the decade-old American politics humor making fun of John McCain?
She's all, who's John McCain?
Can I get a translator?
I wish it were a decade old. His specter still hangs over everything happening
Everything,
right now. What
dude.
the fuck are you talking about?
Oh.
I feel like I wake up every morning with John McCain teabagging me. Just saying, fucking change is coming, my friends. Change is coming, and that's not the only thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, oh fuck, poor Arizona. I mean, it's California's fault, Razorfist. I mean, you know, there's very few of us left who,
You fuck.
Yeah, sorry. Fucking sorry. California used to be about 25 years ago somewhat sane. They used to vote down every tax law that came around, and then obviously that changed once the borders were open wide, and now San Francisco runs this fucking state, and I cannot wait to get out. No, do not defend yourself here. You will get arrested. I've told the story before at my comic shop about 15 years ago.
Well, if he's still in California, there's a good chance he'll get arrested anyway for any number of reasons. I don't.
Yeah, that's why I got to get the fuck out. I got 2 strikes, man.
Right.
Hey, my parole officer told me to leave. He's all, okay, you're off parole. Leave. Get out of here right now because this is a horrible state with the horrible, 3 strikes law. But
yeah.
And the last time
terrible.
I legit almost got arrested was some homeless guy was, like kicking my display cabinet. Keep your head off the display cabinet, please. In my fucking comic store. So I picked the guy up by the seat of his fucking pants and threw him out. And then he fucking called the cops on me, and they were going to arrest me. And then the nice cop, had to like coach me through like not getting arrested. So he's all, you felt threatened, right? And then he saw my kid was there, and he's all, you felt like your kid was threatened, right? I'm all, yes. And then they took the cuffs off. But I had the cuffs on. They were going to arrest me. I didn't have anybody to watch the store. My customers are all watching this shit. That's fucking California. But if anything happens, if you get robbed, if they break into your car, you fill out a form online in San Francisco, and they still won't come out or give a shit.
Jeez.
California's
I'm sure that
awesome.
Form is very.
Yeah,
Very
read a little
accurate
tome by the name of Blacklisted by History. They talk about why San Francisco is like the epicenter of the cringe fringe left, basically. And it's essentially because the atomic project started there and the Soviets wanted to get it. So that was where it started. So now we're just stuck with leftists in San Francisco for all time, basically.
It's as red as it gets in like
Because
Berkeley's the
Uncle
worst.
Joe wanted our nuclear secrets. Like, he could have just waited a few decades. We would have sold them to him. Shit.
Yeah, right? For a bag
Al
of
Gore's
chips.
head. What the fuck?
X-ray girl. Oh, here. I don't need that just yet. I was going to ask for the document, but we do have. Hang on. A super chat to read, and now I can't read it. So we'll do Daniel for $50. What's up, Daniel? It's a great day for truth and reality. a rarity, and like we'll see how long it lasts. Who is an American hero for those who are worried about being shot? Just don't be a pedo. And don't be on the set of an Alec Baldwin film. Ryan, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
That's fair.
Cheesy.
Ryan, what are your thoughts on the lone juror holdout? And Daniel, thank you for the $50.
Well, it's tough to know exactly what was going on there. We got a lot of different reports from a lot of different people, but what it sounded like to everyone is that juror who requested to take the jury instructions home last night, which appears to be a violation of the law, probably, may have been the last holdout, a Karen type who was wearing a mask through the entire fucking trial, who also may have happened to be the jury foreman. And it sounds like everybody else was trying to convince her the entire time to acquit this kid, and she wanted everyone else to listen to her. At the end of the day, this could have been a big deal. This could have been a big problem. Luckily, it's not, because they all came out after 27 hours of deliberation and said unanimously Kyle Rittenhouse is not guilty. So
I think optically it's like the best outcome. They stayed in there for a long ass fucking time, and they still came out unanimously not guilty.
This was a judge who was not going to
dismissed.
If the judge, he did not want to make a decision, he was not going to make a decision, even though he had every right to throw this out for mistrial with prejudice. But he didn't want to make that call. He wanted Kenosha and the community to do the right thing. I thought that was maybe a mistake, but it turns out the good people of Kenosha made the right call here.
It's a better. Speaking of optics, it's a much better optics for a jury to acquit you than a judge to throw the case out. Yeah.
Right.
I thought this judge was incredible. I thought he was
better than the defense, for Christ's sake.
I mean, he was very he was very tempered and
good point.
The way that he allowed the jury to come to their decision. I think if they'd found a guilty verdict, I think he would have maybe stepped in then and maybe asserted his opinion, because I think it was clear early doors that Razerfist is right. He came to the defense's aid so many times.
Yeah.
Because they were fucking shit up.
They were totally fucking shit up.
He was objecting when they weren't objecting, essentially.
Yeah.
And it was crazy to watch. And the few times that he chewed out the prosecution, and again, it was the defense that fucking talked that bit of drone footage into evidence when the judge himself had said, I can't see anything. Nobody can see anything. You can't make this out. And all the defense had to say is, you've said it yourself. We can't submit this into evidence. But they went and talked him into putting it into evidence.
Right.
So, I think the judge was great. And I think the judge did the right decision in allowing the jury to come to a verdict, because now it doesn't come back on him.
What was the, can somebody now that the trial's over, and I don't feel like a retard for asking, what was that picture even supposed to portray?
What it was supposed to portray was Kyle Rittenhouse holding up his AR and pointing it at Zeminski. Which
it was this big. It was like 2 pixels big, and it was supposed to be when he came around, set the fire extinguisher down, all within a split second.
The hilarious thing was they treated it like an aha. They're like,
they could have brought
we've got fucking genitals from a Japanese porno. This proves that the fucking
my thing is
done. I don't even
my thing is
that.
the gun. The guy that he pointed his gun at was a guy that had a handgun that Kyle had seen had a handgun prior.
Correct, but he did not point his gun though. Let's make it very clear. Right. Like the defense manufactured that evidence, or sorry, the prosecution manufactured that evidence so that they could argue provocation. Right. So that they say Joseph Rosenbaum saw Kyle Rittenhouse point a gun at an innocent person. That's why he rushed him. And he had every right to defend those people. Then at the same time say that Kyle has no right to defend himself. So it was a losing argument.
Bullshit. Cleaned it up because the state could have put Zeminski on the stand.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but like, okay, so you're saying he lasered him with his gun. Unless he lasered all 3 of them and provoked all 3 of them, that still doesn't make any goddamn sense. Do you understand what I mean? He has to provoke all 3 people.
Yeah,
it can't. It's not like that Simpsons episode where the guy says, "Hey, you, let's fight." Them's fighting words, and then they just fucking go at it. You know what I mean?
What their hope was the prosecution's hope, and their only chance. It was a fucking Hail Mary because they had no case. Let's face it, they had no case. So they tried to insinuate that he was the provoker. They tried to set this narrative. He was looking for a fight the entire time. He wanted to provoke people so he could kill them. So that when that happened, the rest of the people, they were just chasing down an active shooter. So then that would then give them the right. Gage Grosskreutz, this fucking commie bitch, who was not supposed to be having a handgun as it was because his concealed carry had been suspended after he was brandishing his weapon. After he was brandishing his weapon while intoxicated. And Anthony Huber, the dude who held his brother and grandmother at knife point because they didn't clean up the house, those were the ones who then attacked him afterwards. They tried to herald them as heroes.
They didn't clean the house up. I mean, you got to say that. You know?
I was going to say,
I
don't know. I think he may have a case there.
Maybe. But,
I'm going to say no. I'm going to defend the grandmother. Because
come on. Have we not progressed at this point enough? Come on.
Grammy lives matter, except in New York.
Dave crossed state lines.
No, he didn't, but he came from...
That's all that matters, Ryan. That's all that matters. That means he is a very, very responsible individual. What we have learned is crossing state lines means you are a literal Nazi.
The state line shit makes no sense, too.
I know.
Where was he crossing from? What's the implication? Oh, well, he must have... It's the same gun control argument. I had a debate with somebody over gun control. And they say things like, well, blue cities are total shitholes because they neighbor red states, and then people cross state lines with guns, and it's a mystical whatever. But it's like, he's coming from Illinois. He's coming from fucking Illinois.
Less than 20 minutes away.
This is the crowd that doesn't seem to think that they want open borders, but they're also upset for crossing states.
I know. That's so ridiculous.
So much havoc.
It's only when the argument is convenient.
Yeah, well, which is it? Is it no borders, or is it crossing borders is bad? I'm really confused about which one's the correct.
Apparently, for the progressives, it's no borders around the country, but borders within the country somehow.
Oh, right, okay.
And the whole state lines thing, to be fair, that may have like actual consequences if he had transported that weapon.
Yeah,
if there had been different, because there is laws, they do differ from state to state, but. That wasn't the case. This gun was in Wisconsin the entire fucking time. So that holds absolutely no bearing. It didn't hold much to begin with, but it has literally zero bearing in this case. If you want to say he's not part of this community, well, his dad lives there. His fucking cousins live there. His grandmother lives there. He fucking worked there. And Gage Grosskreutz came from over 50 miles away, about twice as far as Kyle Rittenhouse did.
Which, by the way, is a buried-ass story, because this is what they do. They ship in all these Antifa-ass beasts so that they can stir shit.
Yeah.
Every single time, right? But I mean, that's the thing. You could see the flaws in the argument from the very beginning. I mean, how the hell did Kyle hear about this? What does he have? ESP? He works in the area. Like, he's helping people he actually knows. He wasn't just going out like Dudley goddamn Do-Right and here I am to save the day.
Be there.
Right. Yeah, he was.
Well, his dad
knew people there. You know what I mean?
Business.
I love that.
Assholes go out on Twitter and
what
say
was Kyle doing there? What were the fucking rioters doing there?
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, and what was he doing wearing gloves? Like, why was he wearing gloves?
Why would he think he needed to defend himself? I don't know. Maybe he saw the footage of David Dorn dying in a pool of his own blood. I don't know.
Maybe.
Just spitballing here.
Over
Fuck.
a TV.
Right.
I love how the guy was like, why would he go there wearing gloves? He was clearly trying to, when he loaded the magazine, protect his fingerprints from being on everything. Yeah, Matthew Modine, it's like, it's really weird to try to conceal your identity by hiding your fingerprints, but not covering your fucking face.
I know, that's very dumb.
I know.
Such a dumb argument.
Jesus Christ.
And he was there as a medic.
Yeah.
Medic.
I love that the added benefit of this trial is the mainstream media, the garbage pile pieces of shit that they had to acknowledge that there was actual riots last year. You know, they got off their little January 6th thing, and the country did burn down for months, and cops sat on their hands in some cases and let the police stations burn, and politicians, especially one of those politicians, decided to pipe up today, again, Gavin Newsom, who did fucking nothing during all that shit. And it's different circumstances, but it reminded me of Kate Steinle, who was the poor young lady who got shot by an illegal immigrant in San Francisco, and he was fucking let go. They dropped the fucking charges because some Fed left his gun in his car. This guy finds the gun and then shoots the girl, and they somehow it was just an accident. She's dead, and he's not free. He's under psychiatric evaluation, but he'll eventually be free. And the only reason they haven't freed him yet, because it would look so fucking bad on people like Gavin Newsom, it's because San Francisco is a sanctuary city.
Man, that's a rough accident, man. Don't you hate when you trip and fall into grabbing someone's gun, aiming it, and shooting someone dead?
Yeah, man.
I hate when that
It
happens.
always
It's
seems
terrible.
to happen in these police interactions.
But it happens to a lot of people who have information
Hands up,
leading
don't
to the
shoot.
arrest of Hillary.
Based.
Turns out this is all just an op. Joseph Rosenbaum had information leading to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. That's why there's so many feds in Kenosha that night.
Seth Rich gave him the gun. That's what happened.
Grossquit's bicep had some information. Oh no, it's been blown away.
The first man in history that now has a UNICEF.
Definitely putting the bi in bicep that day.
Hey, Athenon has given us $200.
Dude.
Cheers. Twitter is afire today. The hot takes from people that probably didn't watch 5 minutes of the trial are amazing. I watched almost all the Rekieta Law coverage, and it was fucking amazing. Hail Friday Night Tates, and hail to you, Athenon. Thank you.
Hail.
$200.
Thank you, Athenon.
Holy shit.
Speaking of Twitter meltdown, shout out to Dave Bautista. I can't wait to just scroll his entire feed.
We should bring it up.
Fucking losing it. It is this is a guy who has double vaxxed in his name on Twitter.
It's double vaxxed as fuck. Yeah.
Vaxtista.
What kind of judgment are you expecting from a man? Have you seen the size of this man? And then he wears skinny jeans.
Yeah.
If he farted, his shoes would pop off. This man wears the tightest fucking jeans imaginable. You're expecting judgment? He probably doesn't even have adequate blood flow.
Razorfist, do you have tight jeans on? Because I'm picturing you in tight jeans.
I'm not sure how to take that. But,
take it any way you can.
This one goes out to all the ladies. No, kind of. Not really. I don't know. I'm wearing bootcut jeans. Let's talk about my wardrobe for a minute.
Yes, I wasn't expecting the OJ gloves either.
Well, I knew that I was headed into a riot area, so I wanted to wear gloves.
If they fit, quit, you know?
I didn't know we were supposed to wear pants today. So let's just move past
we
this.
really needed. We had a couple of those good one-liners from this trial as well. You know what I mean? Even Richards had one in the closing argument. It wasn't quite the best rhyme in the world. Hocus pocus out of focus. Yeah. You know, I always thought, if Binger sucks dick, you must have quit. I don't know. It doesn't really flow off the tongue, but it's
do we have the gay versus not gay picture from the trial?
Oh my god, that is funny.
That's just the best picture in the world.
If someone wants to find that, I did just find some live footage that I think we might have missed. We were so focused on this moment, we missed who was in the audience.
No.
This is from YetiCast.
YetiCast, hail.
The information, Richard McGinnis. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. not guilty.
Oh, no.
Hell yeah.
Why did they invite all those logos into the courtroom? I don't know.
It's weird.
I thought MSNBC.
I
thought MSNBC were banned.
Somebody find out what the Nike swoosh thinks of all this. Shit.
Right? Well,
Brian, pull up that picture we were talking about earlier. That one's gold. The Kyle picture with LeBron. It's so good.
God, yeah, that is good.
That is so good.
I want to say something. So I saw somebody in the chat. So they said, "You unsubscribe because if you guys are going to talk about politics, I'm gone." This is not about politics. This is about, if you're an American, this is about justice, self-defense. Fuck politics. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Politics. This is all about self-defense, and if you can protect yourself and your community.
And the mob, not caving to the mob, which is
It's
what we
not
talk
about
all the
politics.
time.
The issue is they're making it political when it should not be.
Politics. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way I
It is
justified it on Tuesday was, it's Geeks and Gamers channel. We're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, Binger brought Call of Duty into it, and this is a Geeks and Gamers production. So we're just talking about relevant topics. You attacked Call of Duty and video games,
right?
And insinuated that. So
come on, you don't even have to go that far, guys. You don't even have to go to those lengths. For fuck's sake, who can go to a movie nowadays without being preached to, without some didactic treatise about fragile masculinity? I mean, I just watched No Time to Die last night.
Oh, Jesus.
God.
I'm so sorry.
You could literally see the parts of that movie that they had to pry up with rebar because they cut out an entire feminist aside with what's her name, Bufashak Winetta. I forget what her fucking name is.
Oh, Lasagna Lynch.
whatever. Yeah.
Lasagna Lynch.
A woman looked like a linebacker. She looked like a tight end for the fucking New York Giants. But anyway,
yes.
So yeah,
I bet her end is tighter than Daniel Craig's. To be fair,
certainly less leathery. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you seen him lately? He looks like a baseball glove.
He does.
Oh man,
He does. And not a new one.
he's like in his 50s, isn't he? Isn't he like 52 or
It's
something?
like 52, 53. Yeah.
But I will say that for anyone saying that they don't want politics, we agree. Can you get that message to Hollywood? Because that's the whole point.
That'd be nice.
Fuck Hollywood. They're the ones that introduced this shit, not us.
That's my point. Like, how can you even talk about pop culture now without brushing up against like all kinds of critical theory, pseudo kind of crypto Marxist nonsense that's just being absolutely, suffuses every frame of film that's being released now.
It is.
Yeah.
They used to have the good decency to try to hide it because they knew it was unpopular, and they just feel like they don't need to hide it anymore. And this is culture. This is part of our culture. This is this is a huge moment. This is a huge win, folks. This is for self-defense, and it shows that the people still have a little power somewhere. After, they tried to fortify this trial. Big Tech had painted this poor kid as a mass shooter. Okay, that's what they were, to the point where if you showed support for him, they would fucking suspend you. This is culture. I'm on Big Tech. We're all
Didn't
here.
they try and bring Call of Duty into it?
Yeah,
they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the
Exactly.
closing. Was it in closing?
It was in closing.
No, it wasn't.
Sorry, when Kyle was on the stand.
Yeah, that's right. It's when he was on the nd.
Yeah.
Gary, I've shared the
he was well on his way to a tactical nuke at that point. I don't know what the fuck.
Or at least a personal radar,
Right. Yeah.
You see, this is the.
That's great.
Now we have Richards here. Now Richards is definitely not gay. As he's checking out Detective Sexy. Now Detective Sexy's just being a detective and sexy.
Who is this woman? Who is
all the
this
dudes.
woman?
This is a detective. This is a detective.
Ballistics Bay.
Yeah. Well, I just got a detective Sexy.
You guys would let her check your ballistics.
I would let her check my ballistics. My calibration.
I disavow all that.
I hope I don't have it. I hope I don't have an inadvertent discharge like Alec Baldwin.
Hey!
You know where she likes loads.
Hey! In a crime lab?
Safely away from people.
She's gonna hope I'm firing blanks.
Yeah.
But little Bingo. Oh no. He's respecting the woman. No.
Yes. Looking directly in the eye.
Well,
respect.
For those of you that maybe have not followed it,
She likes her highlights.
Actually, there's a local blog in the fucking Kenosha area that has gone after Binger really hard and exposed a bunch of shit about him, including the fact that he spends private time. He's banging a judge. Yes.
Yeah.
He's banging a Democratic male judge. Yes.
What?
Oh, so he was checking out her balayage.
Gay? I thought we were just saying it for fun.
He's lived for extended periods of time with his friends.
Yeah, he was looking at her balayage. And, he's like, oh my God, her highlights
he's
are
like, oh my God, girl, where did you get that
right
done?
now.
What did you pay for that?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like Abraham Lincoln sharing that bed with that soldier and then crying when he wasn't there. It's kind of that situation.
Yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit of a crying game there.
He prefers the company of gentlemen.
Bob Dorsey has given us $100. And he says, and not guilty. Side note, glad you got the Rageaholic on. Love watching his stuff. And that's great to hear. And thank you, Bob. We appreciate it, man. And I'm glad you're here, Razorfist. This is a good night for it. It's a great night for it.
I know. God, I swear I have political bullshit ESP. I was like, what do you want to bet that verdict will come in on Friday when I'm supposed to be on here? What do you, I wish I had put money down on it because it actually happened.
I was hoping for it. I was so happy yesterday when it's like, oh, it didn't go through. Yes, it's good.
When holdout juror Karen wasn't, when she asked for the jury instructions, I wasn't so sure, but she pulled it out.
She needed one more day of power. She just needed to squeeze it out. She was just probably feeling it. I wonder if she had a Karen haircut. That's all I'm curious about right now.
Right.
Was it like the Jodie Whittaker Bob going on there?
Well, they basically
are you looking for her?
No. MSNBC was, though, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently.
They reported that there was a couple jurors, female jurors, that wore their masks the entirety of the trial. And those were all ones, let's just be real, if someone was wearing a mask inside someplace they didn't have to or wasn't legally required to, wherever the fuck is going on, you probably wouldn't want them, if you're the defense, judging Kyle. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
I heard who was a good logic. His name Joe. Is that his name on the Ricada stream? And he was talking about that. And I saw some people in the comments were like, no. Yes, it's 100% true. It's not to say every person that wears a mask indoors is going to think like that. But if you're making an educated guess on what type of political leaning that person's going to have, you 100% have to take a person that wears a mask indoors where it's not required as if they probably have left-leaning politics.
Yeah,
100%.
at the very least, they're brainwashed by the media to some degree.
I don't know, guys. I'm kind of turning around on this issue. I think I actually support any woman always wearing a mask. It's called a burqa.
Only if they're ugly.
An American burqa.
They wear them in cultures.
Right.
Well, hey, if they wore it like just to hide their face from everybody else trying to get doxxed, I could understand that part.
I could see.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm more of a mix when it comes to those type of female empowerment. I think they should be wearing as little as possible, but have as few rights as possible.
No, I love a good woman's movement. I hate when they just lie there.
He's in the right place.
What?
Ryan can't wait to move to Saudi Arabia, by the way. Every day the
they let women drive. Fuck that shit.
Oh man, this is going downhill. But at least they ban the Eternals. Every day, the tyranny of California stands, endangers all freedoms and liberty from those who still believe in freedom and those who still value the columns of American values and traditions on which it was founded. Decertify California's statehood and force them out, says the Grizzly for $100. I agree.
I like that.
I am the fuck out of here. That's a lost cause. Unfortunately,
we can change its name to the absolute state of California.
Yes.
Instead of it being a state shape, it's just the void over there. That's not a state anymore. It's just like free for all.
It fell into the ocean.
The bad thing,
the Arizona Bay, my friend.
There you go.
Yes. Hey, I crossed state lines to go to Mesa, Arizona, and the strip mall just looked exactly like all the strip malls in like El Segundo and where I live right now. So I didn't see anything.
We're East California.
Yeah.
I want to see a Robin Thicke redo with Kyle Rittenhouse, except it's called State Lines. It'd be like State Lines.
That's
You
a good
know
idea.
you want it, and then nude women.
Yeah.
And then he
with
sexually
guns.
assaults one of
them.
I'd like to see Kyle Rittenhouse redo all that with Robin Thicke at the other end. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
all of it.
Oh my God! I haven't had a chance to go to Twitter. Did you have something up, Ryan, that I missed? Were you sharing something?
Oh yeah. Let me.
This is a great meme of our boy Kyle Rittenhouse and LeBron James. And look, he's just helping LeBron out.
Oh
you know?
Kyle's a true hero. Wiping up the tears of LeBron James.
Let's put that face on Rushmore. For fuck's sake.
I've been waiting patiently all day for LeBron James to tweet because I'll make a video about it.
Why does LeBron James look like how racist anime artists draw black people?
He's just
Why
missing
does
the
he
red
have-
lips.
he has a claymation mouth. What is that?
To be honest, in this picture, LeBron James looks like George Floyd looks in his best pictures.
Yeah,
So,
he looks like a carp.
How do you search Dave Bautista's tweets? Do I have to put vaxxed as fuck or something like that? Or?
Yeah, it's vaxxed as fuck. Dave Bautista's vaxxed as fuck.
I don't even think he's tweeting. He's just retweeting from what I saw.
Is he?
He's basically doing
No, hold on. He's retweeting.
There you go.
He's basically doing the job of data racer. He's collecting all the freakouts and spurgouts over this. So data racer is an easy place to go to collect them all.
Right.
Oh, I can't wait for the supercut. Oh my God, it's gonna be glorious.
We need a Dame
broad screaming at the sky look like nothing.
Dude, we need a Dame Pesos supercut, like election night meltdown of Kyle Rittenhouse verdict meltdowns.
Yeah.
Dude, that'd be great.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it sounds bad, but like, thank God there were no black people involved. You know?
Yeah, I feel like it would have been way.
Yeah, that does sound bad
politically.
I know that sounds.
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
Sounds bad. But
I know what you're saying though, because like,
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Then that narrative that's there about him being a racist or whatever would just be that much more prevalent. So I do understand. There was one black person involved in this.
Would have been on
Jump
fire
Kick
by
Man.
the time the gavel banged. Seriously, if that were the case.
Jump
There
Kick
almost
Man,
was,
the
yeah.
person who kicked Kyle Rittenhouse in the face and he shot 2 bullets at and missed. He is the only one that in the situation that was black, and the prosecution, even though they identified him, they refused to call him as a witness. They refused to even say that they identified him because they knew that if they brought this person who has, if you just multiply all the criminal history of the other people involved in this, that's essentially what his looked like.
wow.
So
What
they
are the
just
odds?
pretended like they never found him.
What are the odds? They're all terrible people.
Yeah.
What are the odds?
Pretty good odds, apparently.
Yeah.
Right.
To be fair, I think it'd be hard to fire into a random crowd of Antifa members and not find a domestic abuser or a pedophile.
It's kind of a swing a dead cat situation. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like we should do a guess who. It's like, is your person a pedophile?
You're right.
Remember guess
You
who?
have you ever seen that that meme of Vosh where they're like, hey, where the person is asking, hey, do you support AOC? And he says, no, I think it should be lowered. Whoever made that is an officer and a gentleman.
No surprise though that bitch has opened a fucking gob today as well, by the way.
Oh, of course. She always does.
Of course.
Always.
I did also want to point out, we got to give a shout out to this man right here. Chrissy brought up black people. So Eric July, would you be okay with a black guy walking around with an AR-15?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Is it bad that I'm turned on?
No.
Yo,
Yeah.
Eric,
Turned
hit
on
me up. I
myself,
wanna
to
go
be
to the
honest with you.
range. Let's go to the range, bro.
Look at that.
Our boy Rip Up.
I'm gonna give it the old. Well, I didn't go to college, so I'll give it the old prison try to get my gun
Somebody
rights
dropped
back.
the soap.
Well,
Oh my god.
the key is to just forget your fucking soap. You're just not just leave it down there.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. You'll get the shower next week for 3 minutes. No,
Dude, you've worked in some warehouses. You bend with the knees. This is where you bend.
Yeah.
Not with the back. You bend with the knees, man. Come on.
no, you just don't get because you just back to the wall, dude, and get in and out as quick as fucking humanly possible. That's
What
the
do you
way
want
it
for
is.
Christmas? Soap on a rope.
Yeah,
On a rope.
you learn to shower so fucking fast. You're out of there. Here, I gotta share this. And make sure I'm not sharing my fucking messages though. That's the.
I like
You
the
do that
it's a
every
nice
week.
touch that you got the Punisher logo going on the shirt. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh yeah. These were my work shirts from the comic store. Red Cap made these, so there's a huge Punisher logo on the back too.
Oh, looks cool.
Yeah, these things are
Yeah,
dope.
I should have worn my Death Wish shirt or
Yes.
something.
Yeah, Death Note. That'd be even better.
Yep.
That's what Kyle should have done after he was acquitted. He should have turned to the camera, pointed like Charles Bronson, given the old wink,
Yeah.
fucking finger gun.
Fuck yeah. So I mean, what's this kid's life going to be like now after this? He's going to have to.
I don't think they're going to let him
By
alone.
the name of
Hopefully
Zimmerman.
riding high on the hog
Yeah?
after he fucking
Oh.
sues the fuck out of all of
Yeah.
those main
He needs to get out of
acts.
Wisconsin, though.
What did happen to Zimmerman afterwards?
His life was basically ruined.
Yeah,
I mean,
they hounded him to the ends of the earth. You remember, what was it? A couple of weeks after the trial ended, he was like speeding through Texas and pulled over. Some asshole cop pulled him over. He was like, "Why are you driving so fast? And why do you have a gun in the car?" And he said, "You don't know who I am, do you?"
somebody tried taking a shot at him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when he was in his car, it's crazy. But yeah, everything. It's funny because Mercado was covering this, and apparently the judge, he had like 2 additional encounters after the trial, and so yeah, it was a big mess, and it was pretty apparent that the judge had an issue with him.
Yeah, because he brought a civil suit, basically, I think.
And
the judge dismissed it because they're like, well, no, you're a public figure, so this doesn't apply. And it's like, y'all motherfuckers made me a public figure.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
How many Wisconsin hand jobs do you think Kyle is going to get tonight?
As many as he wants.
As many as he wants.
Yeah.
What is a Wisconsin hand job other than just
funny you ask?
Is there cheese involved? Depends on if the prosecutor's available.
Have you ever had a cheese curd?
You know where they come from?
That's what they call them.
Oh, hey, it's a good thing this happened in Wisconsin, though.
Yes, thank God.
Yep. Hey, is it true that the A team didn't want to take this case at all, and this was the B team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the A team?
Well, the first
main
prosecutor they wanted to give it to turned it down, or passed it on. I don't know the way they want to phrase it.
To Binger, little Binger.
Yeah, but this wasn't the first choice for state. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because, and people kept asking, why is this even a case? Why is this even a case? Because in a lot of other cases that are similar to this, it would have been it never even would have gone to trial. Zimmerman, for example, they turned that down. They didn't prosecute like 2 separate times. They investigated and decided not to even bring it before a grand jury, right? But in this case, I honestly think it's because it was such clear-cut self-defense. It's because it was so blatantly obvious. And they know if they're going to have more riots like this, they don't want people coming armed and defending themselves.
And
because it's going to have a chilling effect on the Antifa tards coming out and lighting buildings on fire.
Yep.
And Mr. Chaos is a ladder.
They were peacefully
he was like,
protesting, mostly peaceful.
Razerfist. Razerfist.
Fiery but peaceful protests.
Razerfist, are you saying that the Antifa tards won't feel comfortable coming out knowing that they could get shot because they had a clear path set for them last summer? So they felt very safe. They were in a safe space.
Right.
Yeah, fuck.
Kyle was literally the running man.
This was, so cool. You're never going to find like a clearer case of self-defense here. The reason self-defense cases can be so murky is because it's typically he said versus dead guy said, you know, and this is all caught on video. We have context for the entire night. Everything that happened
in literal 4K.
This was a clear-cut case. I think the reason that Binger took this is because he wanted a political fucking victory. He wanted to be a fucking senator. He wanted to be a congressman. Whatever. Like this was a launching point if he had won this case. And
Chaos is a ladder. He wanted to climb that fucking ladder, and it didn't work out for him.
My stripper name is Chaos.
Well, his old Gmail is Flufferboy 2004.
Where did that come from? The Fluffer Boy.
That's his name.
For real?
That was his name.
I assume it has something to do with pornography.
Are you serious?
That is a legitimate registered email that he has had in the past. Flufferboy 2004.
What?
God damn. Wow, that was a good year.
No, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were joking.
2004 was a good year.
That's why Jeremy's name was Flufferboy 2004 in the credits.
Oh, now I get it.
Where did you get that from?
Harry's smart. He knows what's going on.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know where it came. Ricada talked about that on Tuesday night on Geeks and Gamers. That's when I first heard about it. You know, and then it's been kind of a meme now at this point. So,
I mean, everyone's got dumb fucking. Well, not everybody. A lot of people have dumb fucking emails. One of my buddies from work had he used this dumb account for fantasy football. It was like all the ladies love me 69, which is like the first account he ever made when he was like 17 years old. Four doors more whores.
Four doors more
whores. Hey, yeah,
I love Kyle more.
That's the kind of screen name that winds up like on the screen in an episode of To Catch a Predator. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Oh my God.
4 doors, 4 whores is about to come up the driveway.
Right.
Oh no!
How do you feel about sweet tea?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I've got the Mike's Hard Lemonade in the back.
Mike's Hard Lemonade and a 24-pack of condoms.
Yeah.
I was just coming here to talk.
I wasn't going to use them.
I love that. Nick DiPaolo always talks about that. He's like, why do they always show up with like sub sandwiches and shit? He's like, some hot 13-year-old's gonna tongue your balls for prosciutto? What the fuck?
A 35-year-old Italian guy would tongue your balls for prosciutto.
Right. I think the prosecutor in this case,
Binger,
he would have.
Well, I think Krause, even if Krause isn't gay, he would do it for food.
Just for the sandwich.
Yeah.
That guy just
My
looks
favorite
hungry.
bit of the trial was Fatlock. And when they had the closing statements and he had the rebuttal, and like the very first thing he came up with when the rebuttal was just like, very disappointed that the defense said some mean things about Mr. Binger. Like, what?
That's your.
Rebuttal. It was very disappointing that the defense called us out on all of our lies.
We didn't appreciate that.
It was very embarrassing to be called out on our bullshit publicly in 4K, nuked from orbit, as the kids say. Mikey Gussler has given us a super chat, and it's not about Kyle Rittenhouse.
All right, I got
Zack Snyder, here we come.
Hold on.
It's the haircut. No, it's the haircut.
It's either Jared Leto saying that he wants the haircut, or it's Zack Snyder's Justice League retaking over the top Blu-ray and 4K sales.
Well, let's find out. Mikey Gussler, our resident Snyder Cut fan. Well, thanks, Mikey. We love you, buddy. For $50 says, howdy, everyone. Hope you all have a good week. Some Snyderverse news. Snyder Cut just knocked the Suicide Squad off the top-selling Blu-rays, and Snyder posted an image that might hint of the restoration of the Snyderverse. # restore the Snyderverse. You keep holding out, buddy. Man, I like, just for you, I want it to happen.
Yay! More middle-aged men crying in the rain in Halloween costumes.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's crazy that it's so true. Back on top of Blu-ray and 4K DVD sales.
I've just bought a 4K, and I'm just trying to remember which one it is.
Well, yeah, but what are the charts for Blu-ray? Like 2 1/2 copies?
This was Advent Children, actually.
Well, yeah, but what's come out? What's even come out that's even going to be relevant? Like, no real good movies have released anyway. Like,
well, that's just a testament on everything, but also a testament to that. That's the best of them, at least.
Because Snyder fans tried to run this bullshit lie that the ultimate cut of BBS was the #1 selling Blu-ray of all time, and it's not even remotely close.
Not of all time.
It's not remotely close, but it is really good. It is a good. It did sell really well. I think that when Dune comes out on DVD, I think that'll be
Razerfist's favorite movie, by the way.
It's no Talladega Nights.
Hey, I got Talladega Nights free with, was it my PS2 or PS3? I can't remember.
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that's like the #1 because it came with the PS3.
That's right.
Just gave it away.
Counts as a sale.
Who's retarded now? That's a good line.
Me.
So.
Sorry.
What is this?
I'm just glad PS3 did Blu-ray instead of fucking HD DVD or whatever the fuck it was going on. Remember that battle at that time? I still have The Bourne Supremacy or some shit on HD DVD.
What a waste. You sucker.
You remember when you feel foolish.
Wow, Ryan, you sound like a born supremacist.
Hey!
To be fair, I wasn't born this way.
He was radicalized after all.
You're on fire, baby.
According to Google, what is the best-selling DVD of all time?
no, it's not Force Awakens.
Teenage Tit Freaks 19.
That's what it really is.
I'm getting mixed answers.
It better be some weeb shit. If it's some weeb shit, I'll piss myself laughing.
It's probably Frozen.
Frozen. Yeah, it's Frozen.
Oh,
yeah.
Really? Holy shit.
Jeremy.
3.2 million. That doesn't sound like a lot. I don't know, man.
I see 7.7.
Okay.
Well, this is just in the United States. Hold on.
Yeah,
this
because
is in the United States, 7.7 for Frozen. Avatar's 7.4 million. The Force Awakens is 6 million.
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast, probably no, that's the original one, not the remake, actually. So the original Beauty and the Beast, which was released, this says in 2002, so it's probably like whenever that version came out. 6 million. Despicable Me 2, 6 million. The Avengers, 5.3 million. Lord of the Rings trilogy, 5 million. So that really is 15 million. Let's be fair.
Yeah, let's be fair.
Right.
And the best-selling DVD in 2019 was Aquaman. That's great. I just remember The Matrix selling a shitload of DVDs back in the day when that.
Oh yeah,
yeah, lots of people.
Hell yeah. Alexander Furious for $50. Because I totally agree. Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. This is about freedom and self-defense. Thanks for being some awesome effing bastards. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I am a bastard. I don't know who my dad is. I have no idea.
There you go.
Just took off on my mom when she was 16.
Went out for a bag of smokes, never came back.
Yeah, I did. Fucking jerk. Nah, it was way better off. He lives.
Do you see that Funko box?
Yeah, I saw it.
It's just the fucking empty box is like my dad who went for smoke 6 years ago.
That's
fantastic.
That's the one Funko I want to own. Oh, yeah. That is fucking great. Fuck those Funko. I feel dirt. I've sold those things at the comic shop before I bailed, and I made a lot of fucking. That was when they were starting out, and holy shit, it was like printing money with those stupid things.
I hate Funkos.
I hate
It's
them.
completely taken over the comic book store that I go to.
Yeah,
they're goddamn people. They're just millennial Beanie Babies. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, dude, you're not wrong.
Beanie Babies were way better than Funko Pops.
Yes, I agree.
I own 3 of them. And the only reason I own them is because they're Star Wars Expanded Universe. I got the Darth Revan, the Darth Malak, and the fucking Shadow Trooper.
For a second, I thought you were talking about Beanie Babies.
Your Beanie Babies.
No, I have like 1,000 Beanie Babies in my mom's basement somewhere.
Yeah,
I used to have the fucking book that told you the price, before they were like 6 cents.
That didn't sound right. Just for the record, like I have 1,000 Beanie Babies in my mom's basement. What are they like chained up or what? The fuck?
They're chained up to the dead
Trying
hookers.
to be let free.
Yeah, they are.
Ryan, do they still have the tags on them? Or do you
Of course, they have the protectors. I have the tag
that's
protectors because I'm not a
okay.
fucking heathen.
Oh, they're right next.
I thought that was going to be worth money someday.
I got a rags.
Keep waiting.
No, I do too.
They're right next to the.
Baby.
Ryan went to college on that shit.
Yeah, that's a rags. The Mahler one should be coming anytime soon.
I'm afraid that crypto are going to go the way of Beanie Babies.
Yeah, you're just going to wake up and Bitcoin's going to go from 70,000 to 5 cents.
To Beanie Baby.
I'm too old to understand that shit. Somebody's gonna have to. Tim.
Somebody's gonna be a gajillion trillionaire.
Tim
Every time I think about it, I'm like, I'm too late in the game, and then next time it goes up $20,000 again. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Son of a Wolf gives us $50. Thank you. This is Hail Friday Night Tides, finishing up a 60-hour work week, catching all on my lunch. Well, you're one of the few people out there working. Thank you, Son of a Wolf. We appreciate it because there's help wanted signs fucking everywhere down here. Every shop has them now. In this, whatever shops are open, by the way, I got to make that distinction because here in California, strip malls are pretty much 50% full. So yeah, every restaurant, every gym. Every Target, everything has help wanted signs, and they can't get help.
It's just going to be like Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, where even the prostitutes are having a half-price sale.
Yes, pretty much. Damn. We're all looking forward to that. Well, no, some
streets are so run down, even the prostitutes having a half-price sale.
Mikey Gussler for $50 more. This is to RazerFist. Thank you, Mikey. He says, Razor, I saw your video on underrated 80s albums and saw you mentioned Pantera. While I doubt 80s Pantera was bad, they were at their best in the 90s. They don't mention their 80s era is because they were embarrassed cowboys and vulgar rocks.
Super embarrassed. They're like Pantera as a band. They're like the tap out T-shirt of heavy metal. They're like fucking boomer bullshit, and they're all embarrassed of all their 80s albums because they're like, oh my god, we dressed up and actually knew how to play our instruments. We had a singer who could actually sing. What the fuck were we thinking? It's like, I don't know. I guess you actually were thinking. Fuck
yeah.
You. But yeah, it's power metal. Great album.
Hey,
tap out T-shirt. That is fucking
beautiful.
Savage. That is savage, man. Fucking savage.
Oh god, do I miss 80s hair metal? I loved when people just sang about getting fucking laid all the time and having fun. It's so
it just got replaced.
Now it's problematic.
Yeah, it did. And then on the white side, it went to grunge and talked about fucking just doing heroin and then dying.
Because that's basically what they all did.
Seriously, I was thinking about this the other day, dude. James Bond. I don't want to spoil anything if we can.
Spoil.
They're ending prominent franchises. Fucking, they're bringing Ghostbusters back. We're playing Nirvana and car commercials, folks. If we can get Billie Eilish's face in front of a shotgun, it is 1993 already.
Fuck. we can save music.
We were just talking about that from the gaming world, because we're like, we've got Halo Infinite. We just played fucking Mario Party to a big audience on our Twitch. It's like, what the fuck is going on right now? Everybody's back on Halo.
I said, hey,
right now.
What's going on?
I know. And I heard, you remember hearing that Avril Lavigne was fucking the dude from Nickelback? And it was like, What is this like? Is this real, or is this like a reality show called I Fucked the Year 2003?
It is. And then they're gonna have a baby that's 2004. I don't know what the fuck kind of kid. Maybe the kid will come out talented.
Lover Boy 2004.
Yeah.
Wake me up in the year 3000.
Folks, we're living in a fortified world. That's the only way I can explain it.
And I am a fortified girl.
Oh my God, it's Nancy Pelosi.
Hey.
Uh,
no, now I'm Nancy Pelosi.
Oh God! Jesus Christ!
No! You got to hold the wine glass while you're doing it. That's
You do this weird hand claw thing she does.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
She's like one Tumblr click away from being the alien from Star Trek Insurrection. I'm not gonna lie.
Pretty much. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's something different now. Tumblr click.
The baby is asleep.
Let's wake
Is
it
that
up.
code for something?
How's it going, everybody?
That's a white supremacist dog whistle.
What's
Oh,
up?
I thought this was the white supremacist dog whistle.
Baby is
It's a day of freedom. It's a day of freedom.
At some
sweet
welcome.
victory.
Yeah, it is. It is, man. It's been a celebration, and at some point later on, for those that we'll talk about Ghostbusters. We will get to it, but
God,
I know. But there's other entertainment stuff, but like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing again. It's when it's big news. We're gonna talk about it. It
transcends everything, man.
Yes,
Oh,
it
you
does.
know
Especially in our
Hollywood is
circle,
gonna have all kinds of cringy, thinly veiled allegories to this.
Oh, I hope
Easily.
so.
TV
I hope
shows.
so.
I'm sure they'll bring back Bosch just to ruin it again. Have a whole season about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yep.
Or a new court drama, right?
Mandalorian
Stop watching
season
Bosch
3.
before
Just
they
called
season by
Rittenhouse, the series.
Oh God.
Rittenhouse.
The untold story.
Or no, it'll be a new
The
HBO documentary.
The made-up story.
Yeah, it'll be white
right.
privilege the
Rittenhouse,
series.
the
Well, you know,
made-up
there's like the
story.
January 6th series. That'll be the Rittenhouse series. behind
Gamergate, the
scenes.
untold story. Have you seen that, Razorfist?
What is it?
Gamergate, the untold
I know what you're
story.
talking about. I know
By
what
the
you're talking
Serfs.
about.
That dumb
I got
fuck.
mentioned in it. I got one. I
You
know
did?
nothing about Gamergate. I know nothing
did I
about
not get mentioned? What the fuck?
I'm like, I got invited. Daily Wire asked me to come talk to them about Gamergate. I'm like, I don't know anything about Gamergate. Like,
Levark, please point to me which black person was a victim in this situation, please.
Right.
We're in
Him.
Oh, what a dumb ass.
Also, wasn't he the most
he's a
diverse?
fucking clown now. LeVar is a fucking clown
Isn't
now.
he part Mexican? Rittenhouse? So
Yes.
isn't he the most
Yes,
diverse
he's
of
Hispanic.
all?
He's Hispanic, yeah.
Man,
That doesn't
wasn't it
matter.
great when you just suspected all celebrities were retards and they didn't?
Yeah,
no,
they
the-
did everything?
Now you know for sure.
Yeah.
Any
Those are the
celebrity
days.
on the left is going to use this as an excuse to just let everybody know, hey, I'm here, I'm with you, hire me, I'm available. That's really all it's about, is just elevating themselves.
My favorite thing in the world is George Takei's Twitter feed because it's like 99% promoted tweets from the political party that put him and his family in a concentration camp.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I piss myself with laughter every time.
And the rest is just hatred towards William Shatner.
Yes, that's it. Oh my.
Oh my.
And that's just one reaction, Gary. Data Racer has been
does
doing
he?
a lot of fucking work. I've got some of his stuff pulled up here.
He's helping out the FBI quite a lot, I would say.
Basically,
If
since
the FBI was legit.
Yes, this is true.
Sick burn.
this is basically since like the verdict rolled in. This is just a variety of different blue check marks.
Holy
The
shit.
verdict has shown it remains
Yes.
legal to murder while white. Kyle Rittenhouse views
Oh,
himself as a
boy.
vigilante. Make no mistake, he's a criminal, and the verdict is a miscarriage of justice. Keith Olbermann, fuck this murderer.
Oh God.
And it goes,
Hey,
He's off his fucking
It's
gourd.
just a list of people Kyle can sue the fucking pants off of.
Mhm.
Keep it coming.
Yep.
and like, look at all this stuff.
This
Isn't
libel?
Isn't this Rachel's? Isn't that the new Snow White?
Uh-oh.
Rachel Zegler. Is that name
she, her, hers?
Oh,
Isn't she Hispanic as well? Isn't she meant to be Hispanic as well?
You mean
or is she
Latinx?
What is hers?
I'm a little alarmed that someone with pronouns in their profile can't capitalize their sentences. They're like really exacting on grammatical rules, but only sometimes.
You go, She-Ra and Disney Plus. She-Ra and Disney Plus voice actors calling for violence. No effing justice. Burn it all down, says Amy Carrero.
Your house. Okay,
Wow.
we'll go to your house and burn it all down.
My
Okay.
pronouns are she.
It's just property. It's just property.
My pronouns are Zippo.
That's not calling for violence at all. You know?
No, not in the least.
No.
This shit. These people are insane, man.
So dumb.
Twitter, isn't that an incitement of violence? So that's a breach of terms and conditions. But don't worry about it, Twitter.
You see that tweet that said,
All men must
I'm
die.
gonna kill Kyle Rittenhouse myself."
Yeah,
Twitter,
nothing would
that's
happen.
You leave that up.
Go, Colin Kaepernick tweeted. Fucking Jamel. Oh god. All right. Well, I found my
There you
Sports
go.
Wars videos for after
There you
this.
go.
So what did he say?
Just make a video right now.
What did he say?
That's kind of shades of Kathy Griffin a little bit. Like what the fuck?
God.
Oh yeah. Here's
I don't know
Colin
why everyone
Kaepernick.
freaked out about that. I mean, an actor has never killed a president before.
Yeah. Colin Kaepernick says, "We just witnessed a system built on white supremacy validate the terroristic acts of a white supremacist. This only further validates the need to abolish our current system. White supremacy cannot be reformed."
You first, dude. You
What
first.
a cartoon!
Dude,
The system
you were a
that
shitty
pays
quarterback.
You millions.
Get over it, dude. The defensive coordinators figured you out, man. Well,
Yeah.
what a fucking...
Plus, I'm pretty sure someone on the jury was a person of color.
Yeah, there was.
There was one, yes.
Yeah, one. Was it the Babylon Bee who said Colin Kaepernick upset that slave owners won't sign him to a slave contract?
I saw the Onion. I saw the Onion with an article today. It says Kyle Rittenhouse sentenced to 45 years of CPAC appearances. That's pretty good, actually.
You'd think Kaepernick would be happier about Kyle taking a knee.
Or Binger would like a knee.
Maybe it's because he took a bicep too. Maybe that was his. Jamel Hill, America sent the message that Trayvon Martin deserved to die, and KyleRittenhouse is a hero.
Okay.
How do you
just connect those completely?
Yeah,
Yeah,
completely
connect
not
those
connected at all.
that? Well, that's Jamel
Today's
Hill.
verdict showed that Moses was not justified in the same.
Jamel
I just
Hill
see
is
that all
such
this
a
has shown
racist.
me is that there's
O.J.
a lot
Simpson,
of
bitch.
hatred out there for white people. That's the definitive answer that we have today. A lot of hatred out there for white people. And Kyle Rittenhouse obviously is Hispanic as well, but the narrative is he's white. So that's who people.
It was the white side that killed them, and
like
they were
Zippo.
also white.
There's only one person's opinion I care about on the Rittenhouse, and that is O.J. Simpson's.
Yeah, and the media was actually busted for actually lightening his skin too.
Yeah, they did. Not just the media. Like I think the prosecution, when they put pictures out there of George Zimmerman, like intentionally lightened his skin to make it appear as he was less ethnic or whatever than he actually was.
It's kind of like what they did with Trump. Whenever he would be on certain news stations, you'd notice he'd be like
they
bright
bumped the
ass
saturation
orange.
up.
Like way more orange,
And they'd have his microphone up so fucking hot you could hear every single like nose hair rustle.
Yep.
Fuck.
So thanks, Data Racer, by the way, for doing your hard work.
He's awesome.
Dead Eraser fucking works his ass off, and I hate it when I see like whenever I do I try whenever I do a video or something like using that. I shout him out, obviously. I hate it when I see people that just like save his screenshots and fucking spread them out there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's so shitty because he does a lot of fucking work. I mean, it's probably easy today. You just scroll through literally Twitter and you've seen all of it. But
You
obviously
hit the
he's been at
Explore
this
tab,
shit
that's
for
it.
hours. Well, just documenting the.
I don't know how the hell he
disgusting
does all
behavior
this.
of these people.
He's awesome. He's just awesome, man.
Absolutely.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He needs to create a database, like a searchable database for, hey, search this subject, and you'll see all of the files that I've captured.
He does what researchers should be doing. He does what journalists should be doing, and they're not.
Yeah,
compiling data
because it's not about truth with them, and that's the sad reality of where we are now. When you've got mainstream media still trying to spin, and they've seen everything. They've seen the evidence. They've seen it all, and they're still trying to spin. Kyle Rittenhouse has been found not guilty of killing 2 Black Lives Matter protesters. It's just like, as long as they keep the country, your country, every country, to be honest with you, around the world, as long as they keep them divided, keep them fighting, keep them arguing amongst themselves, then your attention's not where it should be.
Yep.
Look at that.
Nice on government.
Pure hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Yes. This is GoFundMe trying to not be sued.
Wow.
Changing their terms of service.
Because they took down his defense.
Wow.
Yeah, I hope they're shitting their go shit me pants.
Go fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Go fuck yourself.com.
Dude, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, and it's going to be hilarious. A lot of them settled out of court. And is it going to change anything? No. I mean, the media is just getting fucking worse, man. It's, it's just, it needs to be, we need to stop supporting it. There's still too many busy people out there, we'll just say, that just rely too much on it, watching it in the fucking airport, and you need to shut this shit off. People have been saying it for fucking years, but they're lying to you. They're not obviously an authoritative source. And any company, when you see these large companies working in lockstep together, saying the same things that are in competition with each other, you would think people would recognize that's a bit of a problem, but they don't. And there's some points when we YouTube, it's like, God, I got to state this thing that sounds fucking obvious as hell, like just on the nose, like, hey, don't trust the media. But you still have to say that stuff, and it can be frustrating at times. And again, I understand people are fucking busy, but there's also the massive uninformed masses out there, especially in California. That's what I gave. I mean, we had a chance to recall fucking Gavin Newsom. There was momentum, and then everybody just forgot overnight because Gavin Newsom was very successful in convincing a bunch of fucking idiots that Republicans could actually do something in this state, even if one accidentally got arrested. The black face of white supremacy, Larry Elder.
Right. The issue is that the media can get away with it because obviously they're not going to call each other out when they're lying, and that's like one of the biggest issues here is the fact that one of the biggest red pill moments is when you actually see the media lying and there's something that counters their narrative. And one of the things I saw last year was there was that incident with that 18-wheeler driver who was actually pulled from his rig and beaten. But on the media, they're presenting it as, his rig was out of control and the protesters rushed in to see if he was okay. And that is clearly not what happened because I saw the footage on Twitter, the full fucking thing.
Yeah.
And the only way to combat this, misinformation stuff is not regulation. It's not the government.
Nope.
It's us.
Yep.
Calling it out.
Us calling it out. It's Nick Rekieta having a stream. It's you guys.
Rekieta with over 100,000 people watching him.
Yeah. Steven had a really great point today. He said, when you go to your Thanksgiving dinners, this is going to come up. Have the information and explain it to them. Don't get combative. Just explain it to them. What's going on?
And that's what I love most about all of this is that Rekieta's stream, it's not just reaching out to 100,000 people. It's they are giving experts, commentary about this. And now so many more people than ever before actually not only just have the information or were given, it's not like they were given the right opinion. They were shown the facts and they were shown here's what to look for. So now you have a more educated group of people who, when this stuff happens again, are going to say, oh no, I remember what happened last time. And now I'm going to look into this a little bit more. And I'm going to go back to Rekieta. I'm going to go back to some of these other people who have been talking about these things. And I think the game's starting to change a bit, and it's awesome.
The crazy shit is the people who outright deny it. It's like you can tell them, look, you can go here to find this information. And they're like, oh no, he's a murderer. He's a murderer. He's a murderer. It's like, dude, if you actually go and bother to inform yourself on what is going on, you will see that he is not. It's like you're either too entrenched in your ideology or you're just being fucking dishonest.
Yeah. No, you hit it right. It's entrenched in your ideology. It's I have had my received opinion. My opinion is now cast in stone. I don't need to look. I don't need. What's that term for that? I'm not a biblical person. But there's a term in the Bible. There's a terminology in the Bible. It's like, because God says seeing is believing, and man says believing is seeing. And then there's two completely different ways of actually viewing something. Rekieta's stream was great because even though they had their own opinions, like I said, there was still the lawyers who would say, well, I can see this from the
they're human beings
of why this is good and how this is damaging.
As a prosecutor,
and what this does. And even if you, for instance, let's just use the Rosenbaum one because that was the most contentious. I think all the others was pretty clear cut, but the Rosenbaum one with all the running around, you could formulate your own opinion on how you saw that first one. You could, with all the evidence that was presented through the footage presented. But to me, the whole case just fell apart when fucking gross dickhead went on the stand as a state witness and admitted to everything the defense wanted.
Yes.
Well, whenever you're the prosecution and basically all of your witnesses end up being more favorable to the defendant, it's not usually a good start.
No, it's not a good sign.
I think the defense were the drizzling shits. But it was really a case of the defense lost, but the prosecution lost even harder.
Yeah,
he was so innocent.
He was so innocent. Came out hard. Richards really came out hard in the summing up, and I think that's what really helped the defense because they were both teams didn't seem to know who they were fighting for in certain cases, but the defense was awful in a lot of regards. But that summing up. When Richards came out and that summing up, he just spit fire for 30 minutes.
You know what I think pushed it over the edge, though, was him saying havoc.
Havoc.
Yeah, havoc. There's havoc in the streets.
That would push everyone over.
And the hard
Kyle's lucky. Kyle's lucky that he was so fucking innocent. That no defense could fuck it up. Almost like it was almost to that level.
Tonight, baby.
It was so clearly innocent.
You're sure that's what sealed the deal, and not fucking Binger having the trigger discipline of Alec Baldwin there?
Dude, I can't believe that. I absolutely cannot fucking believe that.
I think Binger should get found reckless endangerment right there. I think that charge should be levied against him. But at the end of the day, independent media was such a big factor in this. You could hear the defense attorneys had clearly been reading Posovic's tweets, may have even watched Rekieta's videos. Like a lot of the stuff yes, 100%. Things that people had talked about the day before, they would bring up in court the next day. Independent media made a big difference in this. And make no mistake, because of that, the mainstream has seen that, the people in power have seen that. There will be a retaliation. There will be an attempt to silence us.
Shut them down.
Further.
Don't be a surprise if that tries.
Yeah. This is a massive loss for them in a lot of different ways. They are going to try to clap back and hard, so we can't stop talking about it.
Rekieta is going to be he's going to be an enemy. They're going to try to go after Rekieta. And that's why all the support he's getting is massive right now, just like anyone else. But like Rekieta is upsetting them big time right now, and he's an attorney, and he has other powerful attorneys. It's almost like they're going to go hard.
They have a super team.
And
they have an invoice.
Nobody's more prepared than Rekieta to handle it. Like he already knows. You know what I mean? So you're not going to beat Nick Rekieta. And
part of me fucked with his stream. YouTube kept fucking with his stream, and he was saying, "You guys got to all tweet it out because we're not violating any policy." And then
that's what sucks is because the scales are weighted on us. They can just silence us. They can ban his stream. So that's what sucks is that the mainstream media, they have so much extra power on their side. So that's why we all need to, and there's more of us though. I think that's where we balance it out more because there's more of us.
But they have the platforms though.
One of Razerfist's, best videos, it came out a couple weeks ago. The true purpose of propaganda, black pills, and the media's whole purpose right now is just to keep us all demoralized right now and to make us think we're just a small number. And I thought it was great because black pills don't solve fucking anything. They are a suppository. I totally agree, and I fucking love that video. And that's what broke. Rekieta. That's what I said earlier. Was it felt like there was a little bit of a paradigm shift that Rekieta got so much attention, that independent media got so much attention that a lot of people have been building up for years, like RazerFist and many others who are not even on the platform anymore. Even Alex Jones, who's been on this show, love him or hate him, the guy deserves to have his say. And I'm surprised they didn't, maybe because they were just, there was the spotlight was on YouTube and people would have maybe actually got upset. I don't know if YouTube cares that much. I'm kind of surprised they didn't shut it down like completely.
Yeah.
And just said, fuck.
I will
it,
say
what are you
also,
gonna do?
this kind of led to another really amazing thing. Not only did he be able to give so much exposure to all of these other amazing channels and build their platforms, but also he did, I don't know if y'all are watching, when he did the stress test on Odyssey and they broke Odyssey.
Yeah.
That's that's actually a good thing though, because now Odyssey has an idea of, hey, here's the capabilities of the amount of people we can have on our platform, and here's where we need to go. So this stuff has had a huge impact, not just on people learning more, but also all tech platforms learning more too, so that if they do shenanigans in the future with him being public enemy number one, hey, he has a place to be hosted.
Hey, and how many of those users that jumped over there made an account?
Yep.
That's true.
What's this?
That's
What's this video? This looks interesting, and then stay.
Well, I've seen a lot of people, the people that are critical of alt tech, and they're just making fun of Odyssey losing that. It's like, these are stupid people that don't understand. Like, in order to succeed, you have to fail. In order to succeed, you have to continue to fail so you can get better. And that's part of it. No one knows that more than me. I've failed more than anybody. But in order to get to where you need to go, you have to keep failing. So that failure for them wasn't necessarily a failure. It was an opportunity to learn what it's going to take to get to the next level. So I think it's really good.
And I think Rekieta wasn't censored more because he and everyone he had on the panel were very careful and very professional, and they weren't saying anything that was. They're lawyers, right?
And they're all fucking lawyers. Yeah.
How out of line are they gonna get? You know? Yeah. They didn't have us on.
He was like bizarre. Honestly, the phenomenon really is it's a popular case that people wanted to hear about, and they didn't want to fucking hear about it from CNN.
Yep.
So he became like the reverse Nancy Grace, like Nancy Grace, but not a fucking retard, right? Somebody who talks about the big case, but isn't a fire-breathing asshole.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's a great host too. So it's just the perfect trifecta of power. It was great.
He conducted himself brilliantly. But I think it goes more than just CNN. I think it's mainstream media in general. I don't think it really mattered what side of the fence you fall on. I think people just wanted to see some independent footage where you could see the trial, you could hear what was being said, you could see the evidence presented, and then if you wanted to, you could stay for the discussion with the lawyers.
Yeah.
And how they interpreted the evidence and what they saw. And I know nothing about guns. I'm a Brit. I just know about fucking whistles and big helmets, round helmets.
Machetes.
And just seeing the kind of, seeing the trigger discipline of Kyle Ritter in that
honestly, he was more of an inactive shooter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really, the fact that he only shot 8 times is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would have been shooting everywhere.
Did you hear about the guy
fucking triggering the everything?
I don't know what the circumstances were. That some guy killed a guy with a skateboard yesterday in California.
Yep. Yeah. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I think
according to Binger,
it was.
You've all got to take a kicking. You've all got to die before you can defend yourself. You know,
right? Such a bad take.
It was
ridiculous. It was just laughable.
I said it on Tuesday night's main event. The fact that fucking Krause of all people, that fat fuck, is talking about, so you just got to drop your hands and fight. You can't be a coward.
Yeah.
He's the only thing that dude has ever fought is type 2 diabetes and high cholesterol. Not a doubt in my
I was going to say a Subway sandwich, but
okay,
you got to be eternally in shape. This motherfucker doesn't even exercise caution. What the fuck? Fuck you.
Yep.
Wow, did you guys see? I just put it in the chat today in Gainesville. A different Kyle Rittenhouse was arrested for possessing CP. Isn't that crazy?
What?
Wow.
What?
Yep.
It's the circle
after clearing his name,
it's the wheel of fortune.
One goes up and the other must come down.
I heard someone brought Subway up. Someone brought Subway up. I don't think we need to bring any other, unfortunate situations in Chicago at 3 a.m. that happened.
MAGA country,
Yeah, that's very
bad memories. I would appreciate.
I don't know why you. Sometimes that's a very serious issue.
Well, Fatlock was assaulted by a sandwich.
In MAGA country.
Yeah, take a beating in MAGA country.
When you brought up Subway, I thought we were going to talk about other pedos that deserve a bullet, Jared. So.
Oh, and he's white too. Damn it.
Oh.
What? Yeah.
That guy looks like a fucking SEC fan right there.
How many Kyle Rittenhouses are there?
Yeah.
What did you expect, bro?
Apparently there's 2.
You know what this reminds me
Gonna
of?
be Wesley Snipes.
Excuse me, the other one was Hispanic.
What's that, Razerfist?
Correct, yes.
What's that, Razerfist?
You know what this reminds me of is fucking. There's a baseball pitcher, famous guy, fucking Madison Bumgarner, right?
Wow.
He dated a chick named Madison Bumgarner.
No.
What? What?
Yeah.
How does it even work?
I mean,
I don't know.
I've heard go fuck yourself, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow, that is weird.
Took it to an nth degree, that dude. Fuck, you know.
Wasn't she was significantly younger than him too, right? Because Bumgarner was like fucking like 35 or some shit when that happened.
I'm sure.
What's significantly young?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like fucking 10 or 12 years.
All right.
Yeah.
Younger, not 10 or 12
not like 30. not like I'm not talking about Joseph Rosenbaum levels of younger.
Oh,
I like to apply the metric of, has Joe Biden lost interest yet?
I think it's a good
I did see
insanity.
Speaking of, I did see Joe Biden did put out a statement today. He said that America's feeling angry and concerned, myself included, with the verdict.
Why?
It's not surprising that he's concerned about the death of a pedophile. Let's just be real.
One of his brethren.
And dude, he is so fucking bad. I mean, state the obvious, he's fucking so bad. It's the Obama administration. It's the third one. Obama did the same thing. He'd stir the pot, go out there, and it's not fuck. And then he forgets about what he's saying the next
If
day.
I had a son,
and he shit his pants
Trayvon
in front of a fucking pope. Germified for $50 says, calling it now. Again, shift in subject, a hard one here. The dumb celestial sticking out of the earth is going to be a brooding moment in the future Marvel movie for no reason. Also, might buy a certain item like Kyle's to celebrate. Not guilty. You mean the giant celestial will probably be forgotten like the 5-year fucking blip and like everything else?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They put a giant, I guess in the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer, there's a giant monument to Cap. I don't know why. He fucked off the rest of his life, completely ignored the Kennedy assassination, fucking Vietnam, 9/11, to go screw somebody else's girl.
Dude.
Hey, you mean
Haley Atwell's puss? Yeah, I know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Haley Atwell's puss.
I mean,
man.
hey.
Point two.
You mean Captain Rogers?
Captain Rogers.
Yeah, he's not Captain America anymore. He's Captain Rogers.
Captain Rogers, yeah.
He was never Captain America, just Captain Rogers.
Captain Whitebread.
Yeah,
he'll be gay in a couple weeks. Haley Atwell.
Give it time.
Concerning him at all.
I mean, he already palled around with a little boy all the time. I'm just saying.
Bucky, named Bucky.
Throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Threw him off a
little boy in Buccaneer boots.
Yep.
I don't know about that one, pal.
This is so you can never give evidence in court.
Oh, oops.
Yep.
He fell off. My bad.
My bad.
Bro.
My name's Steve Rogers. That's my code name, but I'm Joe Biden, really.
Yep.
Have you guys seen Grace Randolph's take on this?
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely terrible.
It's as good as a John Cena's dick.
Wow.
I don't get political takes.
Well. She's basically like, I don't often get political, but this not guilty verdict is a travesty. Then she says, bitch. Then she's like, between the Texas abortion ban and this verdict, something. I don't really know what that is.
Don't come to Texas.
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't get knocked up in Texas.
Texas is terrible, folks. If you're on the left, don't come here because we have anti-abortion laws and lots of guns. So
guns
everywhere. It's terrible. Don't come here.
And for our guests,
big
and low taxes.
Just have responsible sex. Not hard.
And for our guest, Arizona is a horrible place. You don't want to go there either. Arizona, Florida,
that's also
Texas. Just
it's awful. Topographically, it's like a litter box. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
When did she tweet this out, Grace?
Desert.
It's about 3 hours ago.
About a couple hours ago.
Okay, there's 4 hours ago.
I'll find it.
Yeah, Brian, find it. But she basically was saying, it's not self-defense. He put himself in that position. He should have never been there.
Here you go, Gary.
Okay. So she was wearing a short skirt.
Exactly.
That's what she's saying.
Right.
Exactly.
And a long
None of them
jacket.
should have been there. He was there to help.
I rarely tweet about politics, but this not guilty on all counts verdict is appalling.
Well,
I guess you didn't watch the trial.
You didn't watch the trial, then, Grace?
Nope.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. These people didn't.
Nope.
They simply did not watch the trial.
It's pretty apparent that they didn't see any of the footage and didn't watch the trial.
Even if they did, their minds wouldn't change.
Download, Kyle Rittenhouse, bad. Install, download, project.
Yep.
And then she followed it up with this. With Texas abortion law now Rittenhouse found not guilty, sets the stage for civilians to police other civilians with lethal force if they feel threatened in policing other civilians, something they shouldn't even be doing. That is madness. Do you want your neighbor policing you? And that's not...
if they're trying to burn my fucking house down, yes.
Right. If you're burning down the fucking city, then yes.
Shut your fucking mouth, Chris. You know nothing.
But that's not even what
it's in the abortion issue too, which is just ridiculous.
But that's not even what it's about.
These people are going around fucking killing people, fucking burning the houses, burning the buildings, burning the fucking businesses, and you're going and you want to say they're fucking peaceful protesters? Fuck off! This whole fucking narrative is fucking insane, and it's mental fucking retards like you and all the other fucking mentalists that are fucking perpetuating this. This guy was defending somebody's fucking property because he had cars burnt and burnt and burnt by a fucking pedophile and fucking wife beaters that go around using the N slur, claiming to be fucking Black Lives Matter activists. They're not. They use it as an excuse for violence. They use it as an excuse to burn. They use it as an excuse to fucking kill. And you want to go around going, fuck him. Fuck this guy trying to defend somebody's property. Fuck off!
Have I ever told you how much I like your accent?
200
New Zealand.
fucking Kyle Rittenhouses.
I look good in yellow, though. I look good in green.
Dude.
Just fucking sick of these fucking freaks, these fucking internet fucking uninformed, uneducated fucking retards that come on with received opinion and they know nothing what they're fucking talking about, and then they go spread it to thousands of people, and your thousands of fucking retards that follow you who want to get their fucking download of their received opinion, go fucking install it, and then they go spread it around, and then some fucking pedophile that's running the fucking United States of fucking America, sniffing boys and girls' fucking hairs, tweeting out that he's fucking upset about it. This is justice! Justice which has been done in front of a fucking camera with evidence presented for all to see.
Damn straight, buddy.
Yep. And that's why the Ricada stream has been so important. I mean, seriously, because all of that stuff that you just mentioned, right? Part of the thing that's fighting back against it are all the people, as they've been saying on all of their streams the last couple of days, have been white-pilled. Right? Like everything has been finally brought to the attention of so many more people. And so I cannot wait to see, because there's going to be another one. And guess what? Rikita and it looks like his team, his super crew are going to be there every single time and are going to be competition. And it's just going to grow and grow and grow.
As I like you when you mad.
The other thing too, which I think is really important.
Yeah, it's about 2 seconds from going fucking green there. But I'm just so sick and tired of seeing these fucking idiots, these absolute fucking morons, these Hollywood fucking or Access Media or Hollywood like Dave fucking Bautista with his big fucking flapping titties that just come onto fucking Twitter and they post the most inane shit, the most inflammatory shit, just to get people fucking mad, just to get them angry.
They live in houses.
Fucking mad.
They live in houses that are surrounded by walls and security.
And security.
Fuck these people, man. They have no clue what it's like to be out there. How could you live through 2020
to even
and
get
all
to
of the
their
riots
fucking
that
house?
happen and
you know, they're so fucking privileged and locked off.
I think you guys are being a little too hard on Joseph Rosenbaum for using the N-word. I'm just saying.
The other thing, too, that I think is important is that it's very apparent that they've lost control of the narrative. And that's why I think a lot of the media is freaking out. The personalities on Twitter is freaking out. They lost the narrative at this point.
Lose the people. America, fucking wake up. Wake up.
More importantly, it heads them off at the pass in terms of narrative, because what has happened up until this point? They've utterly dominated the news cycle. They get to report the news, they get to spin it at the exact same time. I mean, for fuck's sake, if you turned on MSNBC lately, if they spun any harder, they'd have to assign it a hurricane name. And you get it before the goddamn White House actually gets out there and gets their little spin. Like Biden, you know, some handler fucking threw that little statement together. He's going to have to do a press conference, I'm sure, in 6 goddamn months and actually address this shit. Of course, he'll have to read it off a fucking screen because goddamn RoboCop is less dependent on machinery than Joe Biden. So, of course, like, it actually manages to head off the entire thing at the pass. If you have an actual, like, third plank, whatever the fuck you want to call it, independent media, if you have that, then you could actually, like, you can actually have competing viewpoints at the beginning instead of having way later, like Fox News used to have to for a long time and whatever the fuck, World Net Daily, whatever you want to point out. Because there was conservative media for fucking years, National Review, whatever, but they would always get there after the scene of the crime. You know what I mean? Now you've got people like Rakita. You've got people online who are actually commenting on these things as they occur, and you actually get alternate viewpoints. And that's one of the reasons they had a nice cozy memory hole put aside for fucking Nick Rakita that you may have noticed if you ever tried to Google his ass.
Yep. Right. And also 2 big losses for the mainstream media the last month or so. Virginia and now this. And so that to me is showing that there is a shift going on, and all we can do is hope and pray that it keeps on going forward, and also to hopefully be a part of the push forward in these directions.
And look, yes, I want more citizens to police whenever the police aren't out there on day 3 of riots, burning, arson. It's just property. It's not just property. You can set fire to a building that has nobody in it, and I don't know if you know how fire works, but it can spread to people and kill them. So, yes, I want more people out there protecting their community. If there were 50, 100, 200 Kyle Rittenhouses that night, I bet you $100, I bet you my fucking life savings, nothing would have happened. None of this would have happened. Nobody would have died because it's a deterrent.
Well, and it was
Quarter Black realized that he bet more than his life savings. He had to alter that.
Yeah, he had to alter a little bit. But I mean, it was obvious that from the start this thing was coordinated. They had those bricks being dropped off in Dallas, and they rioted in San Diego. San Diego doesn't do shit. I grew up here. It's a peaceful, dumb people in this city. They might riot if you take away their
the
weed.
homeless to do anything for food.
Yeah,
they're that fucking lazy.
It was such a sham anyway. And I'm really happy that it put that back on display. And this fucking stupid January 6th. It's like the world's burning down. January 6th.
Such a joke.
Yeah.
It's a gaslight. Look, people know the difference between a riot and a fucking protest, okay?
And an insurrection and whatever. My favorite take on January 6th was, may he rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. He was like, my favorite part of January 6th was when the horrible insurrectionists calmly and politely moved aside the velvet rope and walked in.
But the most horrifying part was when the police let them into the building to take selfies in an organized manner, and a couple people stole some mail. Heaven forbid.
Yeah, Nick Searcy, who I was interviewing today when the verdict came out, like he just came fresh off of shooting a new movie with Gina Carano and Tyler Fisher and like some other canceled Hollywood types. He is coming out with a documentary about the 6th on Thanksgiving next Thursday already. It's called Capital Punishment. So it's going to be great. And it shows a lot of footage from that day that the mainstream media would never show. Just regular people. There was up to, and now I'm hearing a lot of counts that there was about 2 million people there. I thought it was just 1 million there that day, but a lot of footage that the mainstream media would never show. So I think it's going to be really cool that that's going to be out there.
They always show the worst bits too, and you can tell it's like the same 2 clips over and over again.
And that's the thing is, like, mainstream media had time to get there. Like, they could have had their crews set up at like 8 or 9 a.m., but they waited and they didn't, and they waited and they knew they were going to have a specific narrative to push on the 6th, because they could have had all day shooting the Capitol and the peacefulness and families and people singing and praying, but this was very strategic and a lot of FBI influence. So
they got pictures of them walking in because the media was leading, like they were ahead of the people that were coming in. That's the only way you get pictures like that.
And also, isn't there a lot of footage that they're like refusing to put out there, like that they're withholding?
Yeah, so because it's fucking federal agents. Because there's so many goddamn feds that were there that day that they can't put a lot of it out, or else they'll get caught.
Yeah, but D. Snyder's in this documentary. Aaron Babbitt, the husband of Ashley Babbitt.
My favorite person, D. Snyder.
I got because they talk about like how Trump used the like "we're not going to take it" song,
right?
But Aaron Babbitt is in it, and like that, I got to watch an advanced screening of it, and like just watching him speak, like it made me really tear. Well, I cried like almost nothing. I'll cry reading a card, but like it was cool to see Aaron Babbitt speaking out because we haven't heard from him at all in the mainstream media. Jack Posobiec is in it. Ian Smith, who's the owner of the Attilis Gym in Belmar, New Jersey, who has been open the whole time throughout the lockdowns, not charging his members. So a lot of cool people in this documentary.
Yeah, except for D. Now he can sing. We're gonna take it.
Right, jab.
Oh,
God. Is he pro jab?
Yep.
Is he pro jab? Oh,
every 2 months for the rest of our lives.
Well, he's an old boomer, so what are you gonna do?
All the fuck. I mean, I heard fucking Ozzy. I was okay. Speaking of boomer, I was listening to my Sirius XM. I was listening to my Sirius XM Ozzy Boneyard radio, and like he does like a little 15-minute, and he's oh my god, everybody's like, nobody will get the vaccine. They just like, we're fucking dying, man. We're fucking dying. It's like, dude, shut up.
Well, one of us is.
Yeah.
How metal, man.
At least Eric Clapton's standing strong, baby.
Totally metal.
That was. I did not see the Eric Clapton thing coming. I gotta admit that.
I think Ozzy's already dead. Just no one's told him yet.
No.
Probably right.
Fuck.
Oh my
god. What the fuck you say? I'm dead. What is he going?
I can understand. I can understand Ozzy for the most part, but he's getting bad, dude. Like he just and it's like 15 minutes of it because they have to do it because it's Ozzy's Boneyard. But
right.
Hey, Gina Carano's gonna. I thought this was a joke when I saw it.
This is awesome.
It's pretty hilarious.
Gonna be in a biopic called My Son Hunter. Is this like crowdfunded?
Yes.
Okay. So
if you go to mysonhunter.com, I think they're looking for $2.5 million total. They're already at like 1.6 or 1.8 or something.
So,
Nice.
so if you're still holding on to the she's returning to the Mandalorian. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Pretty sure
She
that's
was
not
seen
gonna
on
happen.
set, Jeremy. She was seen on set.
And Kathleen Kennedy is going away. Okay.
She's out. Kathleen is out.
Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't look like the Mandalorian is going to return to the Mandalorian at this point.
No.
I don't know how much longer that shit's going to last anyways.
Oh, fuck. The one fucking thing they had going for him, Kathleen Kennedy fucked it up, so of course she gets re-signed.
Naturally.
Right,
and
naturally.
And
I mean, in fairness, before you move on, like I don't want to distract or anything, but do you feel like it's kind of convenient timing that like literally within a week of them announcing that fucking the new Indiana Jones, which is the only thing she's allowed to touch now, that was pushed back 2 fucking years, which is ridiculous. Yeah. That's the exact moment her contract was coming up to be re-signed. Are you going to fire your producer halfway through before the movie's even released? You know what I mean? Does that seem a little convenient?
I also think the reporting. I shouldn't even say reporting. The rumors of Kathleen Kennedy not being allowed to touch anything are absolutely false. Just like they've been false this entire time. That's just not true. Her and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, they're working together. All right. She's not a fucking creative. She's not going to sit there and fucking work out a script or something. She's someone who hires people to do things. That's the bottom line.
Do you think it's Favreau's before Hose? Honestly,
no.
I don't know, but I do know that it's obvious that she was never going anywhere. That was clear, and now she's going to stay there because guess what? Maybe if the Mandalorian fucking was a total bomb, maybe there's potential that she does leave.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. She's untouchable, dude. She's too, she knows where the bodies are buried. She knows all the secrets. Like she knows these powerful men and knows all their. She's too damn. She's got a lot of shit on people.
Not even just that, but she's just friends with them.
You don't have to go to those lengths for Christ's sake. It's 2021 and she has a vagina. That's all.
That's what you need. And then also who her husband is, who she's friends with. So she is set just for those reasons alone. So yeah, you don't even need to go down those roads because it's already
by
there.
Spielberg. Yeah, you're right. Anointed by Spielberg and George Lucas.
Handpicked by George Lucas.
One of the most
Hollywood aristocracy.
The most powerful woman in Hollywood, probably. And she she doesn't do a ton. Yeah, she just coordinates shit, and it's easier to keep her. It's going to look bad. If they fire her, they would get a lot of shit, especially if we would be celebrating like fucking crazy. And it's like, oh, giving in to the Nazis. You know, they have
to keep her.
So they're stuck. They're stuck with this incompetent fucking idiot who, like, she had a great pedigree in the past, but that was getting coffee for Spielberg most of the time or cutting a deal.
But it doesn't matter at this point. Even if she goes. What you got to get Michelle Rejwan, J.J. Abrams' acolyte in
it's not going to change anything.
Kennedy.
No, that might actually be worse.
Star Wars is still dead. It doesn't fix anything.
Yeah. Yep. Right. It's gone. It's gone. Guys, just let it go. It is dead.
It's over.
It doesn't matter at this point.
Let it go.
Even talking about it now just bores this is great, but like breaking down a Boba Fett show. Oh, that's going to be 20 minutes of a guy who barely talks under a helmet and what is it? What was her name again? She looks
Agent
good.
May.
Agent May from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be doing all his
Ming-Na Wen.
Yeah, who looks great from 57 years old.
Fennec Shand is the character's name. This is what they're going to do. I've been saying it for a fucking year at this point. They're going to cannibalize the expanded universe. They're going to take the Thrawn trilogy and they're going to retell it. But instead of Luke Skywalker, your main character is going to be Ahsoka Tano. Instead of Jorah Sabaoth, the fucking Dark Jedi that's with Grand Admiral Thrawn, it's going to be fucking Ezra from Rebels. This is what they're going to do because they have not a creative bone in their body. You know what they're doing with Boba Fett? They are setting him up to be this good guy who's organizing the entire underworld. He's going to be like, if you've read those books, he's going to be the Talon Card. That's what Boba Fett's role is going to be. It's clear as day because these people are fucking soulless. And for anyone that thinks Kathleen Kennedy can't touch that or has no influence, come on. At this point, have we not seen enough?
The fact that everything got delayed, I think, people weren't interested. Also, there is I don't think this comes as a surprise to anybody. Her management style there is well known. She micromanages the shit out of everything, and that's no secret in Hollywood. That's why you see directors backing out, even crappy ones like Patty Jenkins, who want to write rape scenes into their Wonder Woman films.
Yeah. What's the one consistent that we've seen from Lucasfilm since Kathleen Kennedy took over? That they continue to have projects that they have production problems. Well, guess what? We just reported on 2 new projects that have production problems.
Yep.
And she's still in charge. She's still ruining shit. She's just not good at what she does. She's just not.
Yeah. But she is untouchable. Can't deny that. And I think this reminds me.
Confidence re-signing of 3 fucking years. Jesus Christ, fucking public school
seriously.
That signed a longer contract.
But
by the way, her next movie, the one that she's actually hands-on with right now, is fucking Indiana Jones. That's going to release in 2 years. That doesn't even give her time to ruin anything else. What the fuck?
No.
She's
if that film ever gets finished, with the way it's going right now,
Harrison Ford might survive to the release date. We'll have to see.
We've got Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant, coming out with a series. She can fuck that up royally.
Oh,
and let's be real.
They all can fuck that one up royally.
The Obi-Wan series.
They need a casting couch first.
Oh, fuck.
The Obi-Wan series. Kathleen Kennedy was directly involved with deciding who to hire for those things as well. Yeah. So, she's involved in Star Wars. I know that disappoints some people, but that's what.
But this reminds me.
Everybody.
It
reminds me.
Queen Kathy.
It reminds me of. Yeah, it reminds me of 3 years ago, right? Back when we were talking about the other contract before that contract extension, right? Back in 2018.
Oh, that's right.
And I remember we had a panel on, and Matthew Kadish was on talking to us about it. And sure enough, who was right in that situation? And that was when we had someone claiming that they actually saw Kathleen's contract and they actually knew the person that was coming in to replace her. All ended up being complete BS. Matthew Kadish was right just because he knew about the power that she has. And clearly that has not changed. She still has a lot of power and she's not going anywhere.
Well, I have a scoop here. I have seen, I've not seen her contract, but I have seen her invisible old lady facial hair. What is the deal with that, ladies, by the way? Do you just let that grow in until you have to braid it or what the fuck?
Never heard of a razor?
Fade in.
Right?
She has a condition, okay?
And guys aren't allowed to mention it until they look like General Burnside. What the fuck?
The theme of the stream, white pills for Kyle, black pills for fucking Star Wars.
Yep. Let's see Lawrence Fox come here and freaking Me Too Gina Carano.
Hi, I'm Gina Carano. I'm here on the set of My Son Hunter, the story of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. We're in Belgrade, Serbia. It's such an incredible place.
We're putting our best
and
foot
I'm
forward.
working with Lawrence Fox, one of the most amazing humans ever that I found in 2020. So
wow.
Lawrence.
Wow.
Damn, dude.
Wow. I mean, that's exactly what I'd love to do, but Lawrence, come on, dude.
He's in character. It's Hunter.
Yes.
It's absolute.
He did look like he was going a little method with the Hunter thing.
Hey, we got breaking news. Tucker Carlson will interview Kyle Rittenhouse on Monday.
Oh,
wow.
There you go.
Huge.
That's
crazy. When is he going to
and you know
interview
what?
Nick Rekieta?
He's going to be a class act. I'm already because you already saw it in the courtroom. He's going to be a class act, and it's going to piss every single blue check mark on Twitter off.
Says, fuck you.
He's no. He's going to take the route of like, I wish I didn't have to do it, but I did because I was in a position of self-defense. And he is going to come across looking great, and it's going to piss all the blue check marks off.
George Takei now has something to tweet about for the next 6 hours.
Oh, God.
I think he's going to say. So, anyways, I started shooting. I started blasting.
All right, we got some chats to get to here. 2% right for $50. Says just wanted to share the upcoming Sci-Fi Fantasy Con in Lebanon, Tennessee. Confinement 3.0 weekend of February 25th. Small, chill, casual con with authors like Michael Z. Williamson and Stephanie Osborne. Confinementcon.org. No mask, no vax, no problem. That's good.
Plenty of prison cells, though. Plenty of cells.
I know, seriously.
Are you going to have like 3 sci-fi? I mean, not to put it down, but the sci-fi scene is the worst. It's just as far as wokeness and just SJWs, it's terrible now.
It's terrible. What was the thing on Facebook? Trek against Trump.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You want to cringe out of your fucking skin. Jesus Christ. Go read some of those posts. It's like when your aunt breaks into the box wine at Thanksgiving. It's that.
Wait, Nancy? You mean when Nancy Pelosi gets into the box wine?
Yeah.
Then does an interview.
Is that as bad as the Star Trek? It's probably worse than the Star Trek communists. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Trek against Trump. Oh, wow.
You think, with how tight the skin on her face is pulled, you think the back of Nancy Pelosi's head looks like the end of a roll of hamburger?
No. Which is why she needed to get her hair done when everyone else was shut down because it was going to be exposed.
So. She needed to shuffle around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty bad. I'll share that. Oh, God. Trek is so fucking dead right now. Anyway, I because I needed a good laugh. I peeked in on the first episode of Star Trek Discovery season 4, and it got worse. Apparently, retarded 6-year-olds are now writing soap operas in space, and we had a Hillary Clinton version of space. Space Jesus was insubordinate to the president of the Federation after she saved multiple realities. By the way. And we have something called the Anomaly coming after the burn. It's really just riveting writing. It is so fucking dumb. And we had the dumbest away mission I've ever seen. It was Tilly and Adira. And Adira is the non-binary character. So we had Tilly, who's put on about 40 pounds. And Adira in the dumbest away mission ever. Of course, somebody died and it was their fault. It was a away mission on Deep Space Beta, by the way. So I thought
that does not surprise me.
You have to be shitting me. That's not the name of it.
There's a number around it, but it was Deep Space Beta 347 or something like that, and I was just laughing my fucking ass off.
Deep Space Beta mail.
Buford T. Justice for $99.99. Let justice be done. Let the heavens fall. Kyle is a hero. Down with the corporate media and commie politicians. All hail Friday Night Tights. Hail to you, beautiful. Hail!
Buford T. Justice.
Buford T. Justice.
By the way, I have found YetiCast posted a great thing of live footage outside of the courthouse. I'm sharing it right now.
Is it the one we showed earlier?
No, it's
Is it different?
outside.
Oh,
Some
outside.
people are running away.
Outside. That's good. All right.
Oh no! Somebody shot off Kyle Rittenhouse.
That flash footage.
It's great.
Freaking
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse kind of looked like Gage Grosskreutz in that one with his arms all skinny like that.
A try for a buy in that one.
Keith
Mocking
Olbermann's
John McCain for Beyond the Grave. What?
Keith Olbermann's career trajectory has been hilarious, to say the least.
It has.
Yes.
He makes me laugh by proxy at Alex Jones. Do you remember that documentary that Alex Jones did where he was running around with a megaphone shouting 9/11 is an inside job?
Yes.
and he showed up to a Keith Olbermann event and he was I don't know. Keith Olbermann has fucking events, but anyways, so he's shouting 9/11 was an inside job, and Keith Olbermann looks over at him puts his fucking Clark Kent glasses down and goes, "Alex, I think you can calm down now." And he was like, and so Alex actually cucks to him. He's like, "Well, actually, Keith Olbermann's kind of one of the good ones because he reported about something, and then he left." Fucking Alex goes to Keith Olbermann. It was very disappointing.
God, how long ago was that?
It was a long time ago, in fairness to Alex Jones.
Right.
But no, I wasn't down with the whole inside job thing. Not a believer of that. But I don't talk about it here. Nikki D for $50. Certainly, there's all kinds of shit going on, and I had a show where I used to talk about that, and I might bring that show back soon. But not here. Hail Razor, gents and ladies. Given the current stream of forgettable slop and increase of PP politics in comics, games, movies, and today, when will we see a shift away from the overt agitprop, using big words, fucking kicked out of 3 high schools, man. Nikki, come on, killing me. And when will we start seeing the normies reject the MCU? That's Nikki D for $50. Normies will. We have a. I'll let Razor, but we have a precursor to this, and it was Star Wars. How long did people? We had the Force Awakens, and then it took the Last Jedi, and that didn't bring everybody around.
I don't even think you have to wait for them to sour on the fucking politics. Honestly, the trend, if you look at classic trends in Hollywood, Westerns, film noir, whatever, crime movies back in the day, they all tend to last between 15 and 20 years. And we're in the between 15 and 20 years stretch here where you're kind of in the slow decline phase. And that's why you're starting to see for the first time ever some Marvel movies, which used to be 24 karat gold. I mean, even if it was a bad Marvel movie, fucking Ant-Man, anyone? Jesus Christ, people pretended that shit was good. And even bad ones would make money. Yeah. And now we're actually to a point where, hey, a movie's bad and we actually just don't go see it and it bombs. It's like, we can do that? Holy shit.
Yeah.
So I think actually that's kind of where we're at. So we really don't need to wait on people souring on the politics. Personally, just wait for them to get tired of the trend. They're kind of almost there anyway.
Yeah,
I do think that Spider
is a trend. That's all it is. It's a looking cool. I'm an LGBT. It's really just goth in a different
FOMO
world.
Fear of missing out.
And then they move on, and it's a different trend later.
Eternals had a terrible week, by the way. I mean, terrible week.
Fucking a little over $1 million a day, basically.
Literally, the only thing keeping that thing afloat is the international, though.
Yeah,
but
I'm hoping. Unfortunately, Ghostbusters is not much of an international property, but the international might be the only thing that saves it.
It still needs to make $200 million before it breaks even, right?
Oh no, it's still got a long way. I mean, it's like I think 500 million is the total it needs to make.
Yeah, it's currently 300, right? 301 right now.
No Chinese box
Good luck
office.
with Ghostbusters. Good luck.
Yeah, there's no other release markets for it.
Well, Ghostbusters only did $4.5 million Thursday.
Yeah,
I said before the beginning, I didn't think Ghostbusters was going to be.
I don't think Ghostbusters are going to do that well.
No.
Yeah, the projection was around 45 million. I'm thinking it'll be higher. I'm hoping word of mouth helps it, but
well, it's just not the same.
It's got more of a longevity.
I'm going to say 35 to 38.
I say
I don't. Ghostbusters just isn't the same without Leslie Jones. I think
it's really not.
Just not the same.
Well,
what about
It's
a
not
gross Busters with Kyle Rittenhouse?
Hey,
well, we already had that.
I do think that there's something to be said about that 2016 did damage Ghostbusters as a brand significantly. Much like if you go back, and I know it's different circumstances, but it's part of the general audience trend. But like Batman Begins didn't perform really well because Batman and Robin had just ruined the Batman kind of idea in the general audience mind, and then it kind of took Batman Begins to do good to get it back to a place where Batman was relevant. And I just think 2016 did so much damage to so many people that they just hear Ghostbusters, and a lot of the general audience just doesn't even care.
Well, can you imagine? Can you imagine the pitch meeting for that shitty Ghostbusters movie? Like, all right, folks, new Ghostbusters flick, and the entire surviving original cast, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, Sigourney Weaver, Rick Moranis, will be at home not watching it like the fucking most of us. Like that's their pitch, and they wonder why it bombed.
Yeah, it was the dumbest, and it's Amy Pascal who keeps getting work. But like you said, Jeremy, I think you get some things are not franchises. It's not a franchise. We said it earlier, but you only get one shot at things, and if you fuck it up, no matter how well you repair it later or whatever your intentions were, and I'd say there's very good intentions behind this new one. Because they needed to make money, let's be real. But and they need to repair it. It's sometimes it's too late. And there's the overall, not just with Ghostbusters. There's fucking Hollywood. I talked about it in my last video. I think a lot of people are just fucking fed up.
Yeah,
and
two big things about the Ghostbusters box office though is that for anyone wondering, so right now with the 4 million it made. Or 4.5 million it made on the Thursday previews. That's ahead of the 2016 Ghostbusters, which made 3.4 million in its Thursday previews. Wow. That went on to make 46 million in the middle of the summer. So again, we're kind of looking where it's looking like it still could potentially get to that number or higher. Obviously, we're not in the summertime in that way, but yeah, it's also it costs a lot less too. It costs a lot less to make.
Yeah, what's the budget on this, Odin?
75 million.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So
it doesn't need to make a lot.
Make money.
It does not need to make a lot. It's just, and I think that this movie is one of those films where it might not have the biggest opening weekend, but I think that it's going to have strong holds because I know for me, I came out of it and I was just like, frick, this is awesome. I'm pumped. I'm going to go see this again. I want to bring people to go see this. And I think that that's what's going to keep this film going and have it be more of a success, just box office wise. It's going to make money. I think it's going to make money, whereas Ghostbusters 2016 did not.
It's going to have a good hold like Rogue One did because it's basically the same as Rogue One, where the first hour and a half are kind of forgettable and the last 30 minutes is has people pumped when they walk out. That's kind of how I see it.
Can we normalize films that are barely over an hour long again, please?
Oh yeah, this is 2 hours and 4 minutes.
I told you guys, fucking, I just watched No Time to Die. Is that not like the most ironic title?
Oh God, that was painful
to end.
It's 3 hours long. You had time to be born, give birth, die, be resurrected, and die again. God damn it!
Not time to get fucked unless you're.
Well, the opening sequence is 25 minutes. That's the opening fucking sequence for a Bond film.
Well, the issue is that it's such a boring movie. 3 hours is just way too long for it.
And boy, it's the good thing they didn't cut out any of those whisper quiet dialogue scenes,
right?
Fuck.
And Rami Malek, such a compelling character who came in for like 2 minutes of it, and the rest of it was just a big fucking soap opera.
Yeah.
James Bond crying.
A small world. That my stepbrother planned the death of her family's father at
the Daniel Craig fucking Bond universe is so fucking convoluted with all those people. What they did at Blofeld and made him his fucking foster brother, like all that bullshit.
It was so Marvel or like Marvel DC-ish kind of. It was Dark Knight actually is what it came off like in Skyfall. Didn't he find that out in Skyfall? Was that the one?
Spectre. No, Spectre.
It was Spectre. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I watched them all in one run, so they all blend together.
Yeah.
But wasn't there literally? It was so superhero movie. Wasn't there literally a point where they're like dueling on a bridge? and Blofeld says something like, "We're not so different, you and I."
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
And then, hey, Rami Malek says the same thing at the end of No Time to Die. When I could be looking at my own reflection.
We're mirror images of each other or some shit like that.
I think Javier Bardem says that in Skyfall or something similar.
Yeah, because they're both,
we're not so different.
Yeah,
he was
baby.
an agent at one time.
The only difference was Faza loved you more than he loved me.
The thing I found so frustrating about that movie is like
was bad.
We take a break from this action movie to talk about James Bond's feelings, and it happens multiple times through the movie.
I want to take a break from the Bond film to see him fuck abroad.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what I want to fucking...
and you know, I think, and I like Casino Royale, but there was a point in that movie where I was like, oh fuck, this ain't James Bond, where he's literally crying in the shower with Ava Green, which granted I probably do a lot
probably
of
would
things
do that with
I think he was comforting her. I think he was comforting her.
Yeah, he was making moves. That's what that was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But I
you
was
can't
like,
spell
come on.
comforting without cum.
Look, in all fairness, Razerfist, he was so alpha in Casino Royale. He fucked her when he had fucking broken bollocks. Okay, so you know, he was going through some more than blue balls during that. I'm telling you.
And I think the reason I like Casino Royale, like I fucking loved it when it came out, was because all right, we're doing a prequel. Okay, female M, Judy. It doesn't really make sense, but whatever. We're doing a prequel, and so we see this Bond who maybe we're about to see why he fucking treats women the way that he does. We're about to see why all this shit happened because of like that loss. But no, the rest of the Daniel Craig James Bond series is literally him hung up on Vesper. Like that's it.
Literally, the opening of this movie was about her,
and that's why
getting her sort of permission to marry and
like, get over.
And that's why.
Yeah.
And that's why even though I think that No Time to Die is like a really bad James Bond movie, it actually fits in with the rest of the 4 Daniel Craig movies because
But it's one
it's
film,
literally
isn't it?
exactly that's literally like what these fucking movies have been about. It's not James Bond, but it does fit his side of the franchise.
A sad, depressed spy man who misses his mummy wife.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that's why they kind of rounded it out, so it's sort of an encapsulatory thing. So they can, you know, bring in whatever a pan-gendered sea anemone or whatever the fuck.
Well, even worse than that, Tom Holland says.
Tom Holland's been vying for the role.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh God, no.
And The Rock. Did you see that? The Rock.
Oh God, I don't know which I want less.
Well, I think in all fairness, The Rock, you know, he's being tongue in cheek about it. He's not. I don't think he's being too serious about it.
Tongue in.
He'd be a great Bond villain.
Yeah,
if you had the right, you know, if you had the right material.
Yeah, like Henry Cavill.
The Rock was always better as a heel.
Versus The Rock.
I'd rather have Cavill as Bond. Yeah, come on.
That's what I'm saying. Henry Cavill versus The Rock. Like have him as the Bond and then have Rock as.
That'd be fantastic.
Are you talking about Black Adam?
Why you got? Why is it always black? You got
why you gotta bring a black?
Excuse me, it's Adam of color now.
Oh, what the hell with? Oh, I forgot now. What did Bleeding Cool report his name was going to change to? It wasn't going to be Black Adam. It was like some dumb version of Shazam.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they did.
Parmesan.
Oh, Kazam. It was going to be a Shaq remake.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
I am Kazam.
But I mean, not Black Adam, but Dwayne Johnson has been saying Black Adam, using the word Black Adam ever.
Well, it's Bleeding Cool. I mean, come on. Rich Johnson is just on top of it all
maybe
the time.
Did he mean in the comics?
Maybe.
Is that what it would? I forget that story.
I hate to look up their garbage fucking website because it just like cripples your computer with fucking ads. Even this one.
Like the Daily Mail. Whenever like there's a story from the Daily Mail.
That's why you use Brave. It has like a built-in pop-up blocker and ad blocker.
Mm-hmm.
I make money from ads, so
So
Brave doesn't work well with some of the programs I use.
Programs you use.
Shazadam officially changes his name to Black Adam. No, where's the God? I remember this.
Shazadam.
I remember this.
Shazadam.
No, it was something. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but God, I remember that. Yeah, it was like, what the fuck? No, DC is not renaming Black Adam to Shazadam, but that is what that's what Bleeding Cool reported, and it's not April 1st. I was like, double check that too. I'm like, what the fuck did they get that? Maybe they lost. Maybe Black Adam's like got a copyright or some bullshit like that. They've won it. Who knows?
Isn't that Gomer Pyle's catchphrase?
Yeah, Shazadam. Shazadam. Hey, Roaring Steel Media for $50 says reject. I love this. I actually stole this too in a video. I put it in a video title. What was it? I put modernity in my James Bond one. I think reject modernity, embrace pulp. Razerfist. Are there any publishers who you can recommend for pulp? Either faithful reprints of classics or new material in the classic style. Kyle is a hero. Let's go, Brandon, and hail Rageaholic and hail Friday Night Tights.
Well, that actually kind of fits. We were talking about James Bond. He's kind of a pulp character. He comes in at the tail end of pulp, beginning of paperbacks, whatever.
Yep.
And by the way, don't buy the new editions. Some of them are censored. They cut out a lot of the edgy stuff and the, because there's some proto-blaxploitation in certain Bond books.
Yep.
And so they cut some of that stuff out and smooth some rough edges. Yeah. Be careful of newer editions of Bond books. I have the old-fashioned ones with the really politically incorrect covers on them.
Yep.
Which I love. Where there's like 7 half-naked chicks hanging off him, and he's got a fucking battle axe or something. I don't know.
A little-known fact about James Bond: everyone knows about his license to kill, but no one knows about his N-word pass.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
So he gets that.
But as far as pulp publishers, there's a cool. I'll give him a shout out here. There's a cool modern pulp called Kirsova, Cirsova, that does like compilation. It's like an old school pulp where it's a bunch of short stories all together. And obviously, I'm going to be coming out with a second volume of mine, which Nerdrotic was nice enough to plug last time when I was selling the first one. So
and if we
which I appreciate.
No problem. And, hey, I've got my my book right here.
Oh, hell yeah! Look at that.
Thank
Signed.
you.
Hey, it's great, dude. No, this is how you do it. You've turned me on to especially Elric, dude. Oh,
nice.
I remember seeing it when I was a kid. Is like, oh, that looks too weird. That's not superhero when I was a kid, but like much later, I fucking love it. And all just the French versions. People talk about. I know you bring this up. People talk about anime, and anime is great, but French comics are pretty fucking great too.
They're boss. That's the thing. We're talking about Marvel movies and shit and how paused they are or whatever. And the same goes for American comics. But don't lump in Western comics when you're. I understand liking manga. That's fine. Like people dig manga. It's whatever. Hell, France digs manga. They're one of the biggest consumers of it. But like, there's a whole Western comic industry that is not politically correct and has amazing art and great stories. And it's called bande dessinée, and it's Franco-Belgian, but they always get translated into English or whatnot. Mm-hmm. And it's varied in the way that you wish Western comic or American, see, I just made the fucking mistake myself. In the way you wish American comics were, where instead of just cape shit all the time, there's sci-fi, there's fantasy, historical. Like I was just reading one about the Medicis the other day. Like they literally, there's a whole thing about great generals throughout history and shit. This is the comic industry in France, and it's huge. Like per capita, it's gigantic. It's bigger than America for sure. In terms of, per capita anyways. But, they got like 2-story comic stores in France. It's huge.
I sure hope Hollywood doesn't find out about that. Because that would be another thing for them to ruin.
You ever watch Death of Stalin? That's a bande dessinée.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, or
French comics have always been more popular than American ones, though.
Yeah, Road to Perdition, right? And well, and then there's the Inkle out there. Well, Fifth Element is a little bit from it too.
Or if you watch that movie Immortal, that cyberpunk film from a few years back.
Oh God, that was great.
Yeah, that was a bizarre movie, but great and beautiful to look at. They let the comic artist himself, Enki Bilal, they let him direct his own adaptation.
Ooh,
yeah, I have that on DVD.
I need to see
the one with Cara Delevingne.
Oh yes, Valerian. Which
Valerian,
is pretty to look at, but not a very good adaptation.
Yeah,
visual effects were much better than I thought they would be. But
The Fifth Element, which is inspired by Valerian, is a better Valerian movie than Valerian.
and Luc Besson, I remember him talking about. I was really excited about Valerian, and I watched all. I was at all the Comic-Con panels. He's like, "This is what I wanted to do with the Fifth Element," and then you realize, man, CG is not good. It restricting filmmakers. It helps. So.
Sometimes you need the handcuffs. Ask what's his name with the Beanie Babies in the basement.
Oh, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. I actually found a picture of that.
I can ask the dead hookers, right? Oh, I can't ask the dead hookers right next to him.
You stay dead.
I do appreciate the shout out of what's his name, Razerfist. Thank you. And here I actually found some. I
have the memory of Joe Biden. I apologize. You know the thing.
Yeah.
You know the thing. Corn Pop was a bad man.
Corn Pop.
There you go.
That's quite a collection you got there.
I know. I do not know where this picture came from, but there you go. Stephanie found it somewhere. But it is.
That's
look,
got to
they
be you
actually
from Vegas. That's you from Vegas.
I look drunk, so it has to be me from Vegas. And it does have the plastic tags on it, so I'll shout out to her for at least getting that right. Because my Beanie Baby collection does still have all the tags on it.
You got to keep them on.
Look at all those tags.
Well, I do have a lot of tabs too. That's true.
Gosh.
Oh yeah.
No, I said tags.
A lot of tags and tabs in that one.
My computer can handle it. It'll be all right.
No, Ryan. No.
Way too many.
The computer's like, no.
It's making noises, but
because it's like, help me!
Help!
Kill me!
Stop sticking me
now! Help! No more gay porn! Help!
I can't take it.
It doesn't mind the tabs, but it is very homophobic. So yes.
A Sticks for $49.99 just says,
not guilty.
Not guilty. And fuck Joe Biden.
Hell yeah.
Fuck Joe Biden. White.
Let's go, Brandon.
Grebitus for $99.99. Hey. And that, I just lost it. Jesus. I hate this computer.
Yes, I lost it. I pressed the wrong button and disappeared.
It really did. It really just disappeared. Hang on. There it goes. I know I need the waiting. There it goes. Right there. And justice for all. Hail Friday Night Tights and Razerfist. Let this be a day of reckoning, a reminder to those who would harm us. You are outnumbered. Ooh, I fucking love that. Because you are.
Yes.
You know, they took advantage. They've taken advantage of the people who run the world. They are the ones who are working all day. They don't have time to get in the weeds and do all the, look into all the shit that we do. I mean, collectively we do. And they watch a Razerfist video at lunch. They watch a Geeks and Gamers video on their break. And that's how they're finding stuff out now. That's shit. That's how I got on here.
One of my videos?
No, at night.
Or one of my. I have a video.
What about me?
At night.
Sorry.
They're jerking off to one of my pictures.
I was
at
just
lunch.
going to say that. Or at night when they're masturbating to a Chrissy Mayer podcast.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, it's.
Sorry, yours technically only count as 3/5 of a video.
Yeah.
What?
It's actually less than that.
He's only a quarter black, so
yeah,
it's a lot of fucking fractions there.
Yeah.
Wait, let's figure it out. So what's 1/4 divided by 3/5?
The thing is, you would have. Since he's only a quarter black,
Confederate problems.
You would only apply the 3/5 to 3/4 of him,
right?
Or to 1/4 of him. You know what I mean? So
I still get.
So is it 1/4 divided by 3/5?
Oh, really?
17, 28.
Why are we doing math on Friday Night Tights?
Yeah, let's not do that anymore. That's
because of black people.
Yeah, X-ray girl, just do the X-ray girl, just do the math for us, okay?
Well, that's why I'm here. See.
Yeah.
Literally, the only thing you've said is when you heard something about math.
She's all math is hot.
Can you crash those numbers for us, please? Thank you.
Oh my god, I found the funniest. Maybe somebody in the chat can pull this up, but it's like it It was a fucking TikTok of a girl complaining about guys, and then there was this Asian guy that came in like,
oh my
I'm
God,
about the math, and it's so funny.
Dude, I will find that.
So
That was
funny.
the funniest shit, dude. Oh my God.
Oh my God,
Dude.
it's so good.
Bruh.
So
Bruh.
fucking give me a little bit of time.
Dude.
Okay.
Bruh. I'll read a super chat. Robot Sean.
The chat is trying to do math right now.
Oh my
Stop.
gosh, there's so many different equations. It's
Pretty
great.
funny. Chat, you're too drunk. Just don't bother.
Broken them.
It's not worth it. Okay.
Good luck.
Robot Sean for $50.
Sorry, we're only accepting math from Asian people.
Yeah, especially don't get in the metric system. Why does Chrissy's humor make her so attractive? I have come to the realization that I might be a simp for Chrissy. I'm from Jersey, and I might go see her next show. Found you through Friday Night Tights, and I want to send my love to Friday Night Tights panel for putting in the work. Hey, you're welcome. And if you want to watch Chrissy while she sleeps, just let me know, and I'll give you her address.
I could use the views.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
If
you see an audience member in the front row breathing heavily through his mouth.
Yes.
Like from Hey Arnold, that weird guy with the
Mouth breathers
glasses.
need to laugh too.
Hey, that was me at the last show. Miss Rachel for $50 said, "Hail Friday Night Tights. Gary, you asked about my governor who signed the executive order to allow hospitals to turn away unvaxxed. He is Governor Polis, a Democrat of Colorado. I have a heart condition. I am absolutely terrified. Pray for me. Get the fuck out. Get to a state
Fucking
that
run.
is that's real. That is fucking real. I can't see how that's real.
In Colorado, yeah, it is.
But you can smoke weed all day long.
Yeah, but you can smoke weed. It's fine.
Every day, yeah.
And mushrooms.
Have we seen any national? Not that they can be trustworthy, but have we seen any national polling about like how people feel about like this whole mandate nonsense?
I haven't seen any.
Well, yeah.
People have been pushing back
for them to do.
Yeah, because it's just the people pushing back. I'm kind of wondering, like, is this going to have an impact in the 2022 discussion if this is still, and it will be
it's
going on?
Oh,
you
it
know?
has to, Odin, because you know it felt like I think they felt like they, you know, when New York did it and San Francisco did it and LA did it, but nobody else is doing it. California, San Diego hasn't done it at all, and it's got a Democrat. Yeah. It's got a stupid fucking Democrat mayor now, and they haven't done it because the polling obviously is bad. That's why they haven't broadcast any of that shit. It's gotten really quiet on that front.
I found this video. This is fucking great.
Here we go.
Ryan Long shared it on Twitter.
Yes.
There it is.
She looks.
Why you asking me for notes all the time, boy? So
I won't even take a glance. I would rather do my math. I am some calculus. I can't forget about my past. Robbing gang. I don't study for the test. I got 100 on the test anyway. I still out here every day for the boys.
We need to get him on Friday Night Tights.
Yes.
There we go.
To figure this equation out.
Jan can cook, so can you.
So good. So good.
Oh my God.
That's positive masculinity right there.
Holla at you, boy.
Yeah, you gotta do it one more time.
why you asking me for notes all the time, boy? So
I won't even take a glance. I would rather do my math. I am some calculus. I can't forget about my past. Robbing gang. I don't study for the test. I got 100 on the test anyway. I still out here every day for the boys.
And he's got Home Depot moving boxes.
This guy makes me want to join TikTok.
And he's got a Nerf hoop. On
I like he says that's rarely why you lose.
Like, was he trying to say Barry?
Oh,
was he trying to
legend.
say Barry why you lose?
Isn't that funny, X-Ray Girl?
Yeah.
Right.
We need that
X-ray
okay
girl-
to laugh, right?
X-ray Girl cleared it. It's all good.
Yeah.
That's
Finally,
good.
some
We got our
Chinese
passes.
people
It's
on
all
TikTok.
good, you know.
Right.
When X-Ray Girl says I didn't understand what he says, you're in trouble. You know.
I love a based Asian.
We have an Asian friend. We're good. We have the pass.
Yeah, we're
Asian
good.
representation.
Son's Asian too, so that gives me a pass anyway. Fiji Melon for $50 says little binger's little finger on a little trigger. Hail Friday Night Tights and God fucking speed. Thank you. Little fluffer, I guess that's what he is. Little
Yeah, that's his username.
Little Binger.
Oh my god! How screwed is that guy for the rest of his life? He is a little binger, and he's looked at his you don't get to choose your legacy. The universe chooses it for you.
Yeah, he went out like that.
Yep.
Kosovic tweeted that Kraus, the fat fuck DA, was like complaining in another courtroom. He's like, people are making fun of me on Twitter. And they're like, fuck you. They're like, fuck you.
He's complained to another judge, wasn't he? He's complained to another judge.
Was he? Yeah.
They have activated internet autism, and they have no idea what that fucking means.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No.
So did we with that last clip.
Robin Gann. I wouldn't follow Robin Gann on
I'm not
TikTok
even gonna
because of that.
take a glance. Rather do my math.
So good.
Horror.
I didn't study for the test. I got 100 on my test.
We gotta find that kid.
Got 100 anyway.
For the boys.
I think I got 100 on a test once. Horror Amarada. Horror Amarada. I'm stupid. Hail Friday Night Tights. It's a great day in so many ways. Happy National Men's Day to this wonderful toxic bunch. Kyle absolutely deserved.
Never gonna get through this.
All right.
And I hit a new low.
Stop.
The lore, and as Eric July says, we will win. And sorry to the guest, Razorfist. The lore on that is I cannot pronounce the word horror. I just say whore.
I thought you were making fun of that guy's accent.
And can you say you've got a beautiful whore?
You got a beautiful whore.
Got a beautiful cock. No!
Not that one.
Beautiful horror.
Dan Vask.
She's kind of beautiful.
Question mark?
Dan Vask, the dulcet tones of Dan Vask, unlike Az's beautiful voice there.
I thought that was Barry Gibb, but what the fuck?
Yeah, it was. He can hit those high notes. Like
getting it.
Yeah. So Dan from with 50 Brazilian pesos says true metalheads are for freedom. Period. Hail Razorfist and Friday Night Tights. And the best way to eat steak is at if it's still mooing. I disagree with that.
I don't know about that.
No.
I don't know. That's a little too
medium
far.
rare. Medium rare.
No.
Yeah. I'm a medium rare to medium well. It depends on the day.
I like mine medium cooked.
Medium cooked. I like mine really cooked. So
yeah.
But I'm uncivilized. I am.
Did we ask Razorfist? Were you on when we were talking about that?
He wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No.
How do you take your meat?
In my butt.
Yes.
Wow.
I just bite the pillow and think of England.
It's my job.
Why England?
Why him on culture appropriating me?
Because it's rather queer.
I like my.
You're fair.
Yeah, I like my meat cooked and inert.
Yeah.
Fair.
If it's only gray, it's not done.
Thank you. It needs to be dead.
I like it as like I like it like 3/4 of the way to jerky. God damn it!
Thank you.
No moisture left.
Thank you. Ruben Christopher Haynes. What's up, Ruben? For $50. We love Ruben. Ruben's awesome.
He is.
And he's excited. Gary, this is a turning point. The masks are off. Millions of people have just been red-pilled, so we must be good at heart and welcome our brothers and sisters into the fellowship. We will unite. Hail. Love you all. Razorfist, you're awesome. There he goes. And Ruben's a good guy.
We love Ruben. Ruben's the man.
Ruben's awesome. Ruben sent me a really nice message about Sports Wars, hitting 100K. Ruben's the fucking man. So
yeah. Good people.
It was, it was short notice. next time we're gonna go back to Arizona, Razorfist, and if you want to join us, we did a meetup there in Mesa at what was the name of the club again?
Endgame Bar.
Endgame.
Spearmint Rhino.
It was that one too. No, it was a good time. It was a good time.
Endgame Bar is awesome. I mean, we love that place. So shout out to Kevin, and we definitely want to go back. And
there's a few cool arcade bars. There's the Cobra Arcade downtown, and there's a bonus round a little north of that. They're all awesome.
I've actually been to the Cobra Arcade Bar in Phoenix. But yeah, Endgame Bar's out in Mesa. That was a blast.
And you better go to Castles and Coasters. They got the 2-story, 3-level arcade.
Oh,
dude, stop fucking up our sponsor, for fuck's sake, man. Jesus Christ.
No, it's all right.
Well, speaking of Kevin, he actually sent a super chat earlier. He gave a shout out to Az. He said he did it for $50. He said, Az is my favorite gay streamer.
I'm trying to think of how I fucked up the sponsor.
Kevin, keep super chatting me. I'll be wherever you want me to be, baby.
Kevin invited us out to the bar and made some business proposals, but not a sponsor. The only sponsor we have is I have is Geek Grind Coffee. So.
Okay. I just don't understand how I fucked up his sponsor. What does an arcade have to do with Fleshlight exactly?
Kevin goes on. Kevin, the owner of the bar, goes on drunken super chats rants on us all the time. So
sorry.
It's all right. Oh my god, I'm so happy I'm sober. If I was like fucking loaded with eBay and YouTube and Vegas this close, I'd be dead. So. Scott W. for $210.
Wow.
Thank you. Give me liberty or give me death.
Ooh.
There's a lot of people on Twitter who will take that option.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Oh, I think there's too many.
Most of them have voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Most popular president of our of ever.
With some of the lowest approval ratings of all time, you know? Yeah.
I do want to give a big shout out to Kamala Harris, who is the first woman of color, of Asian descent, or whatever they're deciding she is right now. The first woman to have presidential powers when Joe Biden was getting his asshole cleaned out. So, congratulations.
Second, actually, we can thank the Democratic Party for 2 female presidents. Who and neither of whom were elected. So that means one of 2 things. Either they really like women or they really hate elections. One of those 2 things. And we know how much they loved Sarah Palin. So I'm going with the first one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just want to say, freedom, everybody. Freedom.
She was literally the only person you could have put in charge that had a worse approval rating than Biden at the time.
And the first one was Edith Wilson, by the way. It was Woodrow Wilson's wife, who basically was president for 2 years while he was dead.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, shit. No.
Fuck, he was terrible. Wet Freedom Wing. Joseph Finley for $49. You were terrible too. $49.99. Hail Gary and Fellowship. You are 100% right, Gary. Americans and the world are starving for truth and are seeking outlets because mainstream media is junk. Looking for an armed bodyguard that is handy with a weapon and great under pressure. Got anyone in mind? I don't know, Joseph. Thank you for the $49.99.
Maybe one recently acquitted.
Yeah. WG on the stream.
I was going to say Daily Wire. Can Daily Wire, since they're making movies, can they make the next John Wick, but just put Kyle Rittenhouse as the star and build it around that? Like, I want to see Kyle Rittenhouse as a movie star. That's what I want to see.
Yes.
Badass.
The next Gina Carano movie. Let her produce it and.
Make a buddy cop film with him and Gina Carano. That'd be fantastic.
How old is he now?
Not Gina. When are we gonna get a fucking kick-ass? Come on, we want to you guns kicking people in ball sacks, saving the day. Come on, Gina. Come on, let's do it. Come on.
Or what is she playing? A CIA agent in the Hunter Biden biopic?
Secret Service. She's playing a Secret Service agent that basically oversees
She's not
all
one
this.
Of the hookers? Really?
No. Yeah.
Damn.
We don't get to see that. Although, by that promo video, you never knew. But but yeah, she's a Secret Service agent who basically sees all the shady shit that is going on in the Biden's lives and kind of narrates some of the movie, evidently. I think it's going to be funny as hell, man.
Who's going to play Malia Obama?
Yeah. They're going to, what's the working title? The Game's Afoot?
The Game's Afoot job.
Right.
If I don't see Hunter Biden snorting Parmesan cheese, then what's really going on here?
That is not a scene. Oh my God, that has to be a scene.
No laptops were hurt in the making of this movie.
I think it's fucking great. And Jeremy brought up a great point. Same one I brought up in my video about it. It's like for those people that think that she's still coming back to Disney Star Wars, she's literally doing a movie about the president's crackhead fucking son. You really think like
off the table?
Take
it off the table.
You really think she's going to go back to Disney? That they would have her there and let her speak her mind? You're fucking insane. If
it wasn't clear before, this should push it over the line. It
should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All people that she's met during the past year, after she was canceled, people that reached out to her, people that embraced her because they share morals, even if they don't share the same opinion, they share the same values. Yep. And that's who you want to be working with.
Mm-hmm. And also, too, the fact that she clearly takes values over a paycheck, that to me is also a huge sign.
That's great.
Morals over money, unlike LeBron James.
Yeah.
Ouch.
China.
I hope
you're going to make him cry.
China.
You can cry.
To be fair, he cries over cramps in the NBA Finals.
Ryan, who's that guy who has a really good Trump impression right now? I feel like you and I have the same Twitter feed. He's like a white guy. He's blonde.
I gotta be white.
That's such a good Trump impression.
Is he the guy who did the Trump alarm clock?
He was like, I'm in the store. Everything's bare.
Yes, that guy.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
so good. He's the best right now.
I know you're talking. I don't fucking remember his name.
Somebody in the chat.
Excuse me.
Was it Fatlock who mispronounced Havoc?
No, that
was Richard. That was Richard from Wisconsin. He is causing havoc in the streets.
Your Honor, it's clear my client had nothing to do with this havoc.
Yeah, not a Wisconsin thing. I thought I asked a Wisconsinite. Not.
Well, Kenosha has its own accent. My grandpa was from Kenosha. They have their own accent, but that's not it. That's not it.
Not involved. Havoc.
Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of Kenosha. William Shakespeare from Julius Caesar, 1601. Thank you, WG, for $100 on the Streamlabs side. Thank you for circumventing Mama Susan. The dislikes disappeared yesterday and then reappeared today, and I think they disappeared again.
It depends on your account, it seems like, because when I cycle through my accounts, it's different. Like some of mine already have dislikes.
So were you signed into a different account when you saw them disappeared, Gary? And then when you signed into another account, they appeared? Because that's how I'm seeing it.
I might have been.
Same way.
Yeah, I think it was on Nerdrotic Live at the time.
Probably with the cheer button, certain accounts get the cheer button, but others don't.
And if by some far-flung chance Trump manages to get a second term, they'll come right back.
Oh, it's Sean Parrish.
Yes.
All right, somebody in the chat found out who I was talking about. It's this guy called Sean Parrish. I put
Sean.
I'll share it real quick.
I put a link in the thing. He's so good.
All right, let's do this.
Although RazerFist, I don't know. I mean, it's not like Trump ever gets ratioed, so it really doesn't even help them to have the dislikes back if he comes back. So it really just hurts their messaging even more because it just shows that he's not hated like they claim he is.
Man, the big dislike button now kind of entices me. I almost want to click dislike now.
Yeah, it just says it. It's like it's there.
Like so large, and I'm like,
yeah.
Click. Sorry.
I mean, so Quarter Black's confirming if he has something big in his face, he's very enticed to go after it.
Whoa. Dude.
Damn.
I just want to hit the leave the studio button because it's red and it's got an X on it. There we go. All right, so this is Chrissy promises this will be funny.
He's really
It's a good Trump impression, yeah.
Who let the dogs out, okay? Who let them out? Who let the dogs out? The Baha men we're talking about. Can't say that anymore. Can't say Baha men. The Baja people, when you think about it, fantastic. They let the dogs out. Beautiful dogs. Talented dogs. They let them out because the dogs were getting too close to Anthony Fauci, okay? Or as I call him, Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil. If he doesn't scare you, no evil thing will. Use taxpayer money to build a virus that kills. Dr. Anthony Fauci, or as I call him, Cruella de Vil. Believe me.
It's got the perfect tone of someone the Trump who's been on the campaign trail for a little while. Like his voices,
How his voice is good. You notice how his voice came back the moment he wasn't president?
Right? Black Rifle Coffee, Cowardly Quiet. Are they quiet now?
They blocked the quartering.
Yeah, they did.
A lot of people.
They blocked the quartering.
Well, they blocked it a while back.
And less than a day ago, they got a thing up on their Twitter where they're having a camouflage fashion show or some shit.
Yeah, they're doing a little dumb fashion.
Yeah, they got ratioed on their own account.
Oh shit!
Fuck.
Bad timing. WG for another $100. WG, hail, stop.
Damn, son.
It says stop bad-mouthing President Biden. He's just like you and me. He wakes up, shits, showers, and shaves, puts his pants on, and then gets out of the bed. Wait. Oh, being told now that it's not like us. Carry on. Thank you, WG.
Golden showers and shit.
Thank you, WG.
WG.
Well, according to those that diary, that shower was with his daughter in there too.
Yeah.
So
what the fuck is up with that?
What?
That diary is fucked.
Yeah.
What?
the diary that they did a raid on.
FBI raided Project Veritas to get
just to prove it's not real. They went ahead and raided somebody's house to find it.
Yeah. Oh my
God. We swear it's not real, but we want it.
And then leaked a bunch of information to the New York Times to try to keep anyone from speaking out ever again, because that's what the FBI does now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
Remember when they used to catch criminals?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically the bottom line of that diary is it's Joe Biden's daughter, right? It's Joe Biden's daughter's diary, and in there the story is
one
of
he never talks
inappropriate showers with her father and how traumatized she feels by them.
Jesus Christ.
It's pretty rough.
I didn't know
It's
he had a
very
daughter.
strange that no one would want to talk about this before the election.
Yeah, very strange.
And yet not all that surprising.
That sounds very fortified. Eric Bailey for $50. Eric says people need to remember what a human right is and a law is. We are born with human rights given by God. Also, I really wish good movies, games, and comics were human rights. Alas, they are not. Hail Friday Night Tights, fellowship, and make entertainment great again. Thank you, Eric Bailey.
Fuck, it's 2021. We're allowed to say anything's a human right now. Fucking
yeah.
Oh, owning a house is a human right. Fucking having a cell phone is a human right.
Right. Well, yeah, and they put the way they pass them out.
Choosing your gender is the human right.
Waxed for free is a fucking human right. What the fuck?
Giving laptops to China is a human right. Wait, what?
Mazitwad for $50. If that beautiful, articulate, passionate speech by a New Zealander didn't make you proud to be a British American, you're not much of an American. Hail as the domestic terrorists outside the courthouse failed and justice prevailed. God bless America. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Who was that from, Gary?
That was from. Why are you asking? Why are you making me say it again, man?
Yeah.
Mazit Wazad.
Mazit Wazad.
It says me. Zit Wazad. WG for another $50. Hail WG. WG's awesome. Hail Friday Night Tights, but hate to break it to you, but Joseph Rosenbaum isn't the only one that uses the N-word. Razerfist uses it all the time. Wait. I'm sorry. Being told Razor's N-word to describe something black is noir. My bad. Oh, that's a reach.
One of my Rosenbaum's slightly different.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of the trial was the opening statements when the defense attorney Richards just dropped the hard R.
Oh my god,
it was my favorite. And then Lofty Pixels actually made it into a music video.
That's
which
beautiful.
I don't think we should show, but everyone should watch at some point.
No. Maybe after the show. We can,
yeah.
Maybe like when we're all going to call it quits. Maybe we should, just
just the hell
do a show like we're not live yet, and that'll be fun. I'll say all the fun stuff we say before the show.
It'd be our Polly the polar bear moment.
Yeah. HP Lovecraft, glad to see you here in Canada, by the way. 50 Canadian pesos. Nancy Pelosi looks like Jonathan Price's mom from Brazil after her 50th plastic surgery. Either that or F. Murray Abraham after a good face stretch in oh god, why am I blanking? Insurrection. Why would I forget that word?
Star Trek January 6th. Right.
Yes. That much better name. Godspeed, everyone. Oh, and you know what? I would take that over Star Trek Discovery, and that movie was just a bad episode, or a mediocre episode, we'll say.
It was a mediocre TV.
Yeah, it's a mediocre episode.
Horror Amarada. Ooh, I did it on that one. For $50, says, "Hail, Friday Night Tights. It's a great day in so many ways. Happy International Men's Day to this wonderful toxic bunch. Kyle absolutely deserved his acquittal, and I hit a new low weight. Oh, congratulations." As Eric July says, we will win. I think that was doubled up, but that's okay. I'll read it
Chrissy
again.
has been replaced.
Yeah, I was going to say, did she get a lot more attractive?
No.
Dang.
What's up, Mutt?
Hello.
You're a good boy. Let me see that. Look at that.
White women.
Yeah.
Yep. Hello.
Oh, no, jealous dogs ahoy. Oh, get out of here. I'm moving in on my fucking
show.
This is my show. Yeah.
He looks like he could fucking lose it. Look at him.
Oh
my god, it's in my mouth.
Oh my god.
It's in my mouth.
All right. Hello.
A nightly occurrence.
Muggin.
A little more than expected, gotta admit.
It's my show now.
That's weird. Some dogs.
Who do you think he's looking at specifically?
Well, some dogs can see the screen and some can't. Some can't process it.
I'm a little scared right now.
Yeah.
He's looking into the soul of Quarter Black.
I guess he's looking at himself
eyeballing me,
now. He's looking at himself now because he's full screen. If he's gonna market anyone, it's gonna be Quarter Black. Let's do it.
Then I gotta start running, and
He's gonna think about it because there's almost something there.
Hi, buddy. He's tripping. He's like, well, that is a handsome fucking dog right there.
That is
good looking.
Well groomed.
All right. Fucking pet time's over.
I'm back.
You have no soul.
So much nicer than humans.
Right. Horace was horrified by horticultural highlights, horrendously and horrifically onerously honored by the Fellowship of Sanity. Long let it live. Hail, says Harley Dave, trying to fuck with me for $50. I got through it, though. Jesus.
This clap is for Gary.
Got this thing that says the House Judiciary Chair calls for DOJ to review Kyle Rittenhouse verdict.
Of course. Oh, what the fuck?
Review the fact that it never should have gone to court to begin with.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, Merrick Garland, will do something because he's
The thing
a piece
is,
of shit. Yeah.
Well, I actually retweeted that. I think I said the only way that that's going to happen because federal prosecution would be like a hate crime or something. So I suppose they'd have to make pedophile a protected group.
Yep.
And are they ready to do that?
Yeah, they're getting
want
pretty
to.
damn close.
They're really putting pedophiles on the map.
What you did there.
I mean, you saw the ACLU getting all bent out of shape. About 20 years ago, they defended NAMBLA for free in a court of law. So they were, and I've always said this before, the ACLU were always about 15, 20 years ahead of where the DNC are going to be, ultimately. You know what I mean?
Totally agree with that. Absolutely. And that's something that's been trying to, you guys know this, they've been trying to push this through forever. 2004, my first year in San Francisco, I was with my lovely wife, and we went to go check out the Pride Parade because Ian McKellen was going to be like the Grand Poobah or whatever. So I was going to go see Gandalf. And you know who was leading it? You know who fucking led the whole fucking parade was Mambla. Mambla was there.
Are you fucking
marching
serious?
down the fucking street in the Pride Parade. Yep. Oh
Disgusting.
Yeah. They kicked him out like a couple of years later, but they petitioned to get in, and nobody had any objection to it at all. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is that how you and Ryan met?
I left. No.
Not far off though.
Not far off though. Yeah. That was later. That was the at Comic-Con. It was the furry part of Comic-Con.
Right. Oh my God!
Fucking furries, man. Who would have thunk that furries would have a say on anything? What was that headline where they said there was a bomb at it's like some Nazi bombed a furry convention, and it ended up being somebody spilled a bottle of fucking bleach, but he reported it as.
I heard this argument on a Ricada stream, and I believe this is the argument. So furries are the worst of all subcultures because every subculture out there is a furry subculture of that subculture. So furries are the worst.
There's a furry map subculture. That's
it's people who want to dress up. It's people who want to dress up as like kitty furry animals and like fuck each other with their. Now they'll say they don't want to do that. They just like wearing them and it makes them feel better. No, but it's fucking weird, and it's always been weird, and it should always be weird. I think even furries would agree with that.
We should.
The worst thing is it's always attached to some other kind of deviation. I have to tell this horrible story. I apologize. I used to work in a comic book store. You'll always meet the absolute, like, the most incredible conglomeration of aberrant humanity comes through the doors of a comic book store. It'll blow your fucking mind.
Or owns it.
So there was a fella who would come in, and I was new on the job, and my manager was kind of like, he saw him and immediately, oh God, right? And he walks, I didn't know what the deal was. He wouldn't tell me because, we don't want to talk openly about what's wrong with this guy. So anyways, he has a fucking silver mullet and like a handlebar mustache, and he smells like an outhouse. And he walks over and he's doing his thing. He comes up to the counter finally, and he has a pile of comics. And he grabs fucking porno comics like Catmandu, it's a furry comic, and Milk, and all these awful, awful furry porn comics. And then 3 copies of the same issue of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Chris Chan, are you
what is
Chris
this?
Chan?
And so I'm checking him out, and I'm like, that was the weirdest thing. He bought 3 copies of the same comic. He's like, oh, sweet summer child. That's the Befouler. I'm like, the what? The who? He's like, well, you see, he gets 1 comic for reading, and then he gets 2 comics for befouling.
Reading, yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. That's why I got rid of fucking first week, got rid of all of the on the top shelf, all that shit was there at my shop, and I got rid of all of it because I let one guy use my fucking bathroom. Sure as shit. I go back to take a piss, catch a guy fucking jerking it. I'm like, God damn, lock the fucking door for one and get the fuck out after you're done.
No shame.
With the
no
spray
shame.
bottle in
Even
there.
wait. Doesn't even lock the door while jerking off the comics he didn't buy in your store. Wow. Fuck.
Now, is that better or worse than doing it on Zoom during a call?
Me and my sister used to go to Barnes and Noble and read magazines and not buy them, and I feel better about that now.
Yeah. I'm glad that's how that story ended.
That's a subculture.
Razor, what shop did you work at?
Bookstore reading. That's subculture. But there's furries under that.
Oh, yeah.
It's always worse.
There's a furry read at Barnes and Noble subculture.
It's multi-layered.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, Chrissy, the question really is: were you going to the bathroom with the magazines and flicking your bean?
No,
because that's what those guys were doing. So,
as
long as you weren't doing that, you should feel okay.
Yeah,
she had the Sears catalog in there. It was fucking...
the Land's End, catalog.
Yes, who do you think I am?
Was it Atomic Comics, Razor, or a different shop?
Oh no, it was the biggest chain. Yeah, it was Atomic Comics years ago, before they went out of business.
Yeah, and they went out of business, right? Like, God, he was in why am I blanking on the film? The Mark Millar film.
Yeah, the Mark Millar movie, Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass, yeah. Like they were in an Atomic Comics shop, and dude, he had that reading book, that van that he would pull into Comic-Con. And it was like you could buy books in this van. It was freaking awesome. It
was a big deal for a while, and then they made a lot of really poor business decisions right as the recession was happening, and they wouldn't listen to anyone that told them a recession was happening.
Yep.
And they went out of business.
Along with a lot of stores. That was so weird. That recession was so weird because it started the minute it hit the headlines. Like the minute it said recession, people just stopped coming to the fucking store overnight. It was weird.
Yeah.
And I broke even for 2 years, and I was happy to do that. And I had to take a second job.
Bro, you were lucky if you were able to break even. People just straight up stopped coming into stores, right?
Yep.
And of course, because they didn't realize a recession was happening, they wind up firing employees because they think it's the employees that are to blame.
Oh,
like, you must be turning off the customers, and so they're firing people left and right and shit, and they wind up losing all their good employees, and so customers stop coming in because they know those employees
and they like them.
It was just a perpetual cycle. It was a downward spiral, really.
Yep, that sucks. I hired somebody, took on a partner. For a little while, worked in Hollywood, and owned the shop from basically I worked on weekends. I would come home, work there on the weekends, do all the ordering from my job. So I was fucking off at my job at Technicolor while I was supposed to be working on Blu-rays. I'm looking through previews and ordering shit. It was fun. Good fucking times. And Hollywood was just really fun to work into. That was just a great fucking experience. Toxic Man Flu on the Streamlabs side for $100. Says this is only one victory in the fight for the soul of America. Do not stop. I promise. I will be there to support you all in the fight for freedom. Also, forget steak. Pineapple on pizza is the only litmus test I have. Well, I mean, I'm gonna get killed on that.
Yeah,
one,
but are you pro or
against?
Didn't specify.
If that's the litmus test, you have to know that if you like it on there, then you're out for him. That's the only way to interpret that shit. Because even pineapple on pizza lovers know they're in the minority.
Oh, I accept that.
They know that they're wrong.
Yeah.
And that they're wrong.
Yes. There are consequences. Okay, you're banned from food.
Yeah,
food for you.
That's what happened to Callista Flockhart.
In all fairness, I should be banned from food.
Maybe Harrison Ford's dick gave her an eating disorder.
Yes.
Wow.
You'd lose your appetite too. Let's be real.
Yeah. She'd be like, all I taste is dust.
Remember, no touching without consent.
What does she look like anyway? I'm kind of curious.
A ghost!
Like a
Howard the
chicken.
Skeleton ghost.
An alien.
She has a chicken face.
A chicken face.
Special Taxi for $49.99 says, hey, great job, guys. Love you still. I'm still in California, but at least I live in San Diego, and Gary is a quitter. No, I'm a quitter. I'm quitting California. I can quit you, California. Just kidding. People looking at the same screen watching a different movie. Things are very strange. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, that's Californians. It's too late. We're vastly outnumbered. I love what RazerFist said. We need the electoral college for states.
Fuck yes.
And it's ridiculous if you look at California and Arizona now. A small portion of land votes for the entire fucking state now.
Yep.
It's almost like
really, when you look at it, they installed the electoral college. Basically, the idea was, you didn't want for people to just be able to campaign in one area and win. because then you're not representing anyone outside of that city, right? Because that was already starting to happen in the 90s, right? And this was one of the first things in the constitutional debates that they added, so it was obviously something they felt fairly passionately about. And if you think about it, that's a way worse problem on a state level now than it ever was on a national level back then, because look up the complete population of the United States in 1796, and compare it to the population of California right now. You know what I mean? So it's like right now, if somebody wanted to run for Senate, they could just campaign in LA, maybe San Diego if they felt like it. And they could still win. They could still win. That's definitely not how it's supposed to fucking be.
No. I mean, it's a different set of circumstances, but in San Francisco, to get on the city council, it just, for one seat, it requires like 5,000 votes. 5,000 fucking votes in a city of 800,000, almost a million. And that's the way it is. The way they've just carved this state up. And I do think some of the people leaving are like the good ones, the people you want. But I still think it's going to be, I think it's 50-50. I still think there's clueless fuckers going to Idaho and going to Tennessee right now, and they're going to fuck up your state. I'm not a big fan of the cops, okay? Never been a big fan of the cops. But I did like the Tennessee governor coming out and going, hey, we'll take you. If you got fired because of the jab, you're in L.A. or New York. Did you guys see that video? That was pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, it's my governor.
Yep.
And of course, Tennessee has Kane as a mayor. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not too far away from that. I'm very sad that I didn't live in this county.
I would like to see an all-male review with all the cops that lost their jobs because they wouldn't get jabbed. Like a Thunder from Down Under with cops. We need more women on this show. X-Ray Girl, back me up.
Yep.
No.
Sure.
You're saying that you want them to do the full Monty? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
Give me half a Monty.
Maybe.
You've got all the other days in the week to enjoy all the Monties you want.
Wow. Take that Monty somewhere else.
So obviously Tucker Carlson, we talked about how he's going to do that interview on Monday, release that interview. He just tweeted out something 3 minutes ago it looks like Fox Nation or Tucker Carlson Originals has been doing some sort of documentary on Rittenhouse through the trial. Look at this shit.
Oh, really? Ooh. That's going to be fucking riveting.
People are going to be really mad about this shit.
Riveting.
December, Tucker Carlson Originals, Fox Nation.
Keeps you up at night. Once you finally do get to sleep, your dreams are about what happened, and you're waking up in a dark, cold sweat.
Yeah. You've had dreams about what happened?
Every single night. It's quite scary, actually, because the dreams feel so real, and they're not the same at all. They're all different. They're the different scenarios that run through your head during the day, like what could have happened. Like, I'm alive, but what could have happened? Like, what if I wasn't alive, or what if I did let Mr. Rosenbaum steal my gun? It's those type of dreams. The outcome of it's bad, but almost every outcome is either me getting seriously injured or hurt or dead. Those are just the dreams I have on a daily basis.
The defendant will rise to face the jury and hearken to its verdicts.
State of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. As to the first count of the information, Joseph Rosenbaum. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty. As to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Aww.
The jury reached the correct verdict. Self-defense is not illegal. And I believe they came to the correct verdict, and I'm glad that everything went well. And it's been a rough journey, but we made it through it. We made it through the hard part.
Wow.
Fuck, man. I'm gonna say it. I about cried whenever that shit happened. Like, I was like,
when it happened live. Yeah.
Imagine if that was your son or your brother or something. Like, God, it's so rough to be put through a whole year of this bullshit and then go through this trial and everybody dragging your name through the mud, still dragging his name through the mud.
Yep.
And everyone gets to watch you sob multiple times.
And then question your intentions and your motivations.
The amount of pressure
say that you're
that
fake
lifted
crying.
at that moment.
We're seeing this huge outpouring of assault on Twitter, but do you know who isn't? Fucking CNN. They are fucking damage controlling like a bitch right now. Like a fucking bitch. They're like, oh,
they are.
Stuff came out in court that was not made public and we never knew about this. They are going for it big time, trying to cover themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be looking out for SNL to see what they try and do this weekend.
Fucking bleed them dry.
A fucking Pete Davidson. That guy, I don't understand how that guy's on fucking. I understand Kyle Dunnigan's like his
impersonation.
Impersonation. That's the word I'm looking for. I lost the words. It makes sense now because.
Whatever.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's just SNL as a whole, though. Like,
making fun
of
Joe
Rogan. Can they not just
Rogan?
learn their lines? Do they have to read constantly off of cue cards?
That's been going on for a long time.
You do one show a week.
Well, dude, it's written that day, so in all
yeah, but a lot of them write the sketches.
Yeah,
right. They
can't remember their own words.
Yeah. Pete Davidson's Joe Rogan is like
lazy.
It wasn't even an imitation.
No,
like he didn't try to sound like him. You know,
started off doing like a weird, like deep voice, and then it kind of just went back to Pete Davidson, and then it was just him
looking in.
He's fucking
It's like Alec Baldwin's
medicine.
shit Trump impersonation. You fucking get rid of Daryl Hammond, who actually knows how to do it, and you fucking just so you can say you have Alec Baldwin on the show.
Hey, Alec Baldwin's a straight shooter.
That's gotcha.
And the worst thing, he's on a real short hair trigger. But anyway, so but the worst thing about like that is who the fuck said this? Was it? I don't think it was Norm. I think it was somebody else. So in order to do an impersonation, you kind of have to admire someone a little bit. Like, you have to have some kind of admiration for them. You at least have to find them entertaining or whatever. Alec Baldwin doesn't find a single fucking thing Trump does entertaining. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If SNL actually had any like comedic balls, they would have got Trump on to do an Alec Baldwin impersonation.
You know what I mean? Massive.
That would have been
especially now.
Yes,
guys.
It would have been their best ratings in fucking years.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Talking about after that happened.
Yeah, all right.
Bring Trump on.
Like that Saturday.
Well, that's
that first Saturday after the shooting. Yeah.
Anybody have no balls?
I got a gun here.
They're so slow and they have no balls.
No, they don't.
The audience would all be there going, "Excuse me, we need a safe space for this."
Yeah.
And to prove
it takes them so long to get an impression out. Like Greta Thunberg, it took them like months before they even
they had to
touched
clear it
and
with
then-
the state.
And then it was so tepid, by the time it came out.
It's
you?
state-sponsored comedy. That's all it is. That's why. I mean, like, that's proof. If you want anything from entertainment, that is proof because they are fucking woke is comedy gold. Like, it just SJWs are comedy gold. You can make fun of them forever, and you would just kill. And they're afraid to, because they agree, and because it's the official comedy of the state. It's fucking garbage and propaganda.
I don't understand how you could do that and think that you're the edgy one. You're the cool edgy guy.
No kidding.
Going after Joe Rogan.
No, they can't. I mean, this is comedy. You know,
Big Bird coming out for the poke. There is so many ways you could fucking with just any fucking
And
bird
Elmo.
flu or whatever.
Don't forget Elmo.
Yeah, the
that
only place
pedophile.
that Big Bird's getting poked is in his ass. All right, so.
That's Bert and Ernie.
Well, that's because he needs a colonoscopy.
Where was that motherfucker on?
He's
bird
over
flu?
40
That's what I
years
wanna
old
know.
now. He needs
right.
Yeah.
Needs to have his prostate checked.
I want a red-pilled Elmo. Like he got the shot and he realized he was manipulated.
I bet Oscar is probably the most red. He's probably black-pilled Oscar. You know.
Yeah,
He
Oscar's
lives
based.
in trash.
Oscar fucking tweeted about it that day, and I got in a fight with all these people. I got in the fucking trending page.
You
I
got
had
in a fight with Muppets, Ryan.
I had swarms of Muppet fans in my fucking comments. And,
furries?
I retweeted Oscar and I said, "Fuck you! You're a little piece of garbage."
Guys,
Is it
imagine
true?
Sesame Street has their first
accurate.
Asian Muppet, so they cannot be criticized.
It's a
Hey,
puppet.
so have we.
I thought Muppets weren't supposed to be people; they were supposed to be puppets.
Not just Asian, Korean, and coincidentally the dog
We
Muppet
fucking beat
disappeared
them
that
to
day.
Come on. Is it
X-Ray,
true?
I believe that you're a real person.
Is it true that they got rid of Cookie Monster's cookies?
They did for a while. It was
brought it back.
Apple Monster, and then
Wow.
Is he eating cookies again though?
it's now a mixed diet. Yeah.
It's a mix.
Yeah. See,
It's
I was
to promote healthy eating as.
Once I saw that Big
He
Bird
went
had
paleo.
tweeted, once I saw Big Bird had tweeted about that, and I retweeted him, I just said, "Fuck you, Big Bird." And then Jay told me that Elmo had tweeted, so I said something to Elmo. I started looking for the Sesame Street character to see who said shit. I looked up Snuffleupagus. That bitch didn't say anything.
Oh my god, you are no
I looked
Kyle
up Cookie
Rittenhouse.
Monster. He didn't say anything, but I did find Grover was like, Super Grover is so excited. I feel like a superhero again. So I retweeted that bitch. I said, Super Grover's a super spreader of information. You're the least interesting Muppet. No one cares about you. Go fuck yourself.
Grover.
Ryan over here roasting Muppets all by himself.
What's hilarious, though, what's hilarious
one-man
is that
army.
there's no
Only Ryan
children
could get
on
mad
Twitter.
at Muppets.
There's
is
no
how he
children
treats
on
his
Twitter,
babies.
so why are they?
He told his
That's the
sunset to
puzzling
fuck off.
thing.
They're
Yeah, are there
tweeting
any
to the child mind people that are on Twitter.
Well,
That's why.
the best part of it was people were upset because Ryan was taking those Muppets so seriously, yet they were the ones using the Muppets
You guys
to
are
spread
defending
a serious message to children.
Yep.
Yeah.
Propaganda.
on a
like
platform that
propaganda,
doesn't allow children to make accounts.
Right.
You know what it
Exactly.
is? It's puppet ganda.
Propaganda.
I mean, like for me, 99% of everything I do is to take the left logic and flip it back on them just to watch them get mad. And Ryan does that in a lot of ways too. It's just so funny to watch them melt down at their own bullshit logic. You know?
I mean, I don't see how you can't make the association with politics. For fuck's sake, did you watch the Democratic primary debates? It was like Statler and Waldorf, for fuck's sake. Show.
It was.
Elmo wants you to show him your papers.
Oh God. Beto
And then I got sent a fucking Elmo. I got sent an Elmo in my P.O. box.
You did?
Hit and run. Hit and run Beto.
Well, hey, if you know the Elmo lore, don't get Kyle around Elmo because he'll take him out.
Yep.
Whoa.
Damn.
What? Elmo asked somebody to tickle him one too many times or what?
No, Elmo's a. I'm not gonna say it.
We gotta.
Yes.
Just look it up.
Allegedly.
Is Elmo on the map?
Allegedly?
Are you
No,
saying
it's
Elmo's on the map?
Whoa.
Yeah,
Elmo's on the map.
To be fair, Elmo's probably taller than Joseph Rosenbaum based on
And he's
based on the autopsy report.
Small,
Yeah, can we
red.
give Kyle some fucking props for actually shooting such a small target?
Yeah, man,
Yeah, damn.
full manlet,
The marksman.
5'3".
Small moving target. That's fucking real tough, you know.
Oh, is
Almost as good as Alec Baldwin.
that how tall Rosenbaum was? I don't know. I just kind of thought he was bigger.
He's 5'3".
5'3", yeah.
According to his autopsy report, 5'3", and also all of his past criminal history, where he was arrested for raping children.
Oh,
he's also listed as 5'3". So.
According to his WWE profile, though, 6'2" and 320 pounds. right.
Chrissy has to bail.
All right, Chrissy, you go bail with your family, and if anybody else needs to go, by the way,
I'm gonna go watch Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Go enjoy.
I have a doctor's note.
Just make sure you remember that last 30 minutes. So.
Ooh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. Oh,
That's it's an awesome part of the movie.
Yeah,
last 30
the best
minutes.
part.
Thank you,
That's what she
Chrissy.
said.
Plug away.
Love you guys. Yeah, follow me at Chrissy Mayer Pod on Instagram. I want to get back to 10,000 again so I can swipe up. Doing lots of shows. I'm recording an album on January 6th. Yes, I chose that date on purpose. In Levittown, Governors on Long Island. So I'm doing a bunch of dates leading up to that. In Jersey, Hartford, Connecticut, Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm in Dallas, December 15th and 16th again with Anthony Cumia and Aaron Berg. So yeah, just check my website for dates and tickets. And love you guys. This was fun.
We love you too. See ya, Chrissy.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
I was there for a second.
I love the.
Jeff busted quarter black.
I made it in the middle for a second.
You made it. Yeah. Hey,
what's up, Tom?
What's up, Tom? How's it going? We are going to talk about Ghostbusters a little bit before we go.
I mean, just
I'll jump when you start talking about Ghostbusters, so I can go.
Yeah. So if you need to jump now, you can jump. It's all good, baby. I know you need to get some
when are you
sleep.
going to talk about it?
We're going to talk about after 2 super chats.
I'll do the 2 super chats and then I'll jump.
Okay. Critical Orc Theory on the Streamlabs side for $50 says Theoden did not bathe with Éowyn. Pay no attention to the writers rating your home for her diary. Now, if you excuse me, need to get Grima Wormtongue, the king's handler, before he has another accident. All right, way to go with the lore there. Critical Orc Theory. There's a paper out there. There's a fucking paper. It exists. Some asshat.
Oh yeah.
Fucking has
Sadly.
Yeah, there's something. I didn't even. Maybe I'll wait.
I think it's called the Medievalist.
The Tolkien Society's their whole fucking sham that they did last summer.
Ugh.
I did half a fucking video on it. I couldn't. It was just fucking so retarded.
Yeah. The author who damn near disowned his own fucking creation because he found out hippies like it. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm sure he would be over the moon about this shit.
Yep.
Fucking hippies.
Of course, if he wasn't turning in his grave over the goddamn Hobbit.
Yep. Well, wait till you get the LGBTQ plus representation in the in the show.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the prequels. After whatever the fuck happens, comes out from Amazon, and we're all gonna look back on the Hobbit like it was the glory years.
Yep.
Yeah. We're gonna look back at those terrible CGI fucking dwarf faces where you're like, oh my god, it's amazing.
Right.
Because the memes will be there.
Who knew Peter Jackson? What happened, buddy? Who knew you stopped being able to make trilogies after your chin stopped being one?
Yeah. He needed the weight back. He got the weight back during The Hobbit. That was the thing. By the time he was done with The Hobbit, he was already back.
Dress weight.
Yeah.
It was.
Jeremy.
He didn't look healthy though. When he
didn't.
Sometimes people are meant to be a little fat.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I got to see.
That's what I keep telling myself.
He came into my shop. So
This is my optimal.
I got to,
the only problem is I'm doing it for the rest of you as well.
That's what my mama told me to tell the kids at school when I was growing up too.
Right, like Newman from Seinfeld got the fucking stomach surgery and whatever and lost a bunch of weight. He looked like an AIDS patient.
Yeah.
I wish I looked like an AIDS victim.
No.
When Peter Jackson walked into my store, I couldn't recognize him. I'm like, God, is he like a fucking aging rock star? I know this guy from somewhere. And then I saw Philippa Boyens come in. I'm like, oh shit, that's Peter Jackson. Half of Peter Jackson. It was weird. Wow. Yeah, and he bought Why the Last Man.
The Last Man.
Yep. Yeah. Take the white pill, says Jeremy Norris for $50.
Take it. Take it.
Take it in your hand.
Yeah.
I was doing Enigma Carly. But
Toxic Man flew for $100 on the thank you on the Streamlabs side. Appreciate that. Let me make my position concerning pineapple on pizza clear. I am eating one right now.
Boom! Got him.
I knew I could.
Gary Dubai's favorite pizza. Everyone else.
Way to go, Todd.
Pizza high five.
It's the Christmas season. Everyone's eating fucking fruitcake. It's
I'm going to pizza time tonight. That's it. I'm going to get.
I just hope Tucker asked Kyle Rittenhouse about this serious topic.
Pizza. Yeah, it's pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza. All right, we got a five.
Kyle, go see Ricada.
A 5-parter. Yes. We got a 5-parter from Narrator. So it's $50, $10 each. And we'll start at the beginning. Toxic Man Flu 3.0. Nothing I hate more than a troll who refused to stay dead. You had your chance, Toxic Man Flu. Now I'm in charge, and now there is nothing that can be done to stop me from destroying Friday Night Tights. Toxic Man Flu 3.0. I will steal comics platform shoes, kidnap the midget Ryan, sends on the book. Kidnap the midget Ryan stands on to look taller. Shave Gary's beard, break Az's Wi-Fi router, soil Odin's pizza with pineapple, break Jeremy's consoles, and make X-Ray Girl get a real job.
You didn't do anything to me. I got out scot-free.
Oh, wait. He's getting around to you. Toxic Man Flu 3.0.
no.
Once I'm done with Friday Night Tights, I will spread around the globe and infecting everyone, every untouched corner. And when I do that, I will ascend and become Toxic Man Flu 4.0. There will be no one to stop me. Mwahaha. Mysterious voice. I'll stop you, Toxic Man Flu. Who dares challenge me? Mysterious voice. I dare the... this is the peeping Tom. Your evil ways. And here, Toxic Man Flu. As long as I still stand, you will not touch Friday Night Tights. Toxic Man Flu, we shall see about that. I'm reading a whole story here.
It's a whole
this is
good shit.
Will the peeping Tom be able to stop Toxic Man Flu 3.0? Can Friday Night Tights endure another attack? Will Ryan pay those midgets he is a living wage? Find out in the Friday Night Tights exclusive. Tales of Disbelief, the Peeping Tom, and the Rise of the Toxic Man Flu. Holy shit. Thank you.
That was great.
That's real BBC and Friday Night Tights lore. Peeping Tom is it's going to probably be a comic book that's made because it's already got covers that are fucking
It's already got a storyline.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know about me fucking paying midgets. Clearly, I'm not going to pay them, but I don't know where that shit came from.
Why would you?
Ryan and Jeremy.
I heard they wanted to fucking unionize in the Lollipop Guild. I'm having none of that.
Half
shit.
price.
What's the politically correct term now? It was little people for a little while. Now it's just persons of a
small
not
person.
ordinary size. Or
Yeah, but I fucked a midget, so I think I can say it. So
I call them tiny bitches. I don't know.
Right. Hobbits.
I think that's good enough. That's good enough.
Small
Rosenbaums.
Rosenbaums, yeah.
No, they don't want to be labeled like that.
Tiny little pedos. Tiny pedos. Yeah.
Now our midget
are
audience is
dying.
gonna unstuff. Look at that. There they go.
Yeah, just like when I went off on the deaf audience in Sports Wars.
Smoke Daddy for $10 says quarter black, Razerfist, and Nerdrotic in one place. All hail. All hail. Thank you. The great Watubi for $5 says, I love this show and now Razerfist. So people were very excited to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh boy. Is there more?
I'm excited to be seen.
Yeah.
Fetish.
May Allah cast dark hours of disaster upon California. Also, hey Razerfist, glad to see you on. May Allah shower blessings and good fortune upon all of you and on Kyle Rittenhouse. Says Crusader Sarah. Is it Saracen? Saracen. My bad.
Jeez, dude.
Thank you.
Binary Bard, hashtag 4 doors, more
whores.
Yeah.
More whores.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
$20. Hell yeah, Razerfist. What an epic way to end the week. I love your rants, funnier than any late night show monologue. They're all hacks. Questions for you all. What cartoon from the 80s and 90s had the most metal theme song? Ooh.
Ulysses 31.
I don't like Power Rangers that much, but holy shit, the Power Rangers.
Yeah. Yes.
Dude, look at that.
Malmsteen shredding and all that shit.
Look at that dog. Oh, that dog is beautiful.
considering Van Halen did a version, yeah, I'd go with Power Rangers.
Yep. Power Rangers.
Yeah.
They've got power.
I like the Spider-Man. Who did the Spider-Man theme? Wasn't it the
that was my second. I was going to say Spider-Man.
I'm blanking on his name for fucking Aerosmith.
Joe Perry.
Joe Perry, thank you.
That was a
look at that doggy.
Did you guys know? Let me get some. I'm sorry, I didn't zoom on. Did you guys know that there was a BBC radio show, a Spider-Man BBC radio show where Brian May did the music from Queen?
Yes.
Oh, that is a good dog.
Did what was that, like Thunderbirds ripoff kind of thing?
Yep.
That he did. Starfleet.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Oh, that is a good dog.
Brian May actually does a lot of stuff.
He does.
He's a fucking nerd. I mean, he's also a professor now.
Well, hell, did you ever play that really shitty fighting game from the Super Nintendo back in the day, Rise of the Robots?
I didn't play
the
that
soundtrack for that.
Oh, he did?
It's all metal and shit. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. If anybody ever gets a chance to listen to the Spider-Man BBC radio, it's a bunch of Brits doing New York and Queens accents horribly.
New York.
the spazziest fucking Brian May like
Spider-Man
music on the background
coming through New York.
Yep, it's so bad. I love it.
It's like the James Bond radio plays where they have Felix Leiter. He's like a Texas accent, and it's just it's horrible.
Yeah. Or early Doctor early Doctor Who.
Love it at the same time.
When they had like some fucking crew member come in and play the American, it was fucking terrible.
Get Batman Nightfall on cassette. Get back there that was great.
I have that in Kingdom Come. I found my Kingdom Come. That shit's $300 on eBay for stupid cassette.
The cassette.
Yeah, for the cassette. You can listen to it for free on fucking YouTube. Hail Razorfist, what a perfect night to have him on. I agree, Josh Peck, for $10. Lord Squirrel Show for $5. Pizza, Dr. Thunder, Rittenhouse, Acquitted, and Razor with the crew. Best day ever. Ave Razor, Ave Nerdrotic crew, Black Pills, back the fuck off. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. Except when it comes to Star Wars.
I black pilled the shit. You can black pill a franchise. I mean, when it's pretty fucking clear, it's going to be lame for the rest of time.
Forever, yeah.
Yeah. Did you see Joe Rogan, Blair White, Alex Jones, Michael Malice, and one other? Well, that one other is Drew Hernandez, by the way.
Yeah.
On the Tim Pool cast, talk about drop, strike, target. Am I right? Hail, says Craig Fragente for $49.99. Thank you. It was a bit of a shit show. I liked it. I watched it. Michael Malice he can be hilarious, but he called the Constitution a boomer rag or something. A rag that boomers cling on to or something like that. It's like, I like Michael, I do, but shut the fuck up.
No shit.
Yeah.
Hey, and everyone was like spurging over that, and it's great. A lot of great people in one spot. Ricada did higher numbers.
It was on at the same time.
Well, yeah, I think that day, Tim pulled more.
That day, Tim pulled it more, but a couple of days later.
Well,
yeah, but today Ricada got.
Yeah, Ricada's objectively far more entertaining than Tim Pool. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
It's just a fact.
It was. I will say, just watching Alex Jones squeeze onto that couch with Blair White was just like, what is going on right now?
What is happening?
It was, realities colliding, multiverse. But yeah, a lot of people on that, a lot of different voices on that stream.
Yeah, a lot of different perspectives. But Ricada's gonna, he'll be on Tim Pool on Monday.
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 Yep. So.
And then
they could break the internet.
Make the show interesting.
Was that where someone asked him about what Chank said? And Joe basically just like, oh yeah, Chank's he's a little bit silly. And then Chank tweets out, I heard Joe Rogan called me silly. Yeah. That's me. That's what he's talking about. How dare he say that to me? Are you still taking your horse medication? It's like,
how's the horse medication working out for you, genius?
He called you
working
silly.
Out pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, Chank's he needs attention. Chank's thirsty for attention. He's got to latch himself on.
Yeah, his dumb nephew probably gets more attention fucking eating his nuggies.
Well, he took that grant from Soros in 2016. He's probably spent that money by now. He's got to get his name out there somehow. Fuck.
Yeah.
Too many euros. Or no, he's Turkish, so something like that. Shawarma. RazerFist is based. He turned me on to Painkiller, which is one of the best albums of all time. Also, hi, Gary. When are you going to get on Adam Friended? And that's from John Smith, who's a member. 9 months, thanks. Somebody thanks you for turning them on to Painkiller. And we were going to have Adam Friended on. And remind me again, X-Ray Girl, we had to bump him for somebody. I felt terrible. But it was like a big guest that I can't remember now. So it couldn't have been that big. But we were going to reschedule. We never did.
It's Lauren. No, I think it's Lauren.
Was it Lauren?
Oh, yeah.
X-Ray Girl, do you remember?
Oh God, it was so long ago.
Oh God,
like 3 whole months. I know we've slept since then, but we'll get him back on. We'll get him back on. Hey, I had to get RazerFist back on. That was a priority, dude. What a great day to have it on. Batman Beyond SWAT Cats. Batman Beyond SWAT Cats themes music says Kaz Devlin for $250.
SWAT cats.
X-Men, of course. X-Men.
Oh yeah, X-Men. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's classic.
Ninja Turtles was pretty banging too, but not quite metal.
So does Jean...
Back in the day, yes, absolutely.
So does Jean
We're all
Grey...
excited for X-Men 97, a continuation of the X-Men cartoons, right?
Jean Grey. So does Jean Grey make
Woohoo.
Iceman gay in the first or second episode?
All right. I like how he spends 7 uninterrupted decades just trolling for Gash.
Crushing pussy.
And now he's all about a man's sweaty, hairy asshole.
Right.
I'm gonna say countdown till we hear, "Hey, bub, put it in my butt."
Jean Grey turned him gay.
Well, what's the hairiest and sweatiest? Shit.
Red Wolf.
What was weird was his personality change. He just went from a regular person to a big. Whoa, hello, Razerfist. How you doing?
The wrong button.
Just went from a regular person to Cena Grace. But there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was that freak out by Jank here. Apparently, Joe Rogan called me silly in an interview. Hilarious.
Right,
Hey,
right.
You're best friends with a certifiable lunatic named Alex Jones. Hard to have any credibility on intelligence after that. And how is the deworming medicine going for you, genius?
Credibility. He said credibility. He said credibility.
Silly doesn't necessarily equate to stupid.
Didn't he not? Didn't he not condemn sex with animals?
Didn't he not condemn
No, he didn't condemn it at all.
Yeah. He wanted to legalize it.
He wanted to legalize the fucking thing.
That's right.
Speaking of what you just said, Razorfist, I suppose he could have been more dignified. Like naming your organization after a group that has the blood of millions on their hands.
Yeah. Hey, let's name ourselves after a genocide. Let's make that happen.
Yep.
I don't know, kind of like the Lincoln Project, but what?
We could be the.
I imagine they're pretty torn up about Joseph Rosenbaum too.
We could
be one of their members, man.
We could be the.
It's rough losing one.
We can be the Pol Pot trolls.
Maybe.
All right. So I'm gonna give some people a chance to exit because it's been almost 4 hours. So if anybody needs to
I'm
go,
gonna bounce.
you were supposed to stay for an hour, dude.
I know. But
I'm
love
happy,
Friday Night
but
Tights.
yeah.
We had a record crowd. I couldn't.
Dude.
It's hard when I'm on my phone because I don't have headphones. So when I want to talk, I can't. It's hard, when you don't have headphones to kind of cut in. So sorry, I have not been talking as much, but
it's actually been really nice. Thank you.
So I am in Miami, so I've got into some things here. So, but I appreciate everybody. Record crowd tonight, a record non-Alex Jones crowd. So Razorfist, you're second to Alex Jones, buddy. So I think that's pretty good. So,
not a bad company.
Yeah.
Super mentality.
But anyway, great job, everybody. I'm gonna run. You guys know where to find me. Have a good one.
Okay.
Later. That was quick.
What was that?
That was weird. You just buffered out for a second.
You glitched like a mofo. Yeah, I'll call you.
Well, I'm out. Yeah, call me, Gary. Bye, everybody.
See you, Jeremy.
Nice, dude. See ya.
Guys. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of retarded.
Fox News while it worked out this morning.
The fact that we had Alex Jones on this show with Quartering while Quartering was wearing a fucking Sonic hat.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Pretty great. I have to admit.
What was the subject? Chris Chan?
I'll eat your ass.
It was during the Chris Chan stuff. That's why he was wearing the Sonic hat.
Yikes.
Hey.
Right, I'm a jump.
Yeah. Please plug.
I'm going to do my jump here. Cheers, everyone. I shall see you all next week. This is Friday Night Tights. Great to have you on, Razerfist. You're awesome, dude. And audience, fucking amazing. Over 12,000, which is crazy.
Super cool.
Absolutely crazy. So thank you so much for that mega support. Follow us, Heelverse, and all that shit. And I'll see you next week.
Take care, man.
And
Bye.
What does this button do?
Oh, there it does. All links are in the description, by the way. So you can subscribe to anybody you like. Often. Create new accounts if you need to do that. Or not. It doesn't matter. Ghostbusters. It's in the title. So we got to talk. I just did a video on it, and I fucking liked it. I'm a sucker for that shit.
Yeah.
And it's all because of the ending. It probably will play out like Rogue One, which I don't really like the movie Rogue One, but I like the Darth Vader fucking just cutting through fucking rebels, which is all I ever wanted to see out of Star Wars anyway. Well, I'll go around the horn real quick, just because again it's in the title, but we have much bigger news today, and I think.
It's good to talk about something positive.
It is.
It's good whenever a movie comes around that is good and it doesn't have a lot of woke shit in it, and it's it's a fun story. It's good to talk about it.
It had a lot of good news today when you think about it.
Yeah,
fucking tons of good news today, except for Joe Biden's still our president, and Gavin Newsom's still my governor.
But we can't do anything about that.
Well, you're about to change one of those things, though.
We had 2 presidents today.
Well, if I go to fucking Texas and Beto fucking O'Rourke becomes governor,
God.
what the fuck?
We need to make sure that shit doesn't happen.
After a year like this, I don't see it happening.
It ain't happening. Not that.
God, I hope
Anybody who runs against him, just remind him that he wanted to take away everybody's guns and was like, "Yeah, that's what I want to do." Just
hell yeah,
put that on a
take
loop,
your AR-15.
Look at the margin of victory for Texas governor in 2016, vice in 2020. There's reason to be concerned with all the people they're hauling in to places like Texas, and I know Razerfist knows places like Arizona.
Yeah.
So,
That's the thing. People always
Beto though. I don't think
you get a lot of righties who obsess about the border, and I agree it's a problem, especially under Biden. There was a huge spike in illegal immigration, but dude, it's legal immigration from California, from Illinois, from Michigan, from all these failing blue states. That's really going to flip states like Texas and Arizona and Florida. That's really the problem.
Yeah.
If we don't secure our elections, you see what a difference it made. Just what does Ohio and Florida have in common, beside the fact that they went by a huge margin for Trump in 2020?
Because about a decade or 2 ago, they had huge election scandals and fortified their shit.
Yep. So they fortified their shit. They have all kinds of safety measures in place to preclude fraud, and they have severe restrictions on mail-in ballots. And wouldn't you know it, they swung like how many points? Like almost 20 points.
Yeah, but Latinos are more conservative. They've kind of going more conservative. We just saw in elections how shit is not going in their direction. So I'm not super worried about it. Like, sure, there's California's moving over here, but like Gary, he's leaving because he's aware of how bad these places are. So I'm hoping that's what the big shift is that. But yeah, I'm not super worried about it.
When I was getting internet hooked up at the ranch, the guy that was doing the install was basically telling me he was doing a lot of installs for Californians, but a lot of these people were more on the conservative side. So, I mean, there is that. I mean, it's anecdotal, but I think the majority of the people that are moving here are probably leaning more towards either moderates to conservatives.
And if that is the case, which it seems like, it seems to me like you're probably having, let's be more like, I guess pessimistic. Let's say there is a higher level of more like left-leaning people in, but there's also an influx of like more conservative. If it still stays even enough, all that it ends up doing is kind of helping because the population grows, therefore the electoral college count goes up. And so in the end, if it's still just enough of a balance, then...
And Californians have been moving to Texas for...
since the 90s. I mean, it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah,
I am concerned about Beto, though, because Ted Cruz barely beat him. Granted, Ted Cruz is not exactly the greatest either, but it's like, Beto is way worse.
And Ted Cruz still had the stink of being the guy who almost prevented Trump from being in the White House kind of at that time. So he wasn't really beloved,
And people didn't know Beto, so they thought they was like, he's really this down-to-earth cool guy.
Look at him, he can do a kickflip.
Yeah.
But
No,
that was
I don't think it's gonna work this time.
That was post Beto being revealed as a fucking after Beto's failed presidential little shit though.
Yeah.
So that was after all of that.
Yeah, hopefully that has left a bad taste in anyone's mouth regarding him.
I think
we shall
this
see.
year, the economy is usually the thing that balances. Well, I'm not going to say balances, but will swing things the other way no matter what. No matter fucking what, it's always the fucking economy. I think there's been maybe 1 or 2 elections that didn't go that way if it wasn't the economy, and the economy is not good. There's a bunch of container ships fucking hanging out outside of California still, and will be for months. Which when you see it, there's one thing seeing the picture, but like I saw it with my own eyes driving. I've said it before, but on 73 on the when you're descending down into Long Beach, you see how fucking many ships it is and how big they are, and it's holy shit.
You're starting to see it already. Also, I mean, in the school that I work at, I'm already like I talked to the guy that works at the cafeteria, and he's saying he's having all kinds of issues just getting plates. Just getting like one day like he didn't have biscuits and like it was just pieces of toast that were like all like but it was like I didn't come in, like we didn't get the numbers that we needed. So yeah, we're already starting to see that even at like a private school, like it's yeah, things are starting to get bad.
But Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters, back to Ghostbusters.
Prepare, folks. Prepare for the worst. Hope for the best.
What'd you think of Ghostbusters, Quarter Black Garrett?
I loved it. So I went into it kind of like I don't know. It's kind of back and forth, so I pretty much even. And I watched that opening with Spangler, and it was, you knew it was him, but it was kind of like shadowy.
Yeah.
And I love that open. I thought it was really great. That's what it's like. The opening of the movie is really good. The setup with the family, it slows down a little bit in the middle. But it's still enjoyable. But I think you said it in your video, the rewatchability that's going to hurt it because it is slow in that middle part where you're kind of like, let's get to something, let's go, and then but it ramps back up right at the end and it just ends so perfectly. Like the tribute to it, it's so well done, and it could have been fucked up really easily. It could have felt like exploitive and slimy and gross, but the way they did it, they showed respect for the fan, like respect for the fans. Respect for the property, respect for Harold. Like, it was beautiful. It was so well done. And I loved kind of and I said on Twitter, the 90s kid adventure-esque kind of feel to it. It wasn't Ghostbusters. It was something else. It was more like a Goonies with Ghostbusters.
It's kind of like Goonies meets Ghostbusters meets Karate Kid.
Yeah. And my favorite character is
Things.
My favorite
I didn't
character
get the
is
Stranger Thing
is Podcast. Podcast favorite character. He's the best.
He was great.
I actually went into the movie thinking he was going to be annoying. Like just the way he looked.
I thought
like
all the kids would be. I
was like, oh, this is gonna suck. But he was actually really funny. The kids, the actors that they picked to play those kids, like it could have crashed and burned.
The little girl, the main actress, she was young Captain Marvel.
McKenna Grace is amazing. Yeah.
Really good.
She wasn't Cap. That's right.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
She's the one who got back up after she got pushed down.
I was impressed by it. I was impressed. I thought it was really fun. It's good to have a good movie again. I haven't felt that good going out of a movie in years, like a long time.
We got to factor in that like things have been shit for so fucking long too. I mean that's part of it for me.
The music. The music. I want to mention that.
Oh, it was
that like Spielbergian music. The little, the hints to the original music, and then the little cues whenever interesting things were happening. That was, I love that. So good.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good. It's not going to change my life. I'm not going to think about it much. I'll probably just own it. It's an epilogue to Ghostbusters, and when you see the end, by the way, when you see like how old. Like Bill Murray actually is like
God, he looks terrible.
He looks like he looked like he's aged like 20 years in the last 5.
Ernie Hudson, who is older than him, looks fantastic.
He looks so good.
Yeah.
I met Ernie, and he's pretty jacked. He's actually a jacked dude.
Yeah, he looks like
dude works out, bro.
Well, yeah, Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray are not taking care of themselves, and he is.
You can see,
and that's probably why it ended the way it did. They should not make a fucking sequel or do a stupid ghost.
Oh hell no!
I'm sick of fucking cinematic.
Based
universes.
on what we see, it seems like they almost tease it and then
They're
kind of just like slam it. No, I don't think they do. Based on how they. I don't want to really go into because I see a bunch of people being like, don't spoil, but it's what they do kind of makes it seem like it's like a joke where they're like, oh, are we? No, we're not. Like it's.
I think that ending definitely leaves it open.
Are we? We'll be dead.
Yeah.
Not when they have the image of the the updated Ghostbuster symbol and it's clearly like a haha gotcha.
I don't know. I didn't get that.
I don't know if they actually will, but we'll see if it does well.
See what this movie does.
It's a fucking movie studio. They're going to wring everything out of it they can.
Yes.
For me, I think I probably have a different take than most of the other people on this panel. I did not like the kids. I thought that it was just way too much of them, and their humor did not work for me. I thought they were very unfunny the majority of the movie. And I think that the problem is for Ghostbusters, it was lightning in a bottle. I don't think it's supposed to be a franchise. No. And I think that's one of the reasons why Ghostbusters 2 wasn't very good. Obviously, we can't even think about the 2016 one. This is far superior to that. The last 20 minutes of this movie is brilliant in terms of how it makes you feel and how it honors the past and what it does and the way that you leave that movie with a tear in your eye because of how they honored the original cast, specifically Harold Ramis. And I think a lot of people are going to feel that going out. But I do think that once a little bit of that goes away, people are going to look back and feel a little bit different about it. I thought the first hour and a half, I was bored. I didn't care about the characters. Ghostbusters, if you're going to make it a franchise, if you're going to do this, you shouldn't have done it with 12 and 15-year-olds. It's not Goonies. It's not fucking something like that. It should have been about their kids who were in their 30s and they got fucking shit lives. So more focused on the daughter, more focused on those adult characters, because if you're going to do a continuation of Ghostbusters, that's who it should be, because that's what the movie was about. If you want to get a new generation invested in Ghostbusters, guess what? We as kids love Ghostbusters with them as adults. So you don't need to bring kids into it and make it focused on the kids. I think that was a mistake.
I can see that.
Although it was done with love, which I think is the biggest takeaway. It was done with care, and they tried to honor the past and did in a lot of ways. So that's a real positive.
It was clear that they knew they had fucked up, and they were like, okay, let's go. Let's take another crack at it and try and do this correctly. And I think you're right. With love, you could feel that in the movie, and it paid off.
I blame Bill Murray for being a dick for so long. He wouldn't talk to Harold Ramis for 20 years over some argument on fucking Groundhog Day, which was probably the last real good movie he was in. And then wouldn't talk to him until Harold Ramis couldn't speak anymore. And then Bill Murray decides to roll up like he's the returning conquering hero to his house to go talk to him at the very end. I mean, he's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole.
Yep.
And we should have had it 10 years ago when it probably would have been a little bit more into. But you're right. I mean, you'll never get another Ghostbusters again. A lot of the stuff that was great about that film was due to necessity and by accident. And that's why it's a miracle when we even get something kind of good. And yeah, this benefits from the era. But it's also, I mean, I think it's been a great year of discovery for me, like going back and like checking out shit I've never checked out before. And even from RazerFist video, I wouldn't even fucking considered reading The Shadow at all. And I watched one of your videos, RazerFist. I went on eBay and bought some of those old, freaking pulp books, which are fucking expensive, by the way. So I only got a couple of them.
Those audio reads that Razor did, yeah, dude, those are awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
It's dope. So there's always, but with Ghostbusters, yeah, I walked out happy. A couple of members, John Cocozo was there, and Roman.
The Shadow starring who? Our good buddy Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin, yes.
Handling live firearms, ladies and gentlemen.
I
underrated film. It was very good.
I own
actually
that
a
movie.
very good, very underrated film.
I don't know. I loved Ghostbusters Afterlife. I mean, it's not any surprise, but I mean, honestly, I get where you guys are coming from, and I can see it from certain perspectives, but I don't remember the last time I had this much fun in a movie. Probably since Spider-Man 2000, whatever, or was it 2001 or 2? That first one came out.
That was 2001, right? It was right after 9/11. Yeah.
And that's the last time I remember feeling like this in a movie, and it just made me realize how empty a lot of the Marvel shit has been.
Yep.
I mean, we know movies have been shit over the last 20 years anyway, but
I think this movie works outside of that. Outside of all the shit, I think it still works.
It had tons of
a
heart.
little bit long, a little too long. If you took the movie,
I actually think it should have. I feel like it's missing parts, like because you guys are talking about it dragging in the middle. I mean, maybe we're kind of thinking of the middle as two different places, but leading into that last act, that's the only part I had a gripe about, because there's like 3 things that happen in sequential order that you're just like, that's a little too convenient because plot. Maybe they could have padded it out a little bit. And I even brought a point up about the original movie that I'm not going to hear because it'll probably piss people off, because it'll be like, wait a minute, you're right. Because there's a bit in there where they cut stuff up differently, and Bill Murray's in 2 places at once. But anyway,
I know they could extend it. They could extend it by being ambushed by orcs. That's what
there you go. No, but it's just they needed something to kind of just chop that up for me personally, because it felt too convenient. But outside of that, I felt the movie went too fast. I mean, it's the longest of the Ghostbuster movies, but it felt like there was just stuff that we could have.
The ending was fast.
The ending was rushed.
And the middle part where they're picking up. They're understanding what a ghost is. Like, she's like, I don't know what a ghost is, and I don't.
They just spent way too much time going through. I mean, it was cool that you're like a new generation's coming in, rediscovering Egon's stuff, right? And we're the viewer in that. It just went on a little too long. At the end, and Drinker pointed this out. The end needed a little more lore. Without spoiling, you just need a little more background to flesh it out.
That was what I really liked. Yeah. That's what I liked about it. I was like, oh, we're getting little bits, but I want kind of more of that. I want
dude, there's one scene that's fucking cool as fuck.
And I also think that, like, the scene, and this is in the trailer, so they're like driving the car through the town with the little RC car
that goes on too long.
Chasing ghosts. Like, that to me, it was like, all right, that was the first ghost they caught, before, like, remember first Ghostbusters when they first are trying to catch a ghost, everything they go through, and just in this building, whatever. This is, they're driving through a town with a kid who apparently has failed his driver's test 2 or 3 times. Yet is driving like he's Jeff fucking Gordon with like a little RC car that they just somehow managed to be able to do this perfectly. That was just too much for me. It went beyond the bounds of Ghostbusters and what it's supposed to be. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, to that one, I always ask. I would ask the question, like, well, was the written portion that he's failed or the actual driven portion? Because like there is a difference between the two. And then the RC car, I mean, well, Podcast was the one driving that one, and that dude's a total nerd. He's gonna drive that thing like a boss.
They were driving at like 70 miles an hour.
Those RC cars are very fast.
I say you can make them that way,
fast, but they're not that fast.
There are ones you can absolutely rig to be that.
Well, they do show. You're right. They do show the speedometer going up in that one part.
Fucking way. There's no fucking way he's keeping it.
Well, that's actually
on
the
road
scene I was talking about
with what they're doing.
That's actually the scene I was talking about, to be honest with you, because you have them testing the equipment, and then all of a sudden you have the ghost show up like conveniently, and then he conveniently fixes the car all at the same time. That's the part I was talking about. It's like that all happens too quick. You're like, okay, you needed to space this out just a little bit there.
They did set up the fact that he knew how to work on cars.
No, and all that's fine. It's just all of it happening at the same time.
We'll also remember that he wasn't the one that did the final thing to fix the car, right? He got some help on that.
He did. Yeah. But my point being was like it all happening at the same time. It all could have happened.
I think that's what makes sense to me. But yeah, kind of pushing back a little bit with what Ryan said. I love the kids. I thought the kids were great. I thought every single one of them brought something to the table. I thought McKenna Grace. I mean, again, obviously comedy is subjective, but I thought her jokes were freaking hilarious. Like I was laughing. My theater was laughing. We were like, not too full, but we had about a quarter of the IMAX 400 seat screen full, so like we were all laughing at that. Podcast was getting laughs as well. Podcast again, great character, kind of like the unsung hero of the story, I guess you could say. Even just Paul Rudd, right? Paul Rudd's doing his typical Paul Rudd stuff, the Paul Rudd shtick, but I think it kind of worked. And the reason why I love
just the right amount.
Yeah,
just wasn't in it too
exactly.
Much.
It's not too overbearing, but the thing I think that really is why do we have these kids? Why do we have it? If you actually look at the film as a whole, especially with that ending, it to me made it clear they're not trying to set up the next generation of Ghostbusters. Like they're not trying to say, oh yeah, we're going to spin this off and these are being the same characters. It's no. We're trying to give, as you kind of said, right, an epilogue, right, or kind of like this more conclusion. But they also recognize this film is coming out in 2021. You have Bill Murray, who is hard to work with. So to have them in the movie more is already unrealistic. So And at the same time, you want this film to make money. So what are you going to do? Wait a minute. What's really hot right now? Or it's right. Stranger Things, right? That type of, kids 80s vibe. That's something that is going to bring people up. Finn Wolfhard, especially, right? That's going to bring a younger crowd out. So to me, I think that they did a perfect mix of nostalgia. So that way adults who are fans of the franchise come in and they get, I think they're going to get that payoff that they really like. But at the same time, you're going to have younger audiences be drawn in and they're going to say, oh, wait a minute. Who are these people? I have questions now. I kind of want to watch the originals now to find out a little bit more about it. So I think that basically they took what they had, they did the very best that they could with it. The story is definitely derivative. There's no question about that at all. Like the story, to me, I think is the weaker part of it because of how derivative it can be and how, again, it kind of skips at parts. Yeah. Exactly. But again, I think there's enough stuff in here, and the visual effects, which I was actually really worried about, actually ended up being a lot better. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure they used animatronics at one point, and that made me so happy. And that whole sequence, I was just like, they use animatronics. I'm so
actually
excited.
The budget on this was pretty low. It was only
$75 million.
Yeah, so it's gonna make its money back.
Oh, yeah.
I liked it.
They're not as expensive as people say. That's the thing,
Turtles.
The first Turtles movie was all animatronics or whatever.
They managed
$10 million movie or something. It was like nothing.
10 or 11.
Wasn't it?
It's amazing how much more expensive the CGI really is. It's like all these films with practical effects. Lower budgets. Who would
have thought?
Tom,
it looks so much better.
Tom, wasn't the Turtles movie like one of the most profitable indie films? Technically,
it was until Blair Witch came out. It was the highest grossing and most profitable, I think. And then
fucking love that movie.
You had like paranormal activity kind of stuff, but 100%.
100.
Well, and it's funny because I was watching this documentary about practical effects, and I wish I remember who it was that said it, but they were talking about they were on a shoot. And all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we've got this air conditioner duck in the shot." He's like, "Oh, well, we'll take it out in post." So the special effect, the whoever was the artist, I can't remember which one it was. So he walks over the camera, moves it 180 degrees. He goes, "There, I just saved the studio $10,000."
Yeah, Jesus, that's the mentality. Well, they're not going to be able to afford that very long because there's no more billion-dollar films. Spider-Man, we'll find out with Spider-Man.
They just put out projections for it to be over $100 million opening weekend domestically, so we'll see.
But I mean,
there's a lot of hype for it. I'm sure it'll make a lot of money.
Yep,
but
I think it will too.
I think it's gonna be the first $1 billion that we've seen in this.
Right now, the cap is 750 or so it's gonna make another 250 maybe.
I thought Fast and Furious did a little bit better than that, though.
That's why I say the cap for Fast and Furious was around 750 or so.
Yeah, and I think when it's all said and done, No Time to Die is going to be around 7. It's already crossed 700, right? Odin?
Yeah, No Time to Die just knocked Fast 9 out of the international.
I can't believe that. That's crazy.
I told you guys that was going to fucking happen.
Theoretically, it could reach the minimum, like the lowest break-even number. Like that range is 750 to 900, but it could reach that bare minimum of potential.
It still flops.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Because like
a 900 million, that's crazy. That is absolutely
Bond has
crazy.
a massive international audience.
Yep.
It has a much older audience that sees things kind of at their leisure as opposed to like opening weekend and shit. Bond movies have just historically had a very long run time.
Yeah.
It's not a normal box office for this era. So,
but still, with all the production woes and how many times it was delayed, I imagine they're still gonna.
Well, they do have the added incentive.
Break even.
Yeah.
I don't know if we know any numbers on this yet, but they were one of the few who actually took and they're doing a rental period before the movie drops for sale. So they're running the theater, and now you can rent it now.
They can rent it. It's kind of old school, I guess.
It is. So they're gaining. Like I said this the other day on one of the shows, I'm like, they might actually pull off breaking even.
Yeah.
Now, they may not get a profit, but they might just pull off breaking even. And considering where we thought this movie was going to land, that's kind of impressive. Yeah.
Yep.
But maybe this movie, Ghostbusters, will make enough money where they see, okay, maybe we scale back our budgets and make smaller movies.
2-hour movies.
It would be nice.
Shorter movies.
Well, if that's not,
I think they would have learned that from Joker, right? But
you would think.
This year, you thought they would have learned that from Venom 2. Venom 2 was an hour and a half, and that film has made well over $100 million net profit. Yeah. It's one of the most profitable films this year.
Learn your lesson.
Even though the film's not good, 90 minutes.
This is going to be the year of Sony. They're going to be the number one.
Okay, that was weird. I don't normally watch our analytics. I just accidentally have it up right now, and for a second there,
that's normal.
We blipped up to 12,000, and then blipped back down to 7. No, it's not. It's normal to like lose 100, 200. 12,000, it blipped up, and then it just disappeared. That was weird.
We had a raid from Tim Pool sent everybody our way, and then they just fucking left.
Sure, he did.
The
speaking
analytics.
of raid, I think Tim Pool's doing some comedy event, or maybe he did it already with Ryan Long or whatever like that. We should totally.
Yeah, he already did it.
Oh, he did. Oh, I was gonna say we should go and drop off our promotional material there. You know, because he's had me on the show once before. You know.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, we totally should just rate it and go.
Just throw it on their table.
Yeah. So we're gonna wrap things up, folks, because I need to eat some fucking pizza with pineapple on it.
Fuck. I got original pizza.
You know what? I have another 30 minutes in me. I could talk more about this.
Where's your pizza, by the way?
I never get to talk.
Where's your
seriously.
pizza? No,
but physical
Let's
media.
talk about how you're an affront to the nation of Italy.
If anyone is a fan of Akira Kurosawa, Ron just came out on 4K Steelbook, and this thing looks freaking beautiful.
This is Rand.
Nice.
Is it Ron or Ran? Ran Paul?
It would be Ron.
Ron.
I'm from Texas. Everything's Rand.
Akira Kurosawa. It's his take on King Lear. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So let's go around the horn, let people plug their stuff, and go. And we'll get all the other super chats on a square up. It's going to be early because I got a lot of stuff to do. So you're going to get the square up, I think, on Sunday or Monday. So thank you. Apologize I couldn't get to all of them. It was a great fucking show today. Thank you for all your support. And hey, listen, we talk about politics sometimes on this show, but it's not something we make a habit out of. We just talk about what's important to our culture. And, well, you can't blame us. Hollywood has let that invade all of this shit, and that's why I'm here in the first place. That's the reason I'm talking about this shit. I would love to see it. I would never say it was normal, but I'd like to see a little balance return in the world, but we are a long way from that, and we have to keep fighting.
Even 5 years ago, six years ago or so, politics was the thing you just kind of avoided talking about at Thanksgiving. It was that thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? And now it's like all encompassing. It is absolutely suffused every element of society and entertainment. And how
unfortunately,
trying to dodge that is like doing river dance in a minefield.
It is, and
kind of like Facebook every day.
I figured out that's a progressive thing, and maybe it's specifically when I moved to San Francisco. San Franciscans love to fucking talk about their politics. They love to put 90 stickers all over their fucking car, talk with coexist and all that shit. And and most people don't. Most people's like, whatever, I don't care. But like they'll start conversations. I remember back during the Bush era, it's like, fuck Bush. God, they hated George Bush as much as they hated Trump. It's crazy.
But not Obama or Biden.
Those are good guys.
Although they're the same fucking thing. Oh, we got 2 super chats I got to get to real quick though. Comics Division's platform shoes for $100. Oh shit.
Yay!
I wonder if those disappointed in the verdict are expecting mail-in jury votes to be found in a truck behind the courthouse at 3 a.m. Fucking convenient.
Let's pause the vote.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's Agent 54. She's back.
Harley. Yeah. How dare we question the strangeness at 3 a.m. during the election. Harley Dave for $5. There are so many things we need to fix in our society. Justice is part of it, but can we celebrate the fact that Kyle was found innocent on International Men's Day? Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Crossing those state borders.
That is a very good point. He was.
Speaking of that, I can't remember who was but that was like Amy Schumer and a couple of those other comedians like that were making fun of International Men's Day. Did you see that?
I'm making fun of
who cares?
Women's Day, so fuck 'em.
Chuck
That would require
Schumer's-
them to be funny. So.
Yeah, I don't follow her, so I'm not surprised she would make fun of it. Yeah, well, she probably doesn't see very many men.
Well, they got kind of raped a little bit, like in the chat a little bit because they're like raked.
I thought I heard
raped.
I heard something too. I didn't hear the K in that, and
raked in the comments a little bit because you had plenty of people pointing out like, no, this is about awareness for things that men don't normally speak about and blah, 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 blah. And, just like women's cancer awareness days and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, fuck
like
men,
the JJ helmets.
Because men don't get cancer ever.
Men are never gaslit or abused. I mean, Johnny Depp.
Never.
Nope.
All right. Hey, let's go around the horn here, and we'll start with Odin.
Yeah, you can check me out over at OMB Reviews on YouTube. I'm on Odyssey as well. Great platform over there. And I do a live show every Saturday, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And go ahead and check me out. I'll be on tomorrow night. And I showed you Ron earlier. I also got sent a copy of Ron from Lionsgate. So I'll be giving that one away in the future. So check me out, ombreviews.com.
Excellent. Tom.
You know where to find me. I'm at Midnight's Edge After Dark, all those wonderful places. I just seen a parade of puppies behind X-Ray Girl and got distracted.
You did? Where's your ugly
There's a parade
dog?
of puppies.
Don't pull that retarded one.
Get the dog.
No.
How dare you call her dog retarded? There's Mark the Cyborg.
I saw Mark. He's leading the parade.
He is.
Oh
no!
That's
so cute.
Love that dog.
This is for you, Ryan.
That tongue.
Now, does that run double A or triple A?
You'd be mean to that face.
Triple A.
Those eyes are
How
as
could
dead
you
as
not?
the Anthony Huber autopsy photos.
Oh.
Anyway, just thank you so much for having me. It's always an honor to be able to hop in with you guys when I get a chance to. So,
Sir, thanks,
thank you
man.
again.
And hey, I'm glad you enjoyed Ghostbusters. I like a lot of Ghostbusters fans. I don't know if it washes the taste.
There's going to be a lot of 40-year-old men crying in the theater this weekend.
Oh hell yeah, dude! The way they
I got a little choked up.
I teared up. Yep.
Yeah,
They gave us
I
the
did
shot
too.
that Disney didn't give us for Star Wars. They gave us the fucking team.
Yep.
Gave us that
It was
shot.
great because it was basically everything I said it had to be and then some. Right? Because like 2 years ago when they first announced it, I was like, it has to be basically this is all you got to do. You can pay homage this way to Harold Ramis, and this is how you can introduce the new characters. And since it's his family, without getting into too much, and it all ended almost exactly like how I said. Only we got more than what I expected. So again, I mean, to me, it felt like a great meal. I was left wanting some more, of course, which you usually want to do too. But again, I hope that it does well and. Hollywood takes little notes, although we know they won't because they never learn the proper lessons.
Fucking never do.
not till they fail. Oh, they watch, but
definitely Cobra Kai level.
They don't fucking learn anything, and I don't know. I don't think it's the big but the big wigs don't watch their own shit, so they're not watching us. It's crew members, people who watch, who work on the shows. At least Star Trek Discovery, I know they watch. Yeah. So, Comics Division.
Hey everybody, I'm Comics Division. Come and check me out every Monday and Thursday, and obviously here Friday. My next video is going to be, of course, about Ghostbusters Afterlife, which will probably drop on Monday. And I also released a new video over Unsafe Space talking about the terrible Build Back Better bill that is being rotted through Congress right now and how terrible it is and why it's bad. So I'm going to be doing a bit of a series on that because it obviously plays into the Great Reset, which we all don't want.
And do we have any question? That's going to pass, right? I mean,
it's probably going to pass. It already passed Congress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even the Senate?
I think it got agreed to in principle. I think it got agreed to in principle. I mean, Razerfist might know better if Kristen Cinema has agreed to it in principle, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But now the issue is going to be forced, so she's going to have to shit or get off the pot. So that'll be interesting.
Yep.
Print more money. That's all we need to do. Quarter Black.
Yo, thanks for having me on again. It's been great,
dude.
as always. I fucking love this show. I love you guys.
Fun, man.
Hanging out all the time. It's good to talk about positive things like Kyle Rittenhouse being freaking not guilty, like we always knew.
Yep.
And so you can find me at a name almost just like this. Almost just like that. Where on Wednesdays I do a live stream where I bring on a guest and we talk about a movie that we love and just kind of geek out about it. This week, it's going to be Drunk 3PO. It's coming on. We're going to be talking about Goonies. It's going to be a lot of fun. And intermittent video game streams here and there. So.
Nice.
I love you guys.
You can drunk stream Drunk 3PO how many times he's going to mess with his hair. or do duck lips in the camera. We'll find out. Love drunk 3PO.
Love drunk.
Ryan.
Thanks for having me on, Gary. Always awesome talking to our fantastic guests, especially when RazerFist is on. You can find me at Ryan Kinnell, RK Outpost. I'm over at Sports Wars for Geeks and Gamers. I might be doing a couple videos for the main channel, depending on how long Jeremy's fucking doing other shit out of town. So everybody might be really excited to see me there. The people that hate me there might be excited to see me there as well. But I'm really happy about how the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing happened. I've been so focused on this the last 2 or 3 weeks. I didn't realize how much of my life it would take up and how invested I was in this entire thing, and watching it all play out in Nick's streams was amazing. So Kyle is free as he deserves to be.
Yep. Damn right.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I heard this brought up. I don't know. I'm not that informed on it. Do you think there was a sense of the riots were put on trial along with Kyle?
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
I think that and the right to self-defense.
Yeah, I think that's...
The defense wanted to put that on trial, right? The defense wanted to make it about, look, the police weren't doing anything. The fire department wasn't doing anything. Nobody was coming to help. And Kyle went there to help. And they tried to set the narrative, rightly so, that he came there to help clean graffiti. Local business owners asked them to be there to help defend their store. Not pointing guns at people and shooting them, but by putting out fires and things like that, right? And so they had to get weapons to defend themselves while defending the property and putting out fires. And Kyle helped people. He helped people from the other side, somebody that twisted their ankle that was part of the protesters. He cleaned out a cut on somebody's hand and bandaged it up. He did all of these things while these protesters are out there continuing to start fires. And so they tried to put that on trial, as they rightly should have, because the only reason Kyle was in that position was because these fucking cucks didn't try to protect their city.
Yep.
So.
Nope.
Yeah, somebody from Wisconsin. That's what I said. I said that last summer's on trial right now. I said that the other night on Comics Show, I think it was. And I said before this even happened, they tried to do that shit here. Somebody's going to get shot, you know. And that's the thing, because Wisconsin is very laid back. We don't deal with this kind of stuff. It's just not normal. And if you think you're going to come here and destroy our property, that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, it's not something we're going to put up with, especially if you're starting fires and damaging, you know, people's well-beings and stuff like that. You know?
Committing crimes.
Committing crimes, exactly.
All right, and RazerFist, thanks for staying on this long. You did not have to do that. I really appreciate it. It was great timing to have you on, and thanks again. Plug whatever you like.
Yeah, well, I was glad to. I've been meaning to come back on for a while. I am RazerFist. I'm transitioning into a trinary panspecies rhombus sexual, actually.
Beautiful.
I'm
so proud of you.
I told you guys earlier I have nothing to promote other than rampant distrust of the federal government. So
I agree with that.
That's a good thing to promote. Yeah,
I will help you promote that every day.
Sure.
I will buy that.
I'm obviously going to be doing a breakdown of all of this sometime this weekend, either tomorrow or the day after. I've had a very busy 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, so I've been trying to get videos out, but been very, very busy. But so look out for that, and I hope I'll be back a lot sooner. Hopefully, when my next book comes out.
Yes. Oh, yeah. When your next. Just let me know, and we'll make it happen, and we will have you back on sooner. This was a record show, my man, so thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Great job, X-Ray Girl. Great job, Nerdrotic. Eric K out there, and everyone, thanks for doing the thankless job. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and a donation via Streamlabs. You help keep the lights on, and it will be we will be doing a square up in the next couple of days. I might even do it live, so I might do it live. Doing it live. I'm going to be working on a review. That's all I'm going to say. That's my next project. I'm going to be working on a review.
What card review?
Oh, is it the final?
Is it finally happening?
I've got a pocket of time. It happens now or it doesn't happen at all. I've got a pocket of time before I move. I'm
Showgirls.
That's it. Just one scene, too. I'm just going to spend one time on one scene. But
you've been watching Batwoman without us knowing.
That's right. That's right. A lot of cool things going to happen that I can't talk about right now, but very, very soon. And again, thanks everyone for supporting Friday Night Tights. This is some of the best times I've had in a long, long time hanging out. I get to hang out with really cool people and talk shit for hours. And again, I just want to reset for those of you, and I doubt there's that many. Again, we're going to talk about culture once in a while on the show. So, and I talk about pop culture 95% of the time on everything else. And that's where I'll keep it because I'm mostly retarded when it comes to politics. Only when it comes to California politics, I'm aware. And that's my bad. I don't want to be retarded when it comes to politics because that's how we get Californias. And that's how we get the school boards we get. So I'm going to be changing that. So thanks again to everyone. Please enjoy some credits.
Toby and the light source is hitting the right side of his face. And I can't believe I'm about to say this. I never thought I would say this in my entire online career. But look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick. Look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick.
Oh, molto bene.
You know I'm gonna stop you.
Fucking ooh, bitch.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm Razerfist. God fucking speed.
Oh man. What?
Musical theater.
That's cool.
Fuck off.
Oh my God. I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I'm gay.
Because white guys are bad and black people are wonderful. Gay people are amazing and heteros can burn in hell.
Boobies.
I apologize.
Stop eating my sesame cake.
Stop eating my sesame cake!
Cake, 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 cake,
Pizza time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, fuck! God!
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.